also be starting the 9 through 12 spin-off on table 2. That will consist of Tyler Gibson, Noah Wiseman, Sarah Wiseman, and Mike Cummings. We will be playing on table 2.
He's got him at the moment. No, it's better if you have him, and he'll be able to monitor the live stream with his headphones. Make sure that the sound good. It's just like at home, man. You want to talk basically into this little spot right here. You want it pointing literally vertically at you. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Huh? Yeah, go to the booth. I called it booth cam in the break stream. But if you need to add one to you could add one to the broadcast. Yeah. So it's just add media video capture device. Awesome. I know it's a little choppy, but ready? Yep, I'm transiting.
Hey, welcome. We're here in Houston, Texas, for the 2023 Air Hockey Championship. Find out who is the best air hockey player in Texas. Oh, well, I'm sorry, in Houston. We do have some Texas players here as well. I'm here, Tim Weissman. I'm here with Jacob Weissman. I want to welcome everybody in. Thank you for joining us for some live air hockey action. What are you thinking, Jacob?
I'm thinking that we're going to have some real interesting matches today. So we had a massive upset yesterday, Anthony Marino, right, beating Jacob Munoz.
Absolutely.
And so we have Munoz, the number 1 seed of the tournament, in the losers bracket.
Wow. Yeah, that was shocking. When Jacob Munoz was up in Game 7, 6-4, you thought it was. I think it was 6-4.
Yeah.
Was it 6-4?
Yeah, it was.
You thought it was
6-4.
over.
Yeah.
But Munoz is gritty. I'm sorry, Marino is gritty. He's a veteran. I think he's finished his highest number 3 at a world championship. He's not one to give up, and he came back and put Munoz surprisingly into the losers bracket, which shocked everyone.
Yeah, for sure. And so it's going to make for a real interesting losers bracket today, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. We've got Munoz in the losers bracket. We have who else?
So Munoz, Brian Acrocco, and so that will be the first match of the day.
Okay.
And then we have Connor Cummings and Austin Fernandez as well.
Okay. And on the winner's side,
we have myself and Vince
Saceda.
and then we have Anthony Marino and Chris Gibson.
Wow. And Chris Gibson's another story.
Yes, that story I know very well.
Yeah. Yeah, so you lost a challenge match to Chris a few weeks back, I guess, and he took the number 3 world ranking from you, which was a pretty big upset.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a huge upset, right? I don't think a lot of people expected it, least of all myself, but he's playing phenomenal right now, and I mean, definitely master level air hockey. Potentially top 5, you know, and I think he's kind of has something to prove this weekend. And it's an interesting mirror of kind of Anthony Marino, who was a top 5 player back in the day, right? You know, kind of in Danny Hines' cohort. And so they'll actually be playing, and whoever wins between them will be, you know, guaranteed 3rd place this tournament.
Wow.
So
Wow.
that's kind of incredible.
That is incredible. So the first match we're going to be seeing here is between Brian Acrocco and Anthony Munoz.
Yes.
What are you expecting to see? Here's Munoz.
Yeah, I'm going to predict 4-1 Munoz. Munoz, I mean, historically has Brian's number. And it's usually not that close.
Okay.
But I think Brian, he can get into this mode where he just sort of he just decides almost that he's going to win a game, that he's going to score some points. And so I think that kind of classic Brian Acrocco intensity is going to get him at least one game.
Get him at least a game?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we'll see a very focused Munoz, you know, maybe woken up yesterday by Marino.
Yes. All right. Looks like each of the competitors is getting a few words of advice from their compatriots.
Yeah.
Gibson was telling something to Munoz, and I see Austin Fernandez talking to Brian Acrocco.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, here we go with the face-off. Noah Weissman is the referee. Munoz wins the face-off. And Munoz immediately goes for the Viper shot, which was we nicknamed that shot after him.
Yeah.
After I think it was the 2021 Worlds where
he was hitting it against
Danny Hines and just blowing people away.
Yeah.
They'd never seen that shot so fast. So Brian there went for a cut. I would probably say that the cut's maybe one of the most difficult shots to get scoring on Munoz.
Yeah. You absolutely can score it. You just have to put in a lot of work and have another threat, right?
Right. And he went for it again there.
Yeah.
Like that one was interesting though. I like what he tried, which was he tried to cut from far back and early on the drift.
Yeah. Oh.
Munoz with the cross misses.
Missing.
That was sort of sloppy, just unforced error. O'Brien trying all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
He's sort of just throwing the kitchen sink at him to see what might go in.
Now, I like the forehand cut against Munoz a lot, actually. That side's pretty open.
Brian's trying. This is interesting. Brian is not playing his traditional setup.
Yeah.
Brian is tapping the puck and hitting it almost immediately with no delay, which is probably a wise choice since Munoz is so good at keying in.
Right. So it's 2-0 Brian right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thing is that Brian, a veteran of the sport, is now in his 50s.
Yes.
So, he might start pretty strong in the match, but how much will he be able to maintain that intensity?
Right. How much gas does he have in that tank?
Absolutely. And we know Munoz.
That was a beautiful forehand, though.
Yeah. And we know Munoz has an unending gas tank.
Yes. He's one of the OPEC nations or something. I don't know. That sound there means you almost scored on Munoz whenever he taps that rail like that. I really am liking Brian's attack here.
Yeah, I am too. Think it's a smart. But as soon as we said that, then he went to a little bit more of his slower traditional setup there.
Same thing
so
there.
I think he needs to go back to these pot shot type things.
Yeah. Oh,
like
I
that.
love it.
You know what I'm saying? Like just
Yeah.
like that. These surprise shots that Munoz can't key in on. Nice block. Munoz with the long hair.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him in a while. Kind of slicked back. He looks nice.
Yeah, maybe
Well, look your best, do
professional.
your best.
Yeah.
Nice get by
Ooh,
Brian.
great.
Sort of a sloppy shot on Munoz's part.
Oh,
Brian
going
goes for
the over.
an ill-advised off-speed over.
Ooh. Munoz gets an off speed.
Yeah.
So it's, I believe, game point 5.
Yeah.
Brian's up. So
Here he's the slow. He tried slow. I think he needs to go for the pot shot.
yeah,
That would have been good
he's
if
trying
he
to
hit
go-
the over.
Yeah. He's just trying to force that over. I think he needs to.
Oh, I like that. Not sure what that was. I think he went for the under again and mishit it. Good block. Munoz is great at slowing it down and setting up and then doing a wicked shot that's very deceptive. He's all wrist. Very hard to read.
Oh, that's not what you should be doing here, Brian.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
It's almost like Brian realized that he was possibly about to win the game, and now
Yeah.
he's sort of maybe gotten a little nervous, slightly. I mean, he's
Yeah.
like 4 unforced errors in a row.
Yeah,
It's not.
yeah, he's
really-
giving Munoz a lot of breathing room here.
Good block. Good get.
Yeah. See, I think this is a classic mistake when you're up that final point and you
Right,
start
and then
doing-
you start trying to do something completely different than when it got you there.
Yeah. Oh, that's
It would have been. We would have thought he was brilliant if it went in.
yeah. Okay, well,
Okay.
he gets it.
So, and notice how he got that shot.
Yeah, he
It
went
was
up.
just,
He
it was
went up
just
more.
a sudden sort of pot shot. The puck was in a position that had a lane to the goal, and he just went for it super fast.
Yeah.
That was great.
Though I will say, Brian could be in danger this next game.
Let's bring your music up.
If
Oh,
Brian
yeah.
starts this next game with that kind of, yeah, like this attack right here, that could be.
Yeah, we're back at the action here.
Munoz going for a forehand, misses it. Beautiful right wall under by Munoz to go up 1-0.
Yeah, I agree with you that I would expect Munoz to go up a notch or two in this game.
Absolutely. 1-1, okay. Ooh. There we see a little Frank Perez that still exists in Munoz.
Oh yeah, I mean Frank Perez, just one of the early pioneers of air hockey in Houston,
Beautiful cut.
is a relative of Jacobs and taught him how to play. He also taught a number of other great air hockey players through the years how to play. Albert Ortiz, Robert Hernandez, and you can see elements of his flair
Yeah.
in their games. It's really cool to see. It's a good get by Munoz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't really Viper speed,
No,
but
no.
it was just
Well, but it was an
super
over.
effective.
It was an over.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why it was a little slower.
Well, what's that? Like a water moccasin? What's the
What's
like
the slower version of
yeah.
a Viper?
Yeah, I don't know.
A pregnant Viper.
Notice Munoz is kind of slowing it down here, trying to get Brian out of that upbeat rhythm. Smart.
That was an ill-advised shot by Brian.
If I was in Brian's corner, I would tell him to keep doing that reverse circle drift and just popping shots off of it.
Right. But the shot, I think the shot has to be sudden
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
That's what he needs to be doing.
You know, in Brian's first challenge match with Avery before this last Worlds, he had one set where he played a reverse circle drift attack, popping shots off it, and he beat Avery that set.
Wow.
So it's something definitely, you know, that he has
Mm-hmm.
in his I don't know, bandolier, but he needs to break it out here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Ready? And play. Can you check the way it sounds in the stream? The room sound seems overpowered.
To you, I can hear
Yeah.
it. It's not on the screen.
Okay. Fair enough. Game point 2.
Oh, all right.
Munoz is up game point 2 here.
3
Ooh.
game point.
Yeah. So basically, what we both sort of expected is Munoz is going to raise his level. He's going to really key in on blocking as well as hitting some really powerful shots.
Yep.
And what's interesting is Brian had an extremely competitive match against Sarah Weissman, your sister, yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
They were at 2 games each, and it went 6-6 in the next game. Sarah had the puck maybe twice, and then Brian got a transition shot off of sort of a mishit by Sarah, and then she lost the last game. It was really close as well. Very, very strong improvement in her game. She's hitting shots with authority that probably I don't think I've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Like just almost reckless abandon type power.
I should say that I just watched Sarah scoring herself after hitting a shot too hard.
Yeah.
Not too hard, but
just yeah.
yeah, the reckless
Too much of
abandon.
reckless abandon. Yeah, she's I mean, we can talk about her if we get back to a match she's in, but I think she's probably charging too much. Okay, and we're back to the action here. We're at 1 game each. Munoz took control in game 2.
Oh,
Brian trying for the that quick right wall under again, but it wasn't in a great position and went right into Jacob's mallet. Have you noticed, you watch Jacob play and you watch him set up, like pay attention to what he does with his wrist as compared to most other players. He's virtually all wrist and no arm. And it's really amazing because most players are using some arm in their shots and then the wrist at the end for the to make
Right.
the last part of the whip in essence. But he's like just completely wrist, and it makes it very difficult to read because you don't get to see the position of his arm and his torso because he can keep it the same, and then just suddenly his wrist is telling the tale.
yeah, absolutely. And I think it makes for some super quick releases from him too.
Oh yeah, he's one of the quick. Yeah, I mean he's one of the all-time fast release players for wrist quick release.
I think it also goes back. I mean, we're talking about Frank Perez, right? Low top player,
yeah,
very wristy low top player.
Yeah.
I mean, think about Albert Ortiz.
yeah, it's all wrist.
And
And
so-
Robert Hernandez, wrist,
Yeah.
wrist. Yeah.
Well, and Munoz started with the low top. Actually changed to a high top when you told him to in 2017.
yeah. Well, there was also another gentleman that I coached and said you must switch to a high top, and that man went on to win 11 world titles after he made the change. So.
Jesse Dowdy.
No, not Jesse Dowdy. The great Danny Hines, who is somebody that would be great to get in the commentary booth to hear some of his wisdom.
Ooh, and we just got a puck in the commentary booth. One of the dangers of being an air hockey
That
commentator.
was a nice over by Brian. Brian's right wall over is one of his strongest shots.
Yeah.
I think that is going to be a key in any match that he plays to be able to get that shot in. And that's his other best shot.
Yeah, his
I mean,
cross.
I would say his cross is literally his best shot.
Yeah.
But his right wall
Yeah.
over is very strong.
Yeah. I think his cross is more consistent and accurate. But his over is harder to stop.
Yeah, so sort of what you predicted at the very beginning, that Brian's intensity was going to win him a game, and that did in game one,
Yeah.
right? He came in all fired up, and he had a plan, and he executed it. But
Yeah.
maintaining that level of intensity and focus gets to be difficult when you get a little older. In our sport of air hockey, it's a small niche sport, and because of that, we have a lot of competitors that have been playing for many, many years, playing with the younger generation as well. So we're 2-1. If I was coaching Brian, I would probably say something along the lines of, rather than investing so much energy into what he was doing in game one, try to be a little bit more reserved until the actual shot happens. Put all that power just into the shot, not into all the setting
It
up.
was a sweet forehand by Munoz.
So off the table, Munoz was defending, so he's going to retain possession. This table seems to be holding the puck better. We had a different table yesterday for the main feature table, and it seemed to be flying off a lot. That's the shot I think Brian needs to keep going for, but he has to have the right cadence and the right timing on when to execute it. Because Munoz is so dedicated to blocking straight shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's one of the reasons why Vince Saceda has traditionally done so well against Munoz, is he's hitting those sharp angled banks at such high velocity.
I actually disagree. I think Munoz doesn't really know how to block a lefty cut. And because his game is so based around stopping straight shots, he becomes super frustrated when he can't stop the cut.
Okay, so
we saw that happen with him and Marino yesterday.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. I like that. It's not something I had considered.
Same thing, when Avery Yabernetsky has played Munoz. I remember when we played doubles, Avery was just scoring his cut at will. And that's why I think the forehand cut is actually very open against Munoz for a right-handed player if you can execute it.
This is a nice over. Munoz, so what would you say are the top 3 shots that Munoz does? I mean, I'm gonna go with left wall under, right wall over, and cut straight. What would you say?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, he has a really good cross, too. He has a very good cross.
Would you put it above those other 3?
At least against me.
Against you? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Against me, right wall over.
So it's just
cross.
whatever's personal to you.
But
no,
I think he has I think his probably left wall under cut, and then right wall over. I would probably agree, but yeah, I don't know. I think he has all the shots.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't just have all the shots. He has more of them. He has all of them and then some.
Yeah, he does. I remember talking to Munoz at one, weekly tournament or something here, and he was explaining to me how he was working on a, specifically a double bank that would go over the mallet.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But that puck had so much forward momentum that even after it was blocked, it kept going.
Ooh,
And there it is again. It's when he's deciding to hit that shot. The cadence is just perfect on it.
Ooh, beautiful. Cross great.
Oh, look at that cross. Great.
Beautiful right wall over.
This is Brian when he gets into one of his little modes, where he sort of sinks in and he just decides, hey, I want to win.
Yeah. And I mean, Brian's won one major. I believe it was 2014 California State.
Yeah.
And Billy Stubbs was there, Davis Lee, both world champions. I believe
Yeah.
Brian beat both of them.
Yeah.
And Billy told me at the time that it was just, like it was Brian was in this mode we see right here just the entire tournament.
Right. He got into another forehand. I'm so happy to see. I've been seeing more and more forehands lately, and it was something that I had lamented and talked about in a lot of our videos in the last couple of years. And maybe that sunk in. That's just, shining a light on the lack of forehands in the sport, but they seem to be coming back now. Munoz has some great ones. Mike Cummings, I've seen him be doing a number of forehands. And then Austin Fernandez he's got.
Ooh. Speaking of forehand,
Yeah, let's see. Let's check that forehand again. Oh, yeah. And that's the kind of that forehand, that left wall under forehand. Whoa, brilliant. Let's see. Just replay after replay with these guys. Look at that. Oh, and that's one thing Munoz will do is he tries to end a lot of games that are close with, I guess, off speeds or unique shots. But I think
you hate to see that.
you do hate to see that. If I was, and I've given this advice to Jacob Munoz before, is shot selection, especially in key moments. I think that I've seen it change a little bit, and his shot selection in general has started to be more, I guess, focused on the things that have been traditionally working in the match.
Right. Yeah.
But he does still have that in him to try something a little unique.
Yeah.
To try to close it out in a tight game.
And I think there's something to be said for trying a unique.
Yeah, there is a lot to be said for that.
But I think it has to be at least like 70% unique shot. It has to be kind of high percentage.
Yep. So let's see if Brian has got I was going to say, let's see if Brian still has some intensity in him, because that was a hard game to lose. He'd put a lot into it, and he definitely sort of had the upper hand there for a set.
Yeah. That might be the most like pivotal point of the match.
Right, in terms of him being able to.
Wow.
And that's the cut I was referring to.
Yeah, it is a great.
It's
cut.
a great cut. I think it's patterned after Colin Cummings.
Yes.
Colin's, Colin's cut is just
It's disgusting.
is disgusting and transition.
Ooh, there's that cross.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So he just did a traditional cut cross attack on him. I mean, he was that puck was in the exact same spot that the cuts had gone in, and he crossed him instead. Brian was ready for the cut. Just Munoz smartly went to the other side of the goal.
Ready? Pucks in play.
Ooh, unforced error there from Munoz, and one from Brian. Ooh,
Yeah,
little transition.
Transitions off of Brian.
Beautiful.
That was just very, very smart.
There's that same.
Yeah. One thing I've said for many years is if you get a cut cross attack on somebody, it's curtains for them. It really is.
Yeah.
I think that's the most effective, most powerful shot combo if you're able to work it on someone.
Yeah.
It's hard to get going on someone. You got to have excellent positioning of that puck. Oh, another forehand. And Munoz is really showing a lot with those forehands. Take a look at that again. Just wristed it right in.
Player ready. Pucks in play.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
Munoz just really took control in that match.
Yeah.
Brian had a few bursts that, made it competitive at moments, but just not enough.
Yeah.
And your prediction was spot on.
Yep.
4-1. Let's get Munoz over here to talk for a few minutes. So I'm here with Brian Akronko.
Hello.
Hey, so before the match started, what was your game plan going into it?
Well, before the match started, really from this time I got up this morning, I knew that just kind of a standard calm Jedi type game wasn't going to work against him. I needed to get into my emotions a little bit, take a little bit of risk. And so I kind of got myself amped up and wanted to play aggressive as
Yeah.
if I did like I did when I was beating him, and see if that would rattle him or if it would give me an edge.
Sure.
And I felt it worked effectively. There was a few mistakes I'd like to take back, but I executed what I wanted to. His overs were just the percentage was where it needed to be to get past me.
Right. Yeah, we noticed that the shots that you were getting on him really well were sort of these out of nowhere pot shots. You know, the right wall under in particular. You got a lot of those, and we were noting that seemed like be a smart choice, but also a dangerous choice because it's hard to maintain, that intensity, especially since a young kid. Jacob predicted it was going to be 4-1 Munoz, and that's exactly what it was. You had the intensity to get that first game, and then you kind of went a little up and down in intensity throughout the rest of the match, which
He locked in on a lot of what I was doing, and my skill and execution, my muscles are just sore enough that I'm just losing a little bit of power on my under. So there's a lot of them that I had him on, but I just didn't hit it hard enough.
Sure.
And if I'd had that, if I'd played him yesterday doing that, then it would have been different.
Right.
But, he's where he is for a reason. He's that good. He and Chris both beat me 4-1. Chris is playing amazing too.
Yeah.
The defense is, I don't know, he can see the shot after the release like Danny could and get to the right location a lot, and it completely shut down my straight. So I had to beat him playing with right wall unders.
Yeah, well, no, that's fine. That's hey, you got to take what the opponent gives. So okay, so what is this? This will put you into 7-8.
Yeah,
7-8. All right, and so we'll see who you're going to play there.
I played the loser of Connor and Austin.
All right, well, not congratulations, but we wish you well.
Thank you.
We
It
wish
was
you
fun.
well.
Thanks to the guys for putting the tournament together. This is a lot of fun.
Awesome. Okay. All right, we're going to take a look here at a match between Sarah Weissman and Mike Cummings. It's 3-1 Mike Cummings, but there have been 2 7-6 games. It's the 9 through 12 spinoff bracket. Sarah, as we were talking about just a little while ago, oh, that's the match. Sarah had been raising her game at this tournament, playing very aggressively with a lot of confidence. Let's see if we can get Munoz over here and chat with him for a minute. Yeah, here it comes. When you talk. Okay. So congratulations, great win there. We were talking before the match, Jacob and I, on what we were going to predict would happen, and prophetically, Jacob said, "I think that Munoz is going to win 4-1," and I was sort of surprised actually by that. I thought that maybe 4-0 was more of the game count that would make more sense. Just traditionally, I feel like you've had Brian's number, but Jacob made a point. He said that Brian. He has this intensity that he can bring, and that if he could bring that intensity, he might get him a game. And it seemed like that's what happened in game 1, right?
Yeah. He's he always gets the best game out of me. I love playing Brian. The first game it takes me a minute to adapt to that intensity, but once I get the feel for it, I'm like, okay,
Sure.
I know how to play against it. And then I noticed I was very inaccurate in the first few games, but I managed to squeak those wins by.
Sure.
But once I got my accuracy in check, that's whenever I really started making
Right.
those dominating wins.
So I'm curious about something. You shot. I didn't count, but a number of forehands in that match, and. You probably know that I've been talking about forehands for quite a while and saying why it's a lost art in air hockey. But what you were showing in that, I haven't seen from you. I've seen you throw a forehand here or there, but there were a lot of forehands. Is that something that you've been doing regularly lately?
I try to keep it in my game. Sometimes I forget.
Right.
And with someone like Brian, you gotta throw everything at him. He's got such a stubborn defense, so you gotta throw everything that you have in your arsenal.
Yeah.
A couple of years back, I said I have 8 shots. I remember you saying that. So I just threw everything I had at him in my arsenal, and just to keep him honest, really.
Sure.
If I lost a possession, then I lost a possession. Sometimes it becomes a thing where you get into the habit of it, but
Sure.
If you're already up on your opponent 3-1, or
But you have a little more flexibility to try something. Sure.
right. So I felt like it wasn't a loss of possession, even if it was, because I was like, okay, whenever I needed to play smart, I could.
Sure.
So. Brian always gets the best game out of me. He gets all of my 8 shots.
Yeah, 8 shots. Well, and Jacob and I also talked about that. We were saying, well, Munoz has all the shots, and I think I said something along the lines of he has all of them and then some. You definitely have a repertoire of weapons that you can go to. I think that you have 3 core shots that is we kind of built your game around, which at least from my view is the left wall under, the right wall over, and the cut straight.
Yeah.
Jacob was saying that he also thinks that your cross should be in that same category.
Yeah, I throw that in as well, just to again keep him
honest. You hit a couple of cuts in on Brian, and then right afterwards, from the exact same spot, you hit a cross.
Right.
Because he was then thinking cut.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just to keep them honest. If your opponent's adapting, hit them
Yeah.
with something else.
Well, yeah, heck yeah.
And,
Well, it did more than keep him honest. You were scoring.
right. I mean,
Yeah.
it goes hand in hand. I mean,
Sure.
you always want to. The intent is to score.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, the cross is definitely in there. I'm not as confident as I am with my cross than I am with my cut.
Understood.
But
Understood. But you can do it.
right. Yeah.
One other thing I want to ask you about. So, big upset yesterday. Anthony Marino coming back, I believe it was 6-4 in the last game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just had a mental laugh.
Well, yeah, no, and we've all been there.
Right.
But what I wanted to ask you about it is, what was your mindset then, starting off in the losers bracket?
I mean, gotta fight back. I mean,
Okay.
not really much you can do. I mean, it's either go big or go home.
Right.
I mean, I knew I got myself in a bit of a pickle. Everyone prefers to be in the winners bracket. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, after I lost that match, of course I was upset with myself. But going into the match, I knew, I mean, this is an individual that has boatloads more experience than I do. So that played into it.
Sure.
For sure. Me
Well,
still getting the hang of
Sure.
this,
Sure. Well, but not. I think also Anthony in particular. I'm under the impression after chatting with him that he's been playing a heck of a lot of air hockey lately. So it's not like he's just a veteran that's just been sitting out there not doing anything.
Right.
So he's kind of sharp right now.
Yeah. He, I've had a talk with him. He said that all of the Marinos,
Right,
over
I know,
there,
they're
they've been
all
practicing
competing.
since August sometime.
Yeah, that's right.
So they LA Marino, he's definitely gotten a lot better.
For sure.
So yeah, I knew from the jump, that Anthony Marino was he was gonna bring some heat, and
Gotcha. Yeah.
I wasn't in the right mind space before I realized that he was like already
Pushing you.
yeah, pushing me hard. And I'm like,
What's up? Well,
So-
hey, I mean, I lost to him at Worlds, and he's a really, really strong player.
Right.
He has the capability to get into a high level,
Without a doubt,
and so yeah, I don't feel too bad about that. But I do like to hear that the attitude was, all right, well, I'm in the loser bracket now. I'm gonna fight my butt
go
off.
as far as I
Yeah,
can. Yeah.
absolutely.
I mean, on paper, I wasn't favored to lose that
No,
match
no,
yesterday, but
of course not. But
upsets happen.
But yeah, paper. Yeah, it all goes out the window as soon as the face-off happens. So.
Exactly.
Well, Cool Beans, congratulations on a strong win against Brian. Best of luck at the rest of the tournament. I know that it's going to be quite a challenge.
Without
All
a doubt. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sir.
What do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
I just think that the amount of strategy and the amount of focus that really goes into it to play at a high level, I think it's so easy to see it and dismiss it as a kid's game, as an arcade game,
Right.
at its base level, and that's it.
Right.
And when you come to an event like this, you see that there's just so much more involved,
Yeah.
and you can really see the differences between somebody who's just starting out and
yeah.
somebody who's playing at an elite level.
Yeah, absolutely. What's something that you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
That there's levels to it.
Okay.
I think a lot of people get this when they play video games at home. You beat your friends, and you think, I'm the best person there is at this game.
Right.
And then you play a regional tournament, and you get your butt kicked, and then one day you go back, you do well again, and you think, I'm the best there is at this game.
Yeah.
Then you come to nationals, and you realize that you're not the best there is at this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that there are tournament quality tables and non-tournament quality tables, and the ones that aren't tournament quality aren't as fun to play on.
Yeah, you're darn right. Well, what do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
Ah, man. I think it's one of those few individual competitive sports that literally anybody can play and succeed at, do really well at.
What is something you know about air hockey that the general population does not know?
That it's a lot harder than it looks. You have, people that will go to the arcades and they'll play and they think they're really good, and they might be, right? But it's a lot harder. It takes skill. You have to learn shots. You have to learn defense. You have to learn setups. It's a sport.
Right.
And it takes skill and it's hard.
That is more than just a game for fun. Some people play for fun. Some people also play it very competitively. And there are different levels to it. And coming here to the World Tournament for the first time, you really get to see.
Yeah, you see the difference. That's awesome. Something you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
I would say the biggest thing is the general public doesn't know how to do a good defense. I feel like you can play somebody in an arcade and they know what they're doing. Of course they can hit a good shot, but the thing that really gets them is when you put your mallet out a bit further for defense. You're like, what is that?
Right.
I would say you do that, you're better than 90% of air hockey people in the world.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. I like that.
I know that's a lot more controlled than most people think. If you go to arcades and stuff, you notice a lot of people seem to hit the puck back and forth. With air hockey, there's actually setups and there's actually strategies that most people don't know about, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
The real reason we're here is to find out who is the #1 air hockey player on the face of the planet.
The general public, probably just that it's possible to basically pick people apart in a lot of different ways in air hockey.
Right.
I know that there's a skill cap that people wouldn't even believe is possible to obtain.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are back. We got a match here between Connor Cummings and Austin Fernandez. Referee is Brian Acrocco. This is going to be an interesting match. I think both of these players are very similar skill levels. Nice cut.
Yeah.
They both did the same shot against each other, so let's see how similar they are. Nice redirection. So I asked you last match what your prediction was. What do you predict here?
Going into this match, I was predicting Austin, but after the first few moments of this match, I'm changing it to predicting Connor.
You've already changed.
Yeah, I've changed my. I really have no idea this match. I haven't seen these two players going head to head ever. And I'm not really sure where their skill level is. I know where Austin is right now. I'm not positive where Connor is.
Right. So Connor, I think, so the story with Connor Cummings, for folks who are new, just joining us, Connor Cummings is the younger brother of the world champ Colin Cummings. And he has struggled with a shoulder injury for the last 3 or 4 months, but it's sort of healed now. Allegedly, it's healed up. But I think he's also still struggling a little bit with the after effects.
Yes, right.
So we're not sure where he was before, before the shoulder injury. He looked like he was on a path to be a top 5 player pretty soon.
Yeah.
But then the shoulder injury sort of derailed that.
Yeah.
Went for a nice over there.
I think one thing is I think Connor will probably make fewer unforced errors this match than Austin. But I think Austin might score more consistently. I'm not sure.
Okay. Right, but so he scores consistently, but he gives the puck up more. It sort of evens out a little bit if Connor can score just a little less consistently.
The beautiful.
Yeah, it was
over.
nice over. Do you think he intended that to be an over? Because normally he hits that under.
He does have a hard over, so.
Okay.
I'll give him benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
I
mean, Austin's attack is just looking.
It's looking
very
phenomenal.
sharp.
Yeah.
Barely missed that. Mm. 7-4. So game 1, 7-4. Yeah, that was Austin.
Yeah, it
was pretty much all Austin there.
Yeah, that was pretty dominant first game.
Yeah.
So maybe my original prediction was the correct one. I don't know.
You can't change.
No, I know. I'm not changing.
Yeah. You get one change, which you already made. But it's okay because if you're not correct here, you're still 50-50 in your predictions. It's not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Notice I'm 100%. I'm able to do that by making 0 predictions. I guess Austin is taking his full 2 minutes between the games. Players can have up to 2 minutes between games in a tournament. In challenge matches, you get 1 minute per game in between games, except you can choose to take 2 minutes once per set.
That's interesting. If I'm Austin here, I'm not taking my 2 minutes. Like, if I basically steamroll someone game 1.
Right. Connor did what I would recommend you don't do, which is just walk to the other side of the table and say ready after you lost a game pretty, it wasn't that competitive.
Yeah. And so I think it's interesting to see what will happen, right? Because
Austin is now forced Connor to take some time, which might benefit Connor, but also Austin might be playing a mind game with him and saying, you know what, I'm going to make him sweat. I just beat him really bad. I'm going to make him think about it. We're back. Ooh. Well, that one came all the way to the booth. Connor gets possession.
Just missed that cut.
Over.
Yeah.
I liked that cross, but I think that it didn't have enough movement before.
Good over.
Was it over?
Okay. It was an over that went
under. An over that went under. Yeah.
There's one of those unforced errors.
Right.
See if Connor can capitalize.
That was an interesting loss of mallet. Usually, it's a loss of mallet when you're actually shooting a shot, not when you're defending.
Good block.
Yeah.
It's a good block, but it also looked kind of like a forced shot on Austin's part.
Sure. It was somewhat. It didn't have the same cadence time delay that he normally does when he whips in that right wall under. We were talking about how the puck was staying on this table. It's coming off a lot right now. It may be because of the way these guys are hitting it.
Yeah.
But it might be the puck.
Yeah, I think it's a puck issue on that people were noticing yesterday. Because when I played on the old table one yesterday, I changed pucks and it was fine.
Right.
2-2.
Oh. I think that and that's the forehand we were talking about earlier, right? That's the old bread and butter shot, which he learned from Brian Acrocco, I assume.
Unforced error from Connor there.
Brian learned it from me, but we won't
You want to
go
talk
in.
about
we,
that?
we don't need to go into all of that. That's ancient history. But I will say it's a great shot to have, and it's a wonderful weapon that Austin has been using in this tournament to great effect.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah, just a little accuracy. You know, that's another thing is Connor played left-handed while he was injured for quite a while, and it can also affect your overall accuracy when you move back to your dominant hand for a little bit.
Right.
Well, I know he's been practicing, so, I mean, not sure how much of that can be attributed to the left-handed play.
Oh, I think that one was an over.
That was definitely an over. That was definitely an over. Well, I mean, yes, it definitely was because it went in the overside, but I believe he intended it.
Yeah, intentional over there.
Intentional over. Great shot to have. So it seems like pretty much most of what Connor is currently scoring is that under, the right wall under. He needs something else to start working here.
So that cut is there. He's missed it 3 times, I think, when it's been open.
Right. That was another somewhat over that went under.
Yeah.
So what that tells us, or tells the person watching and looking at defense is that Austin is basically frozen for a split second out on his defense. That's a hard shot to block.
Yeah. Wow. Good transition there.
Yeah. Another somewhat dominant game win by Austin. Connor's has got to come up with another shot that he can throw at him. But I also know that Connor has been talking recently about some struggles with defense. And I do know that when you take a break from air hockey or any sport, I guess for that matter, and come back to it, that defense is one of the last things to get solidified. And so you could think of it as him taking a break in the sense that he's been playing lefty for a number of months and not righty.
Yeah.
So he's come back to righty, and maybe, the offense has gotten back up to snuff, but maybe he just needs more seasoning to get that defense. All right. We've got a 2 games 0.
Mm-hmm. 2 games 0. Austin.
2 games 0. And so far, Austin has been somewhat dominating. Okay, so that was a right wall over. I'm going to say that that it was intentional, and if so, I think that's a smart choice by Connor.
Yes.
Because that's going to give him another option to keep that right wall under opened up.
Yeah.
Because what happens a lot of times is if you only have one shot that's working, he went for the over again. Nice. See?
Ooh.
And then went for the under. If you only have one shot working and it's the only thing you can go to, eventually it gets shut down. So you need something else. He went for the over. I like the way Connor has started the game. It looks like he has a game plan.
Yeah,
that was a mishit.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, and then self score.
Sweet.
Oh man.
3. Connor's favor.
Yeah.
Oh, just missed that over. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Yeah. He went for the under again.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have to get that over in another time.
Yeah, if I'm Austin, I'm just not really worrying about the over until he's
Yeah,
scoring
he
it
went for the over.
consistently.
And smart. I mean, he's making smart plays. Connor's making smart
Yeah,
plays.
he is.
It's the accuracy isn't there right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, I like the little.
I like the choice by Austin. The cross was open, but again, he had his own issue with the accuracy on it.
Yeah, that's a
His
deadly
fast cuts from
Yeah.
far back is just so difficult to block because there's a wide open lane to the goal from when you're that far back, and he hits it with such speed.
Ooh, there's the over.
Yep. Yeah, he just missed it. Yeah, go.
Good block.
And that's not Austin's normal setup and release for his right wall under. Ooh, and the cross.
Yeah, it was
We haven't
just
seen that.
deadly accurate.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that from him. So, I mean, Connor's opened a little bit up here. If he can hit some of these shots accurately, he missed that that over.
Yeah.
Austin going for his own over, misses. Yeah, Austin's puck control has become so good. I know he just hit the puck off the table, but what I mean is just his ability to move the puck around and hit accurate shots.
One thing is, I was talking with him yesterday. He's lost 50 pounds since the North Carolina State.
Yeah, I noticed he's definitely looking slimmer.
So that's definitely gonna help.
Yeah.
Okay, Connor needs one more point to take a game.
Yeah. This would be super important, obviously.
Ooh, that.
And that's more like Austin's right wall under. It's sort of a sudden shot. Connor goes for the over, barely misses it. Goes for the cross, misses it.
Yeah, barely.
This is a dangerous spot.
Yeah. Connor obviously needs this point.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, he's made the right choice going for that over. It's just
missed it.
The accuracy just isn't there consistently. He's hitting maybe 30% of the ones he's shooting.
Yeah, it's.
Go for it again. Oh. I was gonna say this is when Austin's dangerous.
Yeah.
When he does that little bit of a slow.
Oh, he had the shot.
He went for the over again, missed it. Oh, great block. I liked it. Liked the choice. The accuracy is just not there. Yeah. And look at Austin's defense. He's just so far out there.
He went for the under.
He went for the under, and it was a good choice, but it's
Austin.
just Austin going a little slower. Uh-oh. Yeah. That's when he does that, when he slows down to actually set up his shot. I believe that's when Austin's is most dangerous on offense. Yeah, so 3-0. That's very unfortunate for Connor there because he had a chance to go 2-1, start to put pressure back, and now all the wind is out of his sails probably.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Hopefully he understands that he made good choices.
Yeah.
He just wasn't hitting the shots, and you can only do what you can do.
I feel like mentally outplayed Austin that game. He just
until the end.
Yeah,
until the end.
Until the end. Yeah.
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 Yeah. And then he
made the right choices.
Yeah,
he was just inaccurate.
Yeah. Connor got some advice from Mike Cummings and his his teammate Ben Heyman, who showed up and is giving him some advice as well. Interesting to know what they're saying. They're sort of smiling. Maybe they're just trying to keep them in a light mood, not get down on yourself. It's okay. Maybe. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying. It looks like Austin is forcing another full
2 minutes.
2 minutes between the games, which, yeah, I kind of like.
Yep.
Especially if that's what's best for Austin, for sure, I like it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, do what makes sense for you. But even if he's just doing it for a mind game, it's kind of clever. Unforced error by Austin to start.
Oh, beautiful over.
So went for the. So I think he went for the under there based on the way he released it and set it up, but I'm sure he'll take the over. I mean, that's happened. How many times has that happened to you?
Don't worry about
Don't
that.
worry.
Let's focus on this match.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that it's definitely happened to me many times throughout the years where I went for an under, mishit it, it went over, and somebody thought that I was making a great shot. Do what now?
Connor looks keyed in here.
Yeah, I mean, Connor is not. He's not a give up guy.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he's gonna fight till the end.
Give up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and that's the same way he released that first one. It was the same type of a shot.
Oh.
So this is one of those situations where you get up 3-0 on someone and then you sort of let down a little bit.
Yeah.
He's made some Austin has made some unforced errors.
Yeah, and in Connor's mind, I mean, when you're down 3-0, it's in some ways it's like you've already lost, and so. Well, like mentally, like you can feel like you've lost and it's over, and so at that point, sometimes the fear can kind of go away.
You're talking, the whole other issue. Yeah, that's a whole other ball of wax there.
So a lot of times, when a guy is down 3-0, in some ways he can just,
well, it can relieve some pressure if they
Yeah.
were fearing losing. Yeah, that could do that because they think, well, it's probably gone, so I'll just throw caution to the wind. I could see that, but I think this is more a situation where Austin let up a little bit, and Connor's able to take advantage of it.
Connor up 6-2. Oh,
interesting. It was a charge that made Connor stop. Not want to actually shoot, and then it was too late. The puck had already drifted over to the other side. It was open. He missed it.
Austin not giving up this game either.
No, he's slowing down, doing his thing. But he may have gotten dug too big of a hole. It's 6-2 is real hard to come back from.
And there's Connor closing it out.
Okay, so this next game is going to be interesting because Connor, probably sees and understands that he's still in this. He can win this.
Yeah.
And Austin I think Austin is going to raise his game. I think he's going to come into this next game much more focused than he did in the last game, because I think the realization probably is setting in that, oh, wow, I could lose this.
Yeah.
I actually do need to focus.
Yeah.
See if he takes his full 2 minutes again.
Here is where I would definitely take my full 2 minutes, I think. Like, if I'm Austin.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Especially if you had been taking 1 minute a game. Like,
yeah,
you're
I
like,
would be taking my full
right.
2 here.
Yeah. And what do you think Austin needs to do in this next game to end it?
Go back to what he was doing the first 3 games. I think mentally he should just pretend the last game didn't exist and just go in there super focused, right? Slam that cut, slam those unders. He has the program.
Right. For sure. No, he definitely does have the program, and a lot of times the struggle is in executing the program, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what was happening in those first several games so far with Connor is he actually seemed to have a program, especially in game 3. He had a program, but he couldn't execute it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Austin considering his options.
One thing that's interesting is Austin's main coach is reffing him, so can't kind of coachless, I guess, this match.
Right. That's interesting. Yes. That's a point for folks that aren't familiar with competitive air hockey. We do have a ref for every match because there are calls that do need to get made about when a puck flies off the table, who gets possession, whether somebody hit the puck over the line, what the score is. I know you think that might sound odd, but you can't rely on electronics on tables to count the score correctly for various reasons. But since we do have to self-ref amongst the community in our competitions, sometimes that means there's a situation like this where a guy's coach is also a ref.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to coach during when you are reffing.
1-1 here. They're both coming out swinging.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful cross straight by Connor.
Yeah, yeah, and that's sort of one of the pieces to the puzzle that got added in the last game or two. Cross and the over, which is interesting because he is attacking two sides of the goal with those two shots.
Yeah,
and he almost got it there. Yeah, I think he needs to get that over in.
Oh, got it back.
Yeah. He went for the over, just missed. The over is such a hard shot because it requires pinpoint accuracy. It really does. Nice under. The under does not require as much accuracy because the whole concept of the underbank is that you're trying to get around behind a person's mallet, and if the puck gets behind their mallet, it doesn't matter what part of the goal it goes in.
Yeah.
But if you're going to hit over the mallet, right, their mallet is in the way the whole time, and it has to move out of the way and give you one little lane, and that's that forehand that Austin has. I've seen him do a bunch this tournament.
Oh, kind of a
interesting
reflection into the goal. It's 3-3 now.
Yep. Good defense. Just missed it. I'm surprised that Austin didn't get the puck on that.
Good discipline there by Connor.
Yeah, not to go for that seemed like it may have touched his shirt, but I guess they have a better look at it than we do.
Looks like Austin's trying to key into that over now.
Yep. Well, I think that's why that cross works so well. And he's just.
Oh, wow.
That's happened a lot this match.
Yeah, it has. Maybe nerves. Both sides. Yeah.
And I mean, it's like rinse repeat with Austin with that type of setup. He's just. Yeah, Connor's accuracy, I think, is what has let him down in this match. The mental game and the decision on the choice of shots has been pretty nice.
Yeah.
Been pretty strong.
Yeah.
I think he can eke out this game, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was close. It was a close call. Not over the line.
All right. Austin's playing smart here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the cross, right? You just if Connor could hit like 70% accuracy on his shots. Ooh. Okay.
Self scores this game.
Yeah.
For Austin.
Right. Austin gonna go slow right while under. Oh, he goes for the cross. Connor, nice
Good
timeout. I kind of like the timeout. Just so I can talk about it a little more. I mean, if Connor is accurate, I'm saying go for the over, but I can't say he's going to be accurate with it.
Right,
so what do you do?
Maybe do an under here. Oh, do the cut.
Oh, how about a cut? How about something that you haven't done at all? Brilliant. Brilliant. Wow. So, Austin.
Yeah, Austin throwing the mallet there at the end of the game. Not
okay. Did he get a conduct warning?
I believe Mike Cummings gave him a conduct warning. I'm not sure.
No, so conduct warnings occur when a player behaves against the conduct rules.
Yeah.
What we have are like distractive noise rules. We have being too loud, cursing, throwing your mallet, things like that.
Yeah. I believe. One sec. I'm going to go make sure because that's his second conduct warning.
Right. He needs to. Yeah. And what I was going to say is conduct warnings accrue throughout an event. So they continue. If you got a conduct warning much earlier in the tournament, and then you get one later, it means that you now have two, and it's the penalties increase the more you get, and I believe you start to lose points, and then games, and then match, and then ejection by maybe 5 conduct warnings. So Jacob was checking out to see how many conduct warnings have been issued. Oh, do we think it's 3? Is it the third?
No, it's the second.
It's the second. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. Yeah. So it's the second conduct warning for the tournament. I believe that might be loss of possession.
I believe it's loss of possession, and Austin actually starts with the puck this game, so I believe that means Connor gets first possession.
Okay.
And then I believe third is loss of a point.
All right, 4 lost the game, and 5th loss of match or full ejection. Let me see. But that's Austin's sort of one of his the areas for his mental game that he's got to clean up. He really, I really believe strongly that Austin could be a really top player, like top 3. I mean, he could contend if he were to clean that side of his game up, and he can do that. He's shown less of it over the years.
Yeah,
and he's shown that it doesn't necessarily like last a long time. So he may have a bit of an outburst of emotion, toss his mallet on the ground, but then pull himself together. Whereas maybe in years past it would kind of continue.
Yeah, and he's definitely worked hard on trying his best to keep it in check.
Yeah.
He, so he gave Connor a little fist bump there before the game, kind of apologizing a little bit.
Right. It's not. Yeah. It's definitely not maliciousness.
No,
at all.
not at all.
It's just emotion.
Yeah,
it's
a
just
lot
pure
of
emotion.
Yeah, and unfortunately though, throwing the mallet is kind of
it's dangerous.
It's dangerous, and that's one of the few things that I feel like we really have to police when we see it happening. As referees.
Okay.
Gentlemen, it's time to go.
All right. So we're going to get back to the match here. 3 games to 1. Austin lost possession to start the game because of the conduct warning. Well, he almost got it right back. He almost got it right back. But, I mean, it's something that Austin's going to have to really think about, because if he does win this match, he's got more matches to play.
Yeah.
And they're accumulating. You throw another mallet, now you're giving a guy a free shot.
And I mean, refs are allowed to issue multiple conduct warnings at once.
That's
too.
a good point.
And
that's a good point.
Usually, if I'm reffing and someone spikes a mallet, I'm issuing at least 2 warnings.
2 right away.
So,
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we have a timeout on the table.
Ready, Connor?
Okay, we're back. I'm not sure what the timeout was for, whether it was just a timeout or whether there was some sort of
I think it was
issue.
to clean the mallet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It was a nice transition by Connor to at least get a shot off.
Beautiful right wall under by Austin there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good block.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I haven't seen many people block that yet.
Score still 1-1. Play.
Connor's. Yeah, I was just to say Connor has this rhythm now that I hadn't seen earlier, and I think that rhythm is what he needed. So we'll see if he can kind of keep that going. I like the shot selection. I like all of it. I think it was just blocked. Austin
that
just
was a good
made a
block.
good block.
Yeah.
Connor's puck. Still 2-1 in play.
He just barely missed the cut. He went for the cut again. Sometimes it's hard to hit that cut. What he's done here is he was hitting it a little bit closer to the line than he did earlier, which actually cuts the angle off. He needed to move that puck back some. I know that might seem counterintuitive, but the further up the table towards the line you go to hit a straight, the more the angle for that straight gets cut off if the other player has sort of traditional out defense.
A lot of defense this game.
Yeah.
There's that sweet forehand.
Yeah.
Austin is quickly developing one of the best forehands in the game currently.
Yeah. No, I would say
it might be the best in the game
I
currently.
would say right now it's the best in the game.
Yeah.
That specific shot,
Yeah.
the left
Yeah.
wall under at the beginning of a right to center drift.
Yeah.
He's got the best.
Yeah.
I'd say number 2 is probably a toss up between Munoz and Akrako.
Yeah.
And then I know Mike Cummings has been using that shot some. I can do it. I just can't do it as accurately as I used to back in my younger years.
It was a good call by Brian there.
Yeah, that was great. Ooh, I thought that went in. The sound made it sound like it went in. Oh, that's odd. Like, Connor should have got that puck. That puck was moving slow enough that he should have been able to snag it.
Oh, I like the setup.
Yep. It was great defense. Again, these guys are really trying to shut each other down.
Oh, that cut was there. He just
and
missed
that's
it.
the rhythm that Connor needs. The way he was setting up and then pulling and then sort of cocking his wrist at a certain like that.
Yeah,
just
that's
there's a rhythm to it.
Oh,
Yeah,
beautiful.
And notice he then went to a sudden fast cross off of that rhythm.
Yeah.
And I think it worked precisely because
5-2 Connor.
Connor can keep that rhythm and that attack going. So, again, Austin is too close to the line, I think, for that cut.
Yeah, it's not
going right into his mallet. Which is, I mean, when you're doing a shot like that, you're basically, when you're especially up close to the line like that, you're assuming or hoping that the other player flinches. But if it's a power cut, there's really no time for them to flinch.
Yeah.
So I think the type that was good. The type of cut that you execute near that line needs to be sort of a touch cut or sort of a finesse cut, something that makes them flinch. Nice redirection.
Ooh, beautifully accurate cross there.
Yeah, I mean that pulling that cross into. Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's correct. I think it was a charge.
Yeah,
it was very subtle.
Brian,
interesting to see it back.
Akrako is doing an excellent ref job here so far.
Yeah, we'll give him
Lots
lots of props, Brian. So Connor went for a sort of an over. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's developed this.
We're going
He's
to
developed
game
this
7.
cross. Yeah, great. 3 games each.
Wow. Wow.
So Austin was up, I think, 6 to 4.
6 to 4.
4 to put the match away.
Yes.
And we're now going into game 7.
Yep.
Wow.
And Connor was down 3-0. He's down 3 games to 0.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, beyond that, Austin could have just put it away.
Yeah.
But I think a couple of sloppy things happened and opened up a door which Connor seems very happy to walk through.
Oh yeah, Connor's like, yeah, certainly, I'll walk in. You know.
Yeah. So if you're joining us and you have never seen professional air hockey and you think, wow, this is cool, or you might think, wow, this is kind of dumb. We get it. Air hockey's not large. It's a niche activity that has been going on since the early 70s. But on a competition level table, you can see what you're seeing here today, which is high-end competition, which these guys are hitting exceedingly fast shots, power, accuracy. They're defending against those same shots, requires an immense amount of hand-eye coordination and reflexes. We've done the sports science calculations, which we've got a video on the center line that shows that, and the the speed that a fast puck goes that's coming at you is equivalent to trying to hit a fastball in baseball that's going 400 miles an hour in terms of how fast your reflexes have to be. All right, here we are, Game 7.
0-0.
It's interesting to see if I was
Beautiful
going to say,
cross.
interesting to see if he's going to keep going with the cross. Doesn't seem like Austin has been able to come up with a defense against that cross.
That awesome shot there by Austin.
Yeah, and that's that stutter rhythm that Connor does on his setup, where he just suddenly pulls his hand back and then shoots the shot.
Austin looks focused.
Oh yeah,
good.
Yeah, Austin. Even though you see him have those emotional outbursts, I don't see him giving up.
Oh no, he's
It's just
unforced error.
Unforced error. I have to let that go and just keep moving.
Connor says here's an unforced error back.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. He missed the bread and butter
Beautiful.
shot, and then another cross from Connor. Can Connor in this match just cross?
Austin does really well when he kind of circles the puck a bit like that.
So, I don't know what Connor tried to do there. It was sort of an off-speed cross, which I wouldn't advise. Oh, I thought that was in. It had the sound.
Yeah, it was there. It just went off the table.
Yeah. Just a little too much spice on that shot. Another cross. That's 3 crosses now. We got a cross kicker and a right wall over. Nice. He goes for the over, which is a great choice. But again, he's just not accurate with it today.
I like the cut choice. It just needed a little something.
I like that going for the left wall under by Connor. He's been going cross.
I don't.
Yeah, Austin's speeding up here. I'm not sure that's to his benefit or not. Oh, it was there. It was wide open.
Ooh. That looked close to over to me, but
yeah, but
I shouldn't probably
yeah,
throw
yeah
overs and other people's something
that also
house.
had the sound.
Yeah,
these pucks are going right into the lip of the goal and then bouncing out. I can't wait to talk to these guys after this match. Okay.
All tied up. Oh.
Interesting redirection. Cable's off. All right. Yeah, that cross, I think, for Connor, it needs to be more of a power shot. What was that?
It was a right wall under.
Okay. And there's the cross. Okay. Again, that's 4 crosses now. See that cross again? He went for another cross.
He needs an over. Oh, go for the cut.
5-5 goes for the cut.
Hey.
Oh, wow. Let's watch that again. Hunter needs to get back that rhythm like that. God, he just missed that over so many times. All right, and here, Austin can put it away.
Tried it off speed. Oh,
yeah, just bad
Wasn't
angle.
right.
Look at the bad angle. Oh, Austin's actually moved the table.
Yeah.
Austin has moved the table. This is the first time that we've seen anybody moving the table all tournament long. Interesting.
Oh, it came off of the
Yeah,
pad.
it came out. There's pads on there to keep it stable.
Yeah.
In play.
Went for it over again and just went right into his mallet.
Just missed.
Yeah.
Deadly.
Yeah, there it was. Wow.
Good match.
Great match. Great match. Wow. Wow. 7-5, game 7. Connor, after being down 3-0, comes back, forces game 7. We'll get these guys over here and talk to them.
Next match on table number 1 will be Anthony Marino versus Chris Gibson, ref by Connor Cummings.
You were down 3-0. It looked like it was curtains, but you didn't give up. You kept fighting. What was going on in your head?
Yeah, towards the start, and honestly, just for most of the match, I could like feel myself missing really easy like transitions, losing control of the puck like on super like simple things, and I was getting really frustrated with that because that's definitely not my best, and I definitely don't lose easy things like that normally. But
sure,
I transitioned whenever Ben got here. He talked to me, and that helped a bit. I transitioned into more of a playing out of enjoyment as opposed to playing out of competitive, because
it's so funny because we were panning over it when they were talking to you, and I was sort of guessing what they were saying, and I guessed that, but then I was like, well, but maybe not. That, you know, so they were just saying, hey, just play and enjoy this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just have a good time. Like, I haven't practiced like in a competitive set in a while. I haven't played a challenge match since before Worlds.
Sure.
And I'm definitely like not my best right now, just to go out and enjoy it. And I did enjoy it. It was a really good time. I found something that was working, a good cross that was working pretty well. I just didn't have the left ball to connect, and I lost some easy possessions that could have shifted it either way. So
yeah. Well, and I think what began the shift in the match from where I was sitting was the right wall overs that you were getting. But then it was almost like you were only hitting about 30% of them accurately.
Yes, exactly.
And so when that cross started going in, it was a great new addition to an attack. You had something to go to. But then still, when you would try to go to the left wall to go to, or the over to go to the other side of the goal, they were just inaccurate.
Yeah, and for me, hitting an inaccurate right wall is like one of the most risky things.
Sure,
it's
they
so
can get
easy
position.
To get
possession. Yeah.
I think one of those times I went for it and it was like so off, and he got possession and then he scored.
Yeah,
and it just like
and
shattered.
You're scared
my
to do it.
in that.
Yeah. Wow. Well, we enjoyed watching the match. It was thrilling, really, and congratulations on coming back and forcing that situation, because a lot of people, they're down 3-0, they just kind of fold up their tent and go home, and you didn't do that. So
thank you.
All right, so this puts you in
the 7-8.
7-8. Okay, and so you're going to play BrianOkrako.
Okay.
Yes,
sir.
All right. Well, good luck in that match.
Thank you.
Yep. We'll get Austin Fernandez here. Here we go. Get a few words from him. So congratulations, great, well fought. You were up 3-0. He comes back. A lot of people could fold in that situation. You didn't fold. What tell us about it.
I thought at 3-0 I had the match, and then in that you get into that sense where like, okay, you only need one more game, and then something happens and you're just like, okay, I don't know what I did in that game wrong.
Right.
Because he beat me pretty bad that game. I think it was
like
7-2 or something like that. And
we were talking about that, and what our analysis is that it's a typical, you get up 3-0 and then you sort of let down. You think, I've got this.
Yeah,
and
you let off the gas a little bit.
Right, exactly. Let off the gas. But as far as what shots do you feel like were the shots that you were going to go to when it was a critical moment?
The forehand was working if I could get him not expecting it.
Right.
So if I wasn't hitting it a bunch, then I can get one if I really needed to.
Right.
But I don't think at a 6-6 situation that would really typically be the safest shot to shoot.
Right.
But I think what I would do is I'd go up and set up the cut, then hit a cut off goal a couple times. Then I would come back, bring it over to the right side of the table, kind of where close to the right rail, looking like it's going to be kind of like a rival over, rival under fast, then hit a cross cut.
Right.
So then he kind of flinches for the under, and then it just goes straight in.
Right. Well, when we talked about your forehand, which is is a shot that I said I believe is currently in the sport the forehand left wall under. I think yours is currently the best right now.
Okay.
I believe that. Okay. Now, of course, it does require a certain time to hit that shot, and I think towards the latter end of the match, when you tried like 3 of them and none of them scored. I don't think it was because they were at the wrong time. I think you didn't hit them accurately. They wouldn't go to the. But when you hit that shot accurately, it's deadly. I'm guessing you learned it from Brian Acrocco.
Yeah, he had that one. I know. I watched a little bit of video last night, and he said that he got it from you. And then Brian didn't really teach me. I've watched him do it.
Sure, you see it, and you see, wow, that works. And the reason it works is because if you set up most of your shots as a right to center drift, and you begin the drift with sort of a forehand tap of the puck, it's just a natural slam all of a sudden, and it's so fast and unexpected that it goes in really well.
Yeah, I think the way I just disguise mine a little bit more, because I like to do mine a little bit more off of the diamond drift.
Right.
And I disguise it as the coming back for the diamond drift. And I just kind of,
Yeah, but you're right. It's the same. Like you're going to be doing a drift.
Yeah.
With that motion, but instead of doing the drift this time, I'm just slamming the shot in, and so it's really effective. The other thing we should talk about is the conduct warnings.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the things that we did, I talked about yesterday, I talked about a little bit today, is like I've seen a lot of growth in you through the years that like those outbursts used to extend,
really
right?
Bad.
And kind of keep going. Whereas now you seem to be able to rein it back in pretty quickly, but like to see you completely eliminate it because, in all honesty, throwing mallets is dangerous.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway, what are your thoughts on it?
That's been the first time I've thrown my mallet really in a really long time. I threw it because I scored twice on myself in that game, and I was just upset about it, and it's not the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And I was getting upset about the conduct warnings because I wasn't informed. Somebody else at World got like 4 of them and nothing happened to them, and so then I was like, I got 2, and then I go over, and then they're like, oh, you don't have possession now, and I'm like, is that right? Like I thought, like if it was 2 in a match, you lose possession.
No, it's I mean it is in the rules. They do accumulate over the course of a whole event.
Okay.
So it's good information for you right now, right? Because you still have matches to play. If you get a 3rd conduct warning, that's going to be a technical foul, so a person will get a free shot against you.
Yeah.
And then the 4th one is a lost game, and then a 5th one is a lost match. So maybe that's some incentive to when you get feeling frustrated to to figure out something else to do.
Yeah,
But,
and I'm trying. You know, I've been talking with people. You know,
Good,
I've
good.
got a little bit more to work, but yeah, back in the day, I used to be
Right.
an animal.
right. Well, it's good that you are working on it. Continue to work on it. You're a fierce competitor.
Thank you.
Your air hockey game has risen tremendously in the last year and a half. And I think that you clean up that other piece, that other emotional piece a little bit more. I mean, you're top 5. You're a contender. You could take it. So
Thank you.
keep it going. Congratulations. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you in the next match.
All right.
So here's the charts. Well, oh, okay. Never mind. Let's go ahead and check out some action from a spin-off bracket here on our side table. Go to table 2. We'll get there. We've got a match on table 2 between Mike Cummings and Noah Weissman. And this is a here we go. Still learning. We're getting there. So this is an interesting matchup here because Noah and Mike literally played a challenge match a week ago, I believe. And Noah won that match. It was a hard-fought match, though. It was 16 games to 12. You get a charge by Mike, and he gets possession. Goes for left wall under. Noah is able to block it, and Mike just barely misses the cross. It was a very strong left wall under by Noah, and a strong left wall under by Mike. It looks like we're 5-5 in this game. Oh, and Mike just barely rims out on that cross. Noah gets blocked in the cut. Mike goes for a right wall over and misses. Cross misses. Right wall under. Nice snag by Noah. Noah's been trying to clean up his transition game so that he just snags pucks and then gets control of them as opposed to just hitting transition shot after transition shot. With an unforced error there. Mike goes for 2 right wall overs. That's one of Mike's strongest shots, is that right wall over. I think Noah probably just rushed that right wall under, didn't give Mike a chance to think that it was going to be a cut. Left wall over. And Mike gets that game. We're going to go ahead and throw it to the feature table. We've got a match between Anthony Marino and Chris Gibson. And Anthony is warming up. Anthony has been sort of the big story at this tournament. He put Jacob Munoz in the losers bracket yesterday, which was quite an upset because Jacob Munoz is, I think, number 2 in the world, and Anthony is, I think he was around, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think he was around 14 or so. And I'm joined now with Ben Heyman, helping me yesterday commentate.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back.
Welcome back. All right, and here we go. So, and then another story is Chris Gibson, who is the player on the right with the long sleeves. Chris Gibson has actually played air hockey for a long time, many years, since he was a young child. He's in his mid-20s now, but in the last year has made significant improvements in his game through just a lot of dedication. He went on a stretch where he was challenging just player after player after player. And, he was losing a lot of matches, but he was learning. And all of that hard work has been paying off. He beat Jacob Weissman a challenge match a few weeks ago to take the number 3 world rank. And that was a massive upset because Gibson, I think, was around 19th in the world. In air hockey, we have a system of world rankings where it's similar to boxing in a sense that if you play someone and beat them, you can take their title, but the title is the rank. And so we have challenge matches. These are long, grueling matches, which are usually 4 out of 7 games and 4 out of 7 sets. So each set is 4 out of 7 games, and then 4 out of 7 sets. So it could be as many as 49 games. But right now we've got Anthony starting very strong. Anthony Marino in the blue short sleeve T-shirt. He and the much less hair.
Yeah,
much.
Those Gibsons are always known for their hair.
Yeah, well, he's lost a lot of his, just like me. But he's been a veteran in air hockey for a long time and has had many strong finishes. I believe his highest finish was 3rd at a Worlds, and he's also defeated a number of high-end players. Oh, a nice cut. It was a cut from sort of the wing, which makes it an easier shot, and that was a lefty cross. Those are hard for righties to block. Nice forehand. We've been talking a lot about forehands this tournament. Love seeing all the forehands coming back into air hockey. I think it's excellent for the sport. It adds a lot more variety. There's no reason why every shot should be executed backhand. You think about tennis, they're going forehand and backhand all the time. A nice block by Marino. And he went for a quick cut. Was blocked, or I think it might have missed a little bit. Marino does a lot of this sort of a side-to-side setup, sort of a horizontal drift. Not sure what Chris was going for there. It went real wide, so maybe he was going for an over, but it was a very strong shot. Typically, overs have a little less heat on them because you're wanting the opponent to overreact and pull. And that was just both of those shots amazing. It's like a puck flew near the table. Ref called the timeout. Back in the action here. Yeah, so that's that side-to-side drift that Marino will do is quite deceptive because it allows him to have his arm in a cocked execute position. All right, we're back here for game two. Anthony got game one pretty handily, although Chris did have a few very strong shots. That was a wide open goal that Marino just missed. Now Marino also does this thing where he taunts his opponent in a sense that make them think he's going to charge, even though he doesn't charge, and then sometimes he does. That can be quite disconcerting for a player because they're not sure if they got the green light. Hit that straight. There's that cross. Again, Chris maybe going for an over, was wide. Anthony goes for a cut, misses, another cut and misses. Goes for a cross and misses. I'm not sure whether he's doing off goals. Yeah. Anthony is really one of the best players when it comes to cadence in air hockey. And what I mean by that is that he will execute a shot in a moment that seems kind of off in the mind of the opponent. Just sort of sudden, unexpected, and he changes it up. Chris with it's blocked, and then another lefty cross. That's sort of a flubbed shot by Marino. Oh. It almost seems like Chris just has not been able to get into a rhythm yet. Marino just keeps. Puck was off. We're at 6-3.
Game point 3. I think the emotion you have while playing is always going to make a big impact, right?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like since the start of the match, Chris has came off a little fiery, and like I've seen it in occasions where it's worked in his favor, but I'm not sure if that's like working too well for this match.
Right. Right.
Good shot.
It was nice. It was nice. It's sort of a bit of a touch type cut from the center, and Marino flinched. I think maybe because Chris had done some drifting, circle drifting, sort of got a pattern going.
I mean, every single match we've seen that puck fly off, right? And I think you can almost tell by the player, the one that gets frustrated with that puck flying, it's almost like it's just negatively impacting them. Like, you just got to know it's going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, Chris trying to make a comeback here. Anthony with a charge that just didn't make contact with the puck.
Speaking of Chris and comeback, reminds me of Worlds. I remember he was playing someone, down, I believe 7 or 6-1 maybe.
Yeah,
Came
I mean,
back to win it.
He might be a favorite to come back in this game right now. I mean, Munoz hasn't seemed to have any sort of offensive set. He's just been like, great transition. Chris has come back from 6-3.
Yeah, I believe so.
Anthony just rushing shots there. Yeah, rushed, inaccurate.
Close it down.
Yeah, that was nice.
All right,
Not sure if it was over in line or not, but it was close.
Yeah.
Great comeback by Chris Gibson there.
Seems like he started to settle down a little bit while still staying fiery. You know, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
Yeah. Looks like these gentlemen are taking took their full 2 minutes. They're back. 1 game each. That's a hard game to lose. You know, you've won the first game, you're dominating the second game, and then suddenly now you're in a match. I mean, you're in a tough match. Another forehand. A forehand back at him. I've seen more forehands at this tournament than I've seen in years. It was just sort of a miss-hit. Yeah, that sudden right wall under is probably a key to beating Marino. You know, and I think it has a lot to do with, you know, just being left-handed, and just that's sort of a weak side for the left-hander to pull to.
Wow.
It's nice. He's basically Chris has started up a cut under attack. See if Marino can settle in here and get back to the flow that he was in the first game in 3 quarters.
I think Marino is probably one of my favorite players to watch. You know?
Yeah, he can be very entertaining. Yeah. And he knows how to hit power shots out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He's just like that. Just he creates that whip motion with his arm and his wrist so well.
And he's got his whole family supporting him too. I think all the Marinos are here. All
That's
like
awesome.
16 of them.
Oh, just a fortunate flub. Nice right wall under. Nice cross. 6-5. Good block. Chris made the right choice probably to go for that under, but this Anthony was there ready. Anthony. See, this is sort of where Anthony had trouble last game, was towards the very end, trying to figure out.
Just putting it away.
He took a timeout. Good, it was a good timeout.
I agree.
Yeah, especially considering what happened last time. And that can happen.
Wow.
nice cut. That can happen, especially to some of us older guys. We have the mental energy and focus to get ourselves towards the end of the game, but then at the very end, sort of struggle. I played a match with Pete Lippincott a month or so ago, and I found that happening to me quite a bit. Is I would be able to focus, execute, get the first 3/4 of the game done, and then feel like I was just sucking wind. And not that I'm like super out of shape, but it just takes so much mental focus,
And it worked out at the end, right?
Well, it did, but it was a battle. It was a grind, and it was fun. My knees. This has never happened to me before, but my knees were sore for like 2 weeks afterwards.
Really?
Yeah, knees. Normally it's like your arm and your wrist and your lats or something like that, but anyhow. So we'll see how Anthony continues forward now with focus. He looks a little refreshed.
Wow.
That's
what a way.
Oh God, they both did it.
This happened last game, right?
Yeah. No, that was a mishit. Oh, nice cut. Nice cut. I like what Chris is doing with his wrist and the drift and the delay. Ooh, almost an accidental stop. Good block. Good block. Chris is rocking his alien shirt, I think.
He likes that shirt.
Yeah. Nice redirect. Seen these redirects and flub ins a lot at this tournament.
Wow, answering back.
Well, that was weird. Was that a left ball over?
It was.
Okay. It was just hard to see because Marino charged. Another one of those flub ins.
Having trouble keeping it up.
Yeah. Another flub in.
There are certain players that I don't know if trying to match their speed's a good idea. I don't know if trying to match Gibson's speed is something.
Right. No, I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I think that Marino should do his slow setup game and just stick with it.
Focus on releases, focus on shot selection.
Wow, that was powerful air hockey.
It was.
Just take the puck, slam it in.
It's in 2 games apiece. It just seems like every match so far has just been like bangers after bangers,
Absolutely, absolutely. Some great air hockey here today. Match between Connor and Fernandez was exciting.
Yes. I thought for sure a comeback was happening.
Yeah, towards the end there, yeah. I mean, it did look like that, and that's the cool thing about like momentum in air hockey is you can see it sort of shifting back and forth, and it definitely looked like all momentum was on Connor's side, and Austin, he had to stand up against that. It's like a little bird flying in the wind, and just getting blown back, but I guess he sort of turned himself into an eagle.
Yeah.
Pushed in. Here we got the bracket there. After this match, I believe we're going to be seeing Jacob Weissman versus Vince Saceda. That, on paper, promises to be a banger.
Yeah.
They have a long history of going back and forth in their matches, and for them to be going down to the wire.
Here we go. Oh, Chris went full alien this game.
He did.
Let's see if it was a smart decision.
Yeah, we'll see. He may be a tall white. I don't know if you know the differences between the various types of aliens. He is a tall fellow. Almost got that forehand in.
I think they all agree on what was happening. Then a 2-0. Great block.
Again, that was another one of those. Redirect. What I was going to say is that Gibson hit that right wall, but it went super wide. And so I would think he was going for the over and just missed it, but it was such a fast shot that I'm not sure that it was an over.
I think Marino has definitely slowed it down, not try to keep up with it. It's almost like he's listening to us right now.
Well, I don't think he probably even needs to listen to us.
Yeah,
he's a veteran player. He's clever. He's wily. And he has control of this game 4-0.
I think it's a good time to take a timeout.
Oh, it was a great timeout by Chris. And again, that's another thing, another area where you see growth in him as a player in the last year or so. It's not getting too down on himself.
Beautiful.
Fighting till the end.
Wow. This is a. This is a.
That was frustrating, Chris. Oh, God, just.
Wow. Just ripped it through.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the puck.
Yeah.
He had to come back earlier in the match. See if he can do it again. Start off to a good start.
Yep. Pick 3. It's the same spot. Okay.
7-3. I think he made some good decisions there to put that game away.
Yeah, well, I mean, going for the over and hitting it accurately for sure. I mean, Connor in the previous match was making good decisions and going for overs and spots that made sense, but he was just not hitting them. They weren't accurate. And so, that's two parts to the game, right? In that sense, is you got to make the decision. It's got to be a smart decision, but then you have to execute the shots. And that second part can be so difficult.
Takes so long to master.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Wow.
And talking about like mastering accuracy in shots, you can talk about some of the great air hockey players throughout the years that have done that to a superior level. Billy Stubbs comes to mind. Back in 2010 to 2012 or so, he was, hitting 6 different shots from basically the same point on the table, all of them with searing accuracy. That's just so hard to do, but he was able to do it by putting in the work, getting in thousands of hours of practice. And, it's what you got to do in any competitive activity if you want to be the best.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of up-and-comers, too, that are practicing all the time, right? Like North Carolina comes to mind.
Oh, absolutely.
Even a Lone Star group that's coming in.
Oh, yeah. Lone Star here in Houston. Connor Cummings and Noah Weissman go to school there and have developed a community of players. That's really great to see. We've got a group out in Idaho and, a lot of excellent work that Peter Kai has done on helping develop a streaming platform so that all of us around the country can demonstrate live air hockey to the world. And so there are a lot of cool things happening, a lot of great groups around the country right now.
And the growth is motivating, right? Like that we spoke out of the Lone Star group. They decided weeklies, and then within 2 weeks they were getting over 10 people at every single one. Like it's motivating that you can start something up so fast.
Absolutely. It's a nice left wall under. You know, and again, that's Marino's sort of patented cadence shot.
Wow.
Yeah, nice cut. And that went in, even though it was sort of semi-center of the table because it was further back.
Yeah.
And we talked about this earlier. Is the further back you go on your side of the table, the larger the gap gets for the straights. And the closer to the line you get, the more you have to sort of get to the wings to get a lane. That was Marino slowing it down a little bit.
And real close to the line, like you missed it.
Yeah, that's his again. Ooh. I'm
Chris is-
really liking that. I said earlier, I've said a couple times today that I think Austin Fernandez has the best current power left wall forehand bank, but Chris is really showing me something here.
Yeah. And he is just a player that likes to answer back.
Yeah. Again, that same cut. It was a great lane. Not much had to happen from his opponent's side. He didn't have to flinch really.
The cut shot is a powerful shot when you can master it.
Yeah. 5-3.
Wow, there it is again.
Yeah, but that wasn't over. I'm not sure he meant it. Shouldn't have charged.
We're already in match point.
It's easy to say, but hard to do sometimes.
I thought that went in.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if he can put another one in.
Does he go for an over again? He went for the under, but he mishit it.
Good get. Hope he sets it up here.
He's trying to force that under in. I think he needs to go for the cross. He's going for the cut there. And he calls timeout. I wonder how much is going through his head about the game that Chris came back.
I can't do it again. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was... Anthony should have got back on defense. That made no sense. He's gone for a couple crosses, just missed them. And then he went for the cuts. Wow. Great match. Just a hard-fought battle for both gentlemen.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get them over here, and we'll chat with them a little bit.
Good idea.
What do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
I just think that the amount of strategy and the amount of focus that really goes into it to play at a high level, I think.
Welcome back. Defense in air hockey is critical to competitive success. One of the most frequent comments I see online is a question about why professional players have their mallets so far away from the goal. In fact, that inspired this video where I'm going to show you the best defensive strategies to keep the puck out of your goal. Let's get into it. start, air hockey is like any other sport in the sense that there is an optimal physical form. That's not to say that every player must stand exactly the same way. Clearly, there are different body types which require adjustments to defensive basic form. For instance, if you're over 6'3", you'll likely need to adjust your stance on defense. But there's some general guidelines based on 50 years of competitive experience that demonstrate more efficient positions and physical form. Let's look at proper defensive form from the ground up. I'll describe everything from the right-handed player's perspective. Left-handed would be the opposite. First, you want to position your right knee and/or thigh up against the table in order to stabilize your body. Stagger your legs apart and try to stand on the balls of your feet. You want to be on the balls of your feet because it helps you lunge out to grab loose pucks faster than if you were caught flat-footed. Taller players should stagger their feet further apart than shorter players so they can get their body and their eyes down lower. This helps eliminate an issue where a player is too high and hunched over, looking more downward than they are across the table, leaving them more open to power under the mallet banks. You want your torso to be centered, not hunching forward past the goal and not leaning backward. Place your left hand firmly on the rail, just to the side of the goal. This also helps keep you stable, securing your stance and helping you not overreact. Finally, hold your mallet out so that the front of it is about 20 to 22 inches out in the middle of the table. Now imagine there's a triangle on your side of the table with the top being centered where you're holding your mallet out. When you're defending, you're trying to predict what your opponent is about to shoot against you. If it's a straight shot, you want to hold your position out there. If it's a bank shot, you want to pull back to the left or right corners of the triangle, depending on which rail the shot's coming from. Notice the reason you don't hold your mallet all the way back against the goal is because of how large the holes become. Easy targets for pro-level offense. And look at how much angle is cut off against straight shots as you push out away from the goal. The same concept happens on banks, and it's why you are training yourself to not pull all the way back to your goal when you want to block a bank. If you pull all the way back, you leave a massive hole open for the over the mallet side. But if you pull back to the corner of your imaginary triangle, you cut off both the under the mallet bank and the over the mallet bank. A perfectly accurate shot may still score, but a solid defense is simply trying to cut off as much of the angle as possible. A couple other notes. When you're waiting on defense, you want to have a little movement of your mallet in your body. Not a ton, but enough to be ready to react, similar to the way a tennis player is getting ready to receive a serve from the opponent. Holding perfectly still can make it very difficult to react in time. Top defenses have a little rocking motion as they watch the opponent set up, but then they tend to settle right before the shot comes at them. Also, you need to be recentering based on where the opponent has the puck on their side. If the opponent is setting up the puck on the far right, you need to subtly pull over toward that side to keep the straight shot cut off. If you hold perfectly in the center, a player can snap in straight shots behind your mallet from the sides. Finally, Developing a high-level defense takes a lot of repetition and mental focus in order to train your reflexes to pull to the correct locations. It's tough when we're trying to react super fast, but not overreact. Plus, sometimes we're trying to not react at all. To help yourself train, you're gonna want to play against offenses that challenge you and force you to raise the bar. So find local players or start up a group in your area if you don't have one. There are 2 great Facebook groups you can join: the Forum for Competitive Air Hockey Players and Next Gen Air Hockey. Log in, join the groups, and just ask for players in your area. You may be surprised that there are groups out there that are looking for more players. So until next time, keep practicing. And we know air hockey is small, but it doesn't have to be. Keep liking, sharing, subscribing, do all the internet things, and let's spread the word as we try to keep growing the competitive sport of air hockey. Gibson, you had a hard-fought battle with a wily veteran, Anthony Marino. He was able to take it down, but there were moments that were extremely competitive. Tell me something about it.
Man, lefties.
Lefties,
man.
Yeah.
The cross, I mean, the lefty cross is hit from like 3 or 4 different spots along that line. So 1 minute I'm here for it and I stop it. The next minute I've got to scoot and scoot and
Right.
scoot. And continuing to scoot, it just, my mind wasn't connecting with that. But I found that I could open certain holes and get somewhere. I feel like I lacked a little bit of consistency and accuracy at important moments.
Sure.
I let myself get a little angry. In one of those games, I thought that the set count was 2-1 him. So I got really mad, called a timeout, walked over there, took off my shirt, came back. I didn't understand at that time it was 2-2. So, you know, if I managed to have just gotten out of my head and played a smoother game,
Fair enough.
maybe I would have taken another direction. But
yeah.
His transition too, it was he had me moving, and that's exactly what he needed.
Yeah.
If he allowed me to sit there, I might have been able to read shots a little better, but he didn't allow me to stay in one spot. So moving kind of made it hard visually to try and keep up. Even though he is a wily veteran, you know, and I'm a young cat, it's not as easy keeping up with people that have that experience and have been here for 30 years. And
Sure.
you know.
Yeah. Well, and he's got he has a style that his offense is very powerful because of how he has sort of a cadence to when he releases the puck, when he actually hits the shot. There's a pause, and it's never the same amount of time before he actually then releases. Sometimes he'll just do it super fast. Sometimes it's pause, then hit. And so it's really tough. You, other than your forehand left wall, which I think is phenomenal, you had another shot in there that I really liked. It was you were hitting a quick cut from early. Like, it's not much of a drift at all. It's just kind of like you've set the puck in it where there's a lane to the goal, and then you just hit it, and the puck's sort of a little further back than what, and that was working.
Because, so I watched a match with Jacob Munoz and Jacob Wiseman at I believe it was Texas State at 7-6, and Jacob did 3 shots from far back, and it was just a nice cut, really fast. And he didn't have enough time to react.
There's a lane. Yeah.
I was like, you know, he's reacting really fast. Let me pull the shot back, give him less reaction time. I just left that.
Fair
I did
enough.
it for a while and then verged off. I should have. A little bit more repetition from me would probably.
I like that.
Do a little bit
Stick
more
with what works and not like try to throw in too many other things.
Right.
Yeah, that's a great idea. So your next match will be against Austin Fernandez in the losers bracket. You're still in it.
Yes.
Keep fighting. Great job on
appreciate
your journey and the progress that your game has made.
I like
All right?
the hat, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, we do too. All right. We're going to chat with Anthony Marino here. Anthony, put these on.
Yes, sir.
Hey. So, all right. So now you've beaten a couple of these youngins, and showed them some great air hockey. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. My muscles, everything's feeling just fine right now. So I'm just gonna keep going, and hopefully I can find a game and find what works each game, and remember what happened game previous, so I can keep going with it.
Sure. So am I correct when I tell people that your highest finish was third at a Worlds?
Yeah, I think I did twice, 2 years in a row.
Okay, all right, third at a Worlds. You gonna win this?
I'm gonna shoot for it. I'm gonna give it my best shot. That's all I can tell you. I'm gonna give it my best, one game at a time, one match at a time. That's for sure. I'm not worried about the finals. I'm worried about winning my next match.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I was complimenting you on when I was watching is the cadence that you have with when you execute your shots. And what I mean by that is that you'll be in an execute position, and then the time when you actually hit the shot is varied. It's never the same, right? There's sort of a suddenness to it that's unpredictable. And I think that is a lot of the reason why you're able to power in your unders. And then, of course, your lefty cross is just very difficult for people to read.
Sometimes when I'm hitting that cross, it comes out as a cut looking when I come across
Yeah,
it.
well, yeah, that's why it's difficult to read. I mean, I was talking earlier about, like, whenever people are able to get a cut cross attack working against an opponent, and that's the best situation of all.
Right.
And that's hard to do. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyhow, okay, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. It would be interesting. You're going to play the winner of Jacob Weissman and Vince Aceda, and then the winner of that goes to the finals guaranteed. But you're currently guaranteed third at this event.
That'd be awesome.
So you're content with getting third?
No, that'd be awesome. I'm already. No, I'm not content.
Yeah,
I'm getting
win.
there one game at a time. Yeah.
And you haven't won a big event yet like this.
Just 2003 Texas State.
Oh, well, we mean just 2003. That's great. I was not aware of that. I guess,
I took down Danny.
I was on a little bit of a
Ehab,
pause.
Owen, and all that.
Okay, absolutely.
Remember that?
Uh-huh.
That was a long time ago. We're old, so that was a long time ago.
I hear you.
But I feel like I did that day, so I'm feeling like pretty good that I'm going to win.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah, take it easy.
All right.
Air hockey is fast, but just how fast? I've taken to the table with number 2 world-ranked Jacob Weissman, and with the help of physics teacher Brian Niebuhr to measure key components of his game and just what it means to the players. First up, speed of the shot. Throughout the course of our game, we clocked Jacob's fastest shots at 41 miles per hour. At first glance, that might not seem that fast, but how does it translate?
At 41 miles per hour, the puck is traveling approximately 4 feet in 143 milliseconds. That's over 28 feet per second, and if that time's applied to hitting a major league fastball, the pitch would be traveling close to 400 miles per hour. Basically, it's impossible to stop unless you read the shot and start moving first and happen to be in the right place at the right time.
Whoa, that's fast. Now, what about the release? The release is the amount of time it takes the player's hand to move from a cocked position to impact with the puck. And Jacob has one of the fastest in the game. Using slow motion replay, we calculated that Jacob's motion takes 0.03 seconds to strike the puck.
0.03 seconds is half the time it takes the fastest boxers to throw a jab. Not only does it allow Jacob to execute his shot quickly, but it also allows him to apply a tremendous force to the puck while not giving his opponent time to react to his shot. His mallet is accelerating to meet the puck at 35 Gs. It's 35 times faster than things accelerate due to gravity.
Well, there you have it. Do you think you're fast enough to beat these pros?
All right, we're back. We've got a match here between Jacob Weissman and Vince Aceda. It promises to be a great match. On paper, you would say that, based on their history.
Oh, I'm fired up.
We'll see. I'm curious to know whether they've decided to face off every game or not.
I am too. Oh my god.
Yeah. Left wall over.
I know there's a little bit of a change in the table between day 1 and day 2. Have you noticed any difference between puck coming off table or not?
Well, we changed tables. So Jacob traditionally will hit Vince with a cut right while under attack. Vince traditionally hits with all sorts of shots. Looks like Jacob's rushing.
Wow.
Yeah, beautiful, accurate. And that's the thing with Vince is his accuracy is so good. It's hard to defend against him because he's making good choices, but then he's also executing that shot.
I'm sure it can be deflating at times too, because you're like, I'm there to block it. It's almost like precise shot every time. I almost want to count how many times the puck has flown off so far.
In play.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got you.
I think the puck got him. Might be doing a little bit of injury timeout.
What happened?
Like the puck came up and hit him.
Where did he get hit?
Can't tell if it was the hand or maybe another part.
Maybe it'll wake him up.
Yeah. Send a 2-0 against Vince is not an easy thing to come back from. It is early in the game though. All right, he's smiling. Looks like we're back on track.
In play.
And Vince, with his very slow, methodical setup, I think Jacob's probably a little keyed up. It seems to happen to him, loses his mallet when he's got a little adrenaline rushing.
Wow.
Yeah. That was
like a slingshot.
Jacob's having a hard time finding the delay that's necessary to get that right wall under in. He may need to get across or something going. Well, that was just in the middle of Vince's mallet. Okay, so now he goes for an over, which is a good choice, right? You're having a hard time finding the. Vince is such a master of angles.
I know.
Again, the angle, it just you have to read it to be able to pull back in time, because if you don't read it, it's too late by the time it gets executed. You see what I'm saying?
Who do you think the best at reading that would be?
The best at reading it?
If anyone.
Well, I mean, I will tell you that I think that Colin Cummings keys in and reads the best currently in the sport over the course of a match. I'll say, though, that I actually think that Jacob Weissman has maybe the best defense overall beginning to end, but definitely in the same class as Colin. I've seen Jacob Weissman just do crazy stuff on defense and just become almost like a brick wall.
Yeah.
But it's sort of a flow state that he's got to get to. And, the shot that just went in on him like 3 times in a row, I don't think he's seen that from Vince before, really.
Really?
I don't recall seeing it just like that, being delivered that way, with that sharp of an angle. And it's almost like a reverse of Collins right while under, which is a super sharp angle from far over, And so Jacob might have his work cut out. He does have his work cut out for him here to be able to key in on that.
I know there's definitely some defenders that are could be looked at as some greats. I know Vince is up there, Jacob Weissman's up there, Danny Hines. Comes to mind.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was thinking of current players.
Yeah.
But yeah, Danny Hines, when he was at his peak, probably is the best defensive player of all time.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, I think. Not again. I was taught. The reason I'm saying again is because I had this conversation the other day with someone. I think the best players, the top, like the elite, they've got great offense and great defense, both. So you do need both.
Hey, there's us. Okay, so we did decide to do a face-off every
Facing
single
off every game. I love it. Big fan.
Wow, definitely a good decision on Jacob Weissman's part. Seems like to elect for that too.
Yeah, he blocked it that time, but I will say that it wasn't in the same spot on the table that he hit it before. So Vince probably needs to get that spot better.
So I noticed Jacob has some, I think it's KT tape, right? That's sitting on his arm. Like,
what's going on with that?
Yeah.
Jacob has similar issues to me, probably genetic. Just
wow.
I guess tendonitis in the wrist and in the elbow. Good timeout by Vince. Jacob definitely came into this game with some force.
Yes, absolutely.
Vince trying to kind of stave it off, slow it down, get Jacob to stop doing what he's doing. Yeah, he went for the same one, but again, like he didn't execute it the same. There wasn't the same delay to it.
Wow.
That was nice.
Ooh.
Jacob just was inaccurate. He didn't get behind the mallet. That's more of
great timeout.
Yeah. That was a great timeout. The dueling timeouts early in this game.
In play. 4-2.
Oh, what a nice cut. Block. I like the choice. I mean, go right back to it. Maybe your opponent's thinking, no way he's going to, shoot the same shot again. But Vince, he's not one to necessarily be fooled that easy. So maybe I don't like the decision. Who knows? Maybe I like that. I think there's that lefty cross.
This most dangerous shot.
Yeah, for this tournament that we've seen. I think Jacob had that puck in the wrong position to get that cross. It needed to be further right. Ooh. It was a nice change up.
And tell me if I'm incorrect. This is the game to decide who's going to be moving to the winners finals, correct?
Right, the winner of the winners match. Right, so the winner here will play Anthony Marino.
5-3.
So possibly a lefty versus lefty, or
yeah, that would be interesting.
In play.
Ooh.
5-4.
Wow, that shot's just so hard to block. Just got such a great angle on it.
Lost a mallet.
Ooh.
In play.
Oh.
5-5.
Beautiful.
Point 5.
Oh. That was a very smart choice by Jacob.
Take a look back at that shot.
Yeah, he did it early on the drift that time. Game 2. So far the match seems to be starting to live up to the hype, I guess, that it might kind of go back and forth. We'll see.
You mentioned before, so much great air hockey this weekend. So much fun today being able to watch these players. One thing that was a little bit different than some tournaments is a lot of times day one rolls through the night, and it almost seems like by the time they get to day two, the players are a little like tired. Maybe they didn't get to sleep too much, versus this tournament, it seems like there's been a ton of time just to be able to restore their energy. So truly, like, they're coming at their highest amount of strength, most amount of energy.
Yeah, there should be no excuses from any of the competitors in terms of having not gotten enough rest for day 2.
Right.
And here we are facing off again. That was a good face-off. That was fun. Jacob goes for a quick push cross. Goes for an over, misses it.
Over.
So fast, I
Yeah,
I can't even tell who was over.
No, I didn't think it.
Okay, that's right.
He didn't think it was over.
The ref, it was over. Are you ready? In play.
It always makes it easier when you're a ref and the player tells you, like, yeah, you're right.
Right. Well, I mean, I think Vince didn't think it was over either, but you know, I think it was a pretty good call. It's hard to say until, you know, you get a replay. Unfortunately, they go so fast. It was definitely close either way.
Yeah.
In play.
Oh, Vince with a miss hit, tried for the left wall, just didn't get it. Interesting, Jacob doing there, and he gets the cut in. Needs to sand the puck. Sometimes the puck will get little nicks because it's getting hit and bouncing off the table, hitting metal. And you got to sand it down a little bit, make it make it smooth so it floats smoothly once again. Goes for the cut again. Sort of just missed. Vince goes for the cross. Jacob was there for it, and there he got the right spot that time.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Yes. You ready? In play.
Oh, Jacob getting creative here. Maybe too creative. That forehand cut that he did is definitely not. It's not like in his repertoire strongly. But it was nice to see. Yeah, he just slid that in. Good timeout.
I'm a fan of the earlier timeouts. I know a lot of times people will wait till it gets to 6 point whatever and then calling out.
Mm-hmm.
I like this to.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, let's look at that again. Wow.
Vince went for, I guess, a cut. Yeah, he's trying to get that that cross end. The under was open, just didn't get it, and Jacob then missed his under. Accuracy so critical. That was good redirect by Jacob. And Jacob like pulling his wrist back really far, trying to just show something completely different to him. Yeah, just inaccurate. Goes for the over. I know Jacob's been practicing that over a lot. It's a great shot to have if you can get it in. His angle on his under just is not right. It's not. There it goes. Look at that. Vince going for that cross again. And goes for a left wall over or right wall over? Oh. Yeah, that one was definitely over.
I was wondering.
We agree. We can all agree.
Ref even laughed at that one.
Timeout. Vince is, I guess, feeling a little stale, wants to refresh his focus, walks away from the table. I'm going to take a moment to clean off the tabletop. Cleaning off the tabletop is something that is sort of a gray area in air hockey, because here we've got Vince taking a timeout, but then also getting a lot of additional time to clean off the top of the table.
4-3 in play.
I mean, I do agree we want the table to be, smooth. I don't have any problem with that. Another great under. And another great under with these guys.
Wow.
Beautiful cut. It's just smart because he'd gone for the under a couple times. About pop out. You don't see those often. Oh, Jacob went for the cut again.
Oh, that went
gosh.
nowhere.
That came all the way to the booth.
I think they just hit my shin.
Jacob's puck. See what he decides to do here. Ooh, he goes for the over. I don't think have we seen any of the overs score?
Ooh, glasses came off.
Just put your glasses on.
Yeah. I know he already used his timeout, so he's trying to be like, wait a second.
That was nice over.
All right, we got pointed away. Ooh,
Yeah, I
good
liked
block.
it. Yeah, it wasn't sharp enough.
Ooh, another good block. Bang!
Oh,
Wow.
look at that. Let's check
look
it
at
out
that.
again.
Drifts it across. Bang! Right
Vince,
wall.
Yeah, just Vince charged, gave him a free under there. All right, so it looked like Jacob has found an angle for his right wall under. At least midway through that game, he finally found it, which is super important, right?
Right.
It looked like that Vince, at least earlier in the match so far, had his angle on his underbank really sharp, and then sort of I don't think he lost the angle, but maybe just the release or how he was setting it up, giving Jacob a little leeway, a little breathing room. But the one thing about Vince that I will say is that he has a lot of arrows in his quiver to pull out in a match. And so, Jacob bases his attack, especially against Vince, primarily on two shots, the cut and the right wall under, which, he gets Vince guessing like he guessed at the very end there where he charged. And that can take you really far for sure. There's no denying it, but I think you definitely want a third and fourth shot, something else to kind of break it up. And I think that Jacob has tried to make his right wall over be that shot.
20 seconds.
It's so touchy, and it's still not like the level of accuracy of his other shots.
That's a hard shot to hit accurately on command.
Yeah. Maybe he should consider a cross.
Oh, true.
Maybe. And Jacob won that face off. Yeah, missed the angle there. And just hit it too hard. Vince going for that same shot. And that's something Jacob has done really well in the last year, is cleaned up his transition game. He, in the past, he might have gone ahead and tried a transition shot there a moment ago, but instead here he just grabbed the pot, set it up again. He tried a soft over. I think his over needs to be a little harder because oh gosh, and he's doing four hands.
Two.
It was a great shot.
It was
fascinating. See, that's the type of speed over I think he needs to shoot, because when he shoots the sort of the soft touchy over, he's trying to aim it, and a lot of times when you try to aim, you lose your accuracy. Yeah, there's a cross. I like it, but I think the cross needs to be delivered a little differently. Good get by Vince. Ooh, Vince had him on the cut, just missed it. And he goes cross.
Wow.
It was a good cross. Smart choice. See, that's the over that doesn't work well for Jacob where he tries. Good get. Jacob trying to. Oh, yeah. It was nice because he sped up the drift all of a sudden.
Yeah. Ooh. Great shot. Like every shot in this match.
Yeah.
Ooh, Wow.
Mm.
Ooh. Beautiful.
That was the notice the speed on that over. It wasn't like a touchy. It was just, I'm going to hit the shot. So some really competitive games. Each game seems to have been competitive. Jacob was able to edge him out in the last two. Yeah, Jacob, I think the things that Jacob is doing well right now is he's being creative, but not trying to get too creative, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Keeping it simple, keeping the drift and the setups pretty similar, but then throwing a little wrinkle in here or there.
Yeah.
Not too much. I think sometimes if we try to throw too much variety and too much creativity into it, we can start just getting away from what works.
Yeah.
You know, you got a core attack. Stick with that and then make some small variations here and there to keep the opponent guessing.
And you know, there's a little bit of a chip on everyone's shoulder, right? Only guy outside of Houston. Jacob has a chance to put him in the loser's bracket. No?
Yeah. No, Vince is certainly in enemy territory here.
That's right.
But another thing though is that Vince has been sort of a dominating force on the state championship level. You know.
True.
And so I think there's a lot of motivation to try to not let him win another one. And I know it's the Houston City, but it is sort of, you know, it's a major event in the way, you know, we consider states major events. Face off again. And Jacob gets another face off. It's a nice shot. It was just slightly off. And there's that, lefty cross, great shot. Jacob timeout off the first point. You must love it. You were saying you like early timeouts.
Yeah, that was a little early.
Yeah. But you know what? I mean, he probably thought in his mind, you know what? I shouldn't have let that shot go in.
True.
I was not focused. I need to get my head straight.
I remember seeing an early timeout Austin called, I think on game 6 with Connor, just to wipe his mallet, kind of get into a place to feel more comfortable while playing too.
Jacobs looks like there's a lot of moisture on his side of the table too. You may want to, That's a legitimate use of needing to wipe up the table.
Was able to also get a little break right there.
Yeah, got another little free timeout, but
in play.
Yeah, Vince is well executed. Jacob's just ready for it there. They going with a cut from early back.
Ooh, the second one.
Maybe you should dry his mallet off.
Yeah, what are some tips for players?
Well, use a string.
Yeah.
I mean, use a string. The rule exists for a reason.
True.
You know, but I mean, I've had the discussion with him. You know, he learned without, and he's comfortable without, and so he just hasn't been, you know, interested in trying to get used to it. But
for those who are maybe like newer to air hockey,
sure.
What does string kind of look like?
Yeah, so you can put a string on the tip of your mallet, and then if the mallet comes off of your hand but is still being controlled in a sense by the string and not flying across the table or whatever the arena, then that's it's still considered in play.
Okay.
So you don't, you know, there's no penalty. It's not like a loss of mallet, but it's still in play. So you might be flubbing around trying to get control of your mallet, and the opponent could hit a shot in on you. So there's sort of there's a good side and a bad side to it.
True, but if you know, like you said, if you score and it flies off but stays on your finger because of that string, it still counts.
Yeah.
That's good.
So this is, I think, Jacob's trying to get a little too many things. Like, if he's struggling to get into this game, I think you gotta probably go back to the basics. Like, get that right while under going. You know.
True, and then focusing on the releases,
right.
focused on timing.
And he did there. It was inaccurate. The cut was there.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a nice cross. Okay, that was interesting. It was great. It's a smart choice. And that set up and release by Vince is what was working for him early in the match. Yeah, great right while under. Let's take a look at that one again.
Wow. Wow, I want to look at that as well.
Yeah. Well, and this is sort of what happened in game one, I think. Didn't he just get, hit over and over by the same shot at cross? So, Vince is kind of going to the well here.
True.
It's like, if he's going to give me that shot, I'm going to keep going for it.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to go for the under now. Yeah.
Wow.
It's predictable.
So there's been a discussion on the tournament director side of, instead of the players having to go and fetch the pucks that are flying off the table, maybe even having kind of people who are just in charge of fetching it, right? Just
right. Ball boys. Yeah, like from tennis. Yeah, for sure. It's just we don't have a huge source of,
Point
three. Yeah.
All right, we're kind of 6-3. Let's see if we're able to kind of take this game, or is Jacob going to come back?
Yeah, Vince is definitely taking control of this game here. On cross.
Wow.
And then another under. All right.
I'm going to show that again.
Well, we get to see.
Get to see his reaction.
All right. So I think that seemed to me like a situation where Jacob, his focus and his concentration lapsed, and Vince was on, and the mixture of those two was sort of a blowout.
Yeah.
So I think, going into this next game, super important for Jacob to get his mind right, to have focus from the get-go.
And that was a big game to win, right? Because if Jacob gets that, the match
that
is
would
over.
have been no, that was critical. It was Vince raised his level, and Jacob sort of floundered, I guess.
Yeah,
didn't really find his rhythm in that game.
We mentioned great defense. We've been seeing it since the beginning, right? Just constant finding ways to stop the opposing player from just hitting anything at will, right? It's definitely a fun match to watch. It's been a beautiful Sunday so far in Houston. Be able to watch this air hockey, a bad astronaut. If you haven't been here, it's a great place for kids, for families, for adults, whatever kind of scene you want to see. It's just relaxed environment, and right here in Houston.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've got a lot of activities. They've got pool, they have shuffleboard, they've got lots of big screen TVs, food, craft beers, just a wide open space. It's a really great venue. That we're playing this event. They've got a sort of a warehouse section in the back with a lot of space, which was able to provide for all of the tables. Oh, and then Vince won that face-off, so I think we're about even on face-offs. I think maybe Jacobs won one more.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good overcall. And that's Vince's. I mean, it's very deceptive what he just did there. I think Jacob needs to actually drift the puck a little bit faster. There we go, like that. That speed.
Wow. You mentioned that cross earlier.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pickle for Jacob, because if Jacob starts trying to push out at it, it's going to open up the bank so much. He's got to find a way to cheat a little bit over, but not too much over. That was nice because he made it look like it was going to be a cut.
I thought it was going to be a cut.
Yeah. Fast reflexes. Yeah. I think that scores on 90% of the players.
That would have gone right past my mouth.
Me too.
In play.
Oh, he almost did it again.
They're just firing at each other. We mentioned defense. Great defense this game.
Ready? In play. 3, 2.
That's that under that he's been doing on him.
Wow.
Yeah,
Watch that again. I don't even know if we'll see it in an instant replay.
Yeah. It was a good timeout by Jacob after that.
Wow.
And that's the same, way that Jacob has executed the over, where he's just kind of trying to push at it and aim it. That just doesn't work.
Wow.
Smart change. And good defense.
4.
All right, we're all tied up. It's a big game.
In play.
He almost had the cross there. Gonna go for that cross, I think. Oh, he didn't. Okay, nice.
It's a big shot.
Oh yeah. Jacob needs to drift it a little bit faster. And he gets. Yeah, that was better speed.
I think you guys think alike.
Well, I think I know his game really well, and I've played. I think I know when the pace is right. I don't like when he just stops the puck and just lets it sit. I don't think that that's very deceptive. None of that was what he had been doing. And so, yeah, it's just, that over was almost in. I think he just needs to go back and just keep it simple. Just a medium speed drift. Yeah,
wow.
Medium speed drift. Pause, shoot. Over and over.
Possible match point here.
Over.
That was
Maybe.
close call.
Maybe.
It's always fun to watch Vince just glide that puck forward. Wow.
Set point, game point.
Ooh, another. Wow.
It was on the line.
I think the refs even came a little questioned on some calls as well. Alrighty. So, moving to game 7.
Yeah, so we did say that their matches tend to go all the way. And as hyped, it looks like it is. But Jacob frustrated that he feels like that Vince was over the line. Maybe he was. It's hard to tell from our vantage point. But we are going to a game 7. And I think with Jacob, where he sort of lost the thread towards the end of that game, was trying to just go slow with the puck and put it in a position over on the far left where he doesn't really do much things there. It just It was maybe trying to be creative, maybe not, but I think we just stick with what works, which is a medium speed drift right to center and do your thing.
Yeah.
Stay right there. Never mind.
All right, game 7. Here we go.
There's been a lot of game 7s this tournament, I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always probably the most fun thing to pay attention to as well. Love to see the sportsmanship between the two as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, game 7. All right, and we'll get one more face-off out of these guys, too.
Oh, what's your prediction on the face-off? This is a crazy moment right here.
Yeah, I think Jacobs won 4-2, but I could be wrong. We'd have to go back and rewatch it all. I wasn't counting.
Here, I'll go Vince.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go Jacob.
Oh, I lost my money.
Oh. No, see, that's where Jacob should have just grabbed the puck.
Such hard shot.
In play. Yes, please.
You gotta sand it.
You ready? In play.
Hmm.
Oh, I can
Great
tell.
block. Yeah.
Oh, it was almost there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what he was doing, if whether it was an over or. See, I mean, that shot's gonna score so much.
I didn't believe that cross again.
Ooh, that was interesting. I'm not sure what he was trying to do. No. That drift is too slow. The drift needs to be medium speed. Vince is able to key in when it's that slow. Yeah, that's the speed. Yeah. And when Vince does that thing where he pulls his hand and wrist back, all of a sudden it's just so disrupting and disturbing.
It gets me probably every single time. Wow.
That was nice. Good cadence. Just
see how he answers back.
Vince is so good at grabbing loose pucks. One of the best, really. He's got a great intuitive sense for where the puck is going to be. So he'll move his mallet out ahead like that. Just like that, and you can grab it.
He's listening to us. Oh.
Yeah. Some of the best players ever at that are like Danny Hines. I think Colin Cummings is great at it.
Yep.
Vince is another great one at it.
Wow.
Yeah. It's a good block. Vince is in this mode where
that's
unfortunate.
Yeah.
Where you gotta just shake that off.
All right, both able to get a quick little reset.
Jacob knew there was a cross coming there. But this is it's tough when you start pushing forward.
Ooh, let's watch that back.
Great over.
Wow.
Went for the over again. Yeah, it's hard, man, to get that cut going. Vince is so solid on defense. The only way you can get it going is when that under is he's fearing it. And Vince barely misses the cross, flies off. Jacob another chance to tie it up.
Ooh.
And we're 4-all.
Player's got me shaking in my boots over here. Whoa.
Yeah.
You mentioned being great at getting those pucks.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
Wow.
I knew that was coming. I could feel it. That's the way he sets up.
Ooh.
And that's it. Nice last game. That was the last shot. Well done. 7 games. Another hard-fought battle between those two gentlemen. We'll get them both over here and talk to them and see what they have to say. Just 1 minute.
Alright, we're going to have the 7-8 spinoff on table 1 against Brian Crocco and Connor Cummings, ref by Jacob Wiseman.
Okay, I'm here with Jacob Weissman. Hard-fought battle. We predicted ahead of time here in the booth that it would probably be a tough match, go all the way down to the wire, which seems to happen with you guys so often in your history. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I got a early lead in the match. I was really just in the flow, and I think when I'm in the flow, I beat Vince. But then I kind of let up a bit when I was up 3-1. And started thinking a little more about, like, I realized at that moment, like, oh, okay, I can win this match. I knew that before the match, but then it became very present in my mind.
Right.
And at that point, he was just super focused and kind of found the flow again that he was in game 1, and so it kind of took me a bit to kind of get myself back into it. I think I played well the last 2 games. A couple of mistakes, game 6, and then I think I missed 4 open shots in game 7.
Right.
So
Okay.
just my accuracy just wasn't
there. Yeah. Well, one thing I noted was that whenever you tried to aim your over, it didn't work. And
Yeah.
whenever you didn't try to aim it, it did work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and you can tell when you're watching, it's like you're sort of like pushing at it as you're trying to make it look like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so yeah, that was one note. And then the other note was that you played, it seemed like you were your most deadly and powerful when you were doing just the medium speed drift, the bread and butter right to center. And I think in game 6, when you were up towards the end, you started doing a little something over on the left-hand side that you hadn't done before. I don't know, was that intentional? Were you trying to do something, like trying to just do something different, or you just weren't aware of it?
Yeah, I wasn't
aware of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it'd be good, interesting for you to go back and watch and see.
Yeah.
And then you feel like that Vince was over the line on that last shot?
I thought he was over the. I thought,
Fair enough.
but I could be wrong, right? But
Yeah.
I thought he was over the line on
hitting the puck or his mallet fully went over?
I think his mallet
fully went over. Okay, well,
but I don't know.
Right. Well, it's an interesting thing. We'll go back and be able to look at.
Not the shot he scored itself, but like what he did to snag the puck.
To snag it. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Well,
and so I think that was not. I think I let that get into my head, right? So then I wasn't synced in those last, when it was 6-5 in that moment.
Right, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. I thought you played well. I thought both of you guys played really well. It looked like great air hockey to me. There certainly were a few mistakes on both ends. Some unforced errors, which happen always. But in general, you looked pretty strong to me.
Yeah.
And it's hard to defend against some of his stuff.
No
matter who you are, just
yeah.
crazy power shots. He understands angles so well. And I was talking about early in the match when you were having a hard time getting your right wall under in, and then you finally found the angle for it. Once you found the angle, it became a weapon in that match.
Yeah.
But you had to find it. Whereas Vince, I think he just like intuitively knows angles like from the get-go.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
All right, so you now are going to play.
I have no idea. I wasn't planning to lose the match, so I didn't.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, well, we'll see who you play. You're still in it. Come back to the losers bracket, and we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah.
Next round. All right.
Air hockey is fast, but at times air hockey can seem like chaos, but top players are constantly looking to execute different types of shots designed to exploit a hole in the defender's setup, positioning, or tendencies. Let's take a look. Number 1, a cut straight. This shot is when you cut or slice the puck, sending it straight to the left side of the goal. It's hard to see it coming, and it is impossible to stop if the defender is moving or expecting a shot towards the right wall. Number 2, the cross straight. The cross straight is similar to the cut straight, but instead of slicing, you drive the puck straight to the right side of the goal. It's great when the defender is expecting a cut straight or shot towards the left wall, thus leaving the right side of the goal exposed. It's fast to execute and can quickly take advantage of a defender's mistake. Number 3 and number 4, the right wall under and left wall under. These classic bank shots are the fastest shots in the game, and therefore hard to stop. They're played deep down the wall and travel so fast, they slide in underneath the defender's mallet. It is simply too fast to stop by just reacting. Number 5 and number 6, the right wall over and left wall over. Players execute these shots by playing a bank shot slightly shallower and slower compared to the undershots. As the defender moves quickly towards the bank wall, the slower speed of the overshot causes them to move too far and too fast. The puck then travels over their mallet to the far side of the goal. Unless the defender has anticipated this shot, it is hard to stop. And finally, number 7, the forehand. Every combination of shot we've shown you can be executed with a forehand motion. The forehand adds a layer of deception to the shooter's game and keeps defenders guessing every possession. Stay tuned. More World Championship Air Hockey is on the way.
Vince Aceda wins against Jacob Weissman in Game 7, which seems to be sort of the thing, right? Is that you guys go back and forth all the way down to the wire. I really don't even know if I can recall a set you guys have ever played. It didn't go 7 games,
right?
Or at least 6. Tell me your thoughts.
Well, yeah, he's a tough competitor for sure, and you're right. It's probably the strongest rivalry in air hockey.
It's a coin flip probably.
Right. Yeah. It's anybody's game, and yeah, the set shows that. I mean, we went 7 games, and they were close. I mean, there was a couple of. I think he beat me 7-3, and I beat him 7-2.
Something like
but
in
still competitive.
general, when the game mattered, both of you guys show up.
Right.
So one of the things we talked about, you've probably heard a million times, but I'll say it again, is that you're a master of angles in air hockey. That you intuitively understand where the angle is to get around a person's mallet based on the position the puck is on the table.
Right.
And I think it's so critical in it's something that so few people really get in air hockey, and it's what makes your offense so potent. You know, in particular, when you were hitting your power under, right? It's just like you put it in that position, and if you hit the exact right angle it needs to be, which you do, there's nothing the other person can do unless they read it.
Right.
They have to read it, otherwise it's going in.
Yeah, they have to be on the way.
Yeah,
moving.
exactly.
If they're not moving, they're not going to stop.
Right. And so that's something that you do great. What did you feel like in that match when you were down 3-1? What was going through your head?
I thought, well, the first game was a great game. I 7-3'd him, I think, and I thought I found something.
Yeah.
And then I tend to do this. When I find something, I stop trying to be creative and finding other things. And I caught myself doing that by like the third game. I said, I need to stop this.
Right. Well,
it works.
Right.
But
I commented on that too. It was like, well, what happened to that shot he was destroying Jacob with?
Right.
But then you went kind of found it again. Went back to it again.
Yeah, I had to change basically weapons on Jacob because he was like, oh, I'm stopping this one. So.
Right. Well, and that's true. I mean, Jacob, just like some of the great defenders in air hockey, he will start to adjust.
Right. Yeah.
I think there's only one shot in air hockey that Jacob has struggled to get adjustments on, which he finally made some strides this year, and it's Collins right while under, which he's
a tough one.
Yeah, well, it's a tough one for everybody, but in particular, it had been for Jacob, but for you, you're now going to play against Anthony Marino.
Right.
Have you played him much ever?
I played him in 2001 at Jillian's.
Okay, just like you played me.
Right. Yeah.
Way back when.
And I remember, I think it was Ramiro told me, that's the best lefty in the world right now.
Yeah, well,
and he said if you can beat him,
and
that set in my mind, and that was kind of in the back of my head while I was playing him back in 2001.
Well, that's exciting because we're going to have a winner of the winners side, all lefties, two great lefties. Marino, what any game plan going into it?
Okay, so Connor, Austin, Chris Gibson. I mean, most of these up and coming masters, they tend to ask me that. They said, what's your game plan?
Right.
Again, like even Connor asked me before our match against him. He said, what's your game plan against me? And I said, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do to you.
Right.
I'm going to shoot my shots against you, and then I'm going to decide what you're leaving open, and I'm going to take it.
Right.
That's my offensive attack. And when I stay true to that, my offense flows.
Sure.
And it becomes very tough to stop.
Sure.
And you add that with the mindset of if I just try to play one perfect offensive possession, and if it works, great.
Right.
If it doesn't, we're human.
Right.
We make mistakes.
Yeah.
It happens. Then you just forget about it,
Sure.
and then now you're on the defensive end. Now try to play one perfect defensive possession. If I can compartmentalize air hockey like that,
right, that's when you play your best.
Very tough to
right.
stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that's the template I tell everybody. Like,
right. No, I hear you.
Like I can't tell Connor like, oh, you should shoot more cuts and crosses.
No. And I like that. I like the theory behind that. It makes a lot of sense to me. You try to implement that in your own personal game. What prevents it from happening at some times?
So what happened to me at Worlds, I studied me versus Munoz. I watched that match 20 plus times because he was the number 2 player. I mean, he's playing phenomenally.
Right.
And I said, wow, if I can just play like that.
Right.
But see, the problem was like I that's not me.
Right.
I was playing like me against him.
Right.
But that was only an attack for Munoz.
For Munoz, yeah.
And that didn't work on others. Like
right.
I struggled against Fletcher. Like I struggled against he beat me.
Well, no, I understand. But what I'm asking is something else, which is your theory, which I happen to agree with, is to sort of compartmentalize things, play your game, find out what is going to work against this person in this situation, right? And if you do that, you'll play great. But are you saying that you're relating it to Worlds and saying that what happened in Worlds was that you were stuck in beat Munoz method?
It was so effective that I thought this will work on
everybody. Work on anybody. Gotcha.
And
okay.
It didn't.
Yeah.
Clearly it didn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to be kind of like a mold for each map. You have to have the ability to say, okay, they're giving me this.
Yeah.
Let me exploit it.
Right.
And then if you take your time, one possession at a time,
sure.
you're going to be tough to beat.
Absolutely. And they're going to they're going to adjust, and then once they do, now you have something else you can
now
go
have
to.
Figure something else out. And I learned this from watching Coach Popovich coach the Spurs.
Okay.
With their ball movement.
Right.
And even when they would have a great shot, they would say, "Oh, you have a good shot. Pass it, and now you have a great
No,
shot." And it was just a simple, and that's kind of hard to relate to air hockey because that's a team sport.
Right.
Yeah, just taking your time and focusing on the possession.
Yeah.
Basically what the Spurs did when I was coming up. I said, wow, they don't play basketball like everybody else.
That's true. Yep. All right. Well, I think we're going to have you stick with us here and do some commentating on the next match. Next match is
Brian and Connor, I think. Because I saw Connor one.
All right. Brian Acrocco and Connor Cummings. They are.
Is this
playing
the 5-6?
7-8, I believe.
7-8. Okay.
We got Brian Acrocco. So that leaves you versus Marino and the winners, and then on the losers side we've got Chris Gibson, Jacob Munoz, Jacob Weissman, and Austin Fernandez.
Yeah.
All right. And I haven't been over to look at the chart. Who's playing who?
I couldn't tell you. It's not up on the big screen now.
Yep. 7-8. Here we go.
Let's see if they're opting for a face-off every game.
Oh, and that was great. I loved you guys decided that. It adds so much.
He won, what, 6 out of 7, I want to say?
I think 5 and 2, I think is what it
yeah.
was.
It was lopsided for sure.
Yeah.
And I knew it would be because I know he practices it.
Yeah, but I mean, watching it, I don't think he was using any sophisticated strategies on a number of them. If you go back and rewatch them, I think they were a couple of them were just y'all both hit, and
Chaos,
then,
yeah.
it just happened.
Yeah. Oh, right wall under.
Oh,
right.
So the first thing I notice is Brian Acrocco is playing with a low top.
Yeah.
That says to me that Brian is looking to speed up, that he's maybe struggling to have enough energy perhaps at this point.
Yeah, you got to have energy against Connor. Young buck like him.
Absolutely.
Knocked it in himself. Connor with that drift and off goal. Brian's puck. Yep, I was about to say Brian's about to go with the right wall.
Right wall, yeah.
Yeah, because
Just
usually
from the
when
position
he
he's
drifts,
at, yeah.
when he drifts
Yeah.
off the right wall, he usually shoots the right wall.
Oh, okay. I like that. That was nice. It was early on the drift, left wall under.
Did it go under? Oh, it looked like it may have went over.
Thought it was under, but could be wrong.
Ooh, hits him with a cross.
That was a cross.
That was a cross for sure. Beautiful cross. Right after that successful left wall, that's the complimentary straight to shoot.
Yeah. And he did it again from the right side.
Oh, another cross. Wow. It's really good. I found that Brian is really good at stopping straight. And for Connor to be hitting multiple crosses.
Oh, and he tried to go for it again, just really go for the well. So he's basically going left wall cross.
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
If it works.
Yeah, why not?
It's working. No.
Yeah, I mean, if I were over coaching Brian, I would probably say switch back to the high top. Have confidence in your game that that you just your normal game that you play. And that's one of his normal shots that is strong, and you just kind of stick with it.
Wow, that was at least 3 cross straights out of Connor.
Look, the low top literally was thrown onto the table there. So
maybe he heard you.
Well, he's a smart. He's got a lot of experience. He's clever. He's wily, and he probably thought, I'm going to see how this goes. And he's like, yeah, that wasn't the answer.
Right.
Because where it may have helped him somewhat, perhaps with speed on offense, it probably detracted just as much on his defense, and he got sort of blown off the table, by the offensive Connor.
Yeah, that was an excellent showcase of offense from a corner there. They just couldn't stop him.
Yeah.
Brian's over there doing some push-ups.
That's how he's getting his
blood flow.
getting his blood flow. He does. I'll see him jog a little bit before a match just to get the heart pumping. Air hockey. We know air hockey's not an extremely taxing sport in terms of, like, if you compared it to basketball or hockey or football or something like that. However,
it's mentally
it is mentally taxing, and you do need good blood flow. And people will sweat a lot while they're playing air hockey.
Yeah, I'm still sweating.
Yeah.
And for me, I think it's just the level of focus that it takes, that the intensity that the body has to go through to maintain that focus at such a high rate of speed.
Yeah.
That's what really gets the body.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that was a great left wall under.
There's an intensity to this. All the action is compacted into this small little 8-foot by 4-foot space.
Right.
And it is very fast. It requires lightning quick reflexes to be great at it. And that may not take tons of cardio per se, but it definitely takes some level of conditioning.
Yeah.
And we've talked about this. You've talked about that. You've wanted to maybe try to get into a little bit better shape physically to make a run at the World Championship more. So there is a lot to be said for being in good shape, even for air hockey.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. That's for sure.
It's not gonna hurt. Brian goes for an off speed.
Yep. Oh, just missed that over.
Yeah, we were talking earlier when Brian was in another match about what do we think his best shots are, and I said that his cross straight's his number one. I'd say his right wall over is his number two. And there's his right wall over.
Yep.
And they do go to different sides of the goal, so they can complement each other.
Right. Yeah, his cross straight's one of the best in the game. Because he puts his whole torso into it, and it really adds to the deception when he means them.
Right, and he understands that a good cross has a rapid acceleration of the drift in the beginning, because that rapid acceleration of the drift sort of forces the opponent to move a little bit.
Right. Makes them uncomfortable.
Makes them uncomfortable. They got to move.
Mm-hmm. Open up that lane.
Good block by Connor. Not sure whether he's going under or over there. It hit pretty much right into Brian's mallet.
Yeah.
So Brian going for his own little over. Some unforced errors.
Yeah, Brian's made at least 3 so far. That's uncharacteristic of Brian.
Yeah.
He usually takes care of the puck pretty well, and that's a big part of the one possession at a time kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Really focus on each possession so you don't make mistakes.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Nice
Power cross.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was all wrists.
Yeah.
Just
close to center of the table.
Right, which is, similar to what I see from Munoz when he does them. It's just wrists and right in.
Laser,
yeah.
Oh, good transition
Yep.
chase there.
Yep.
For the old timer. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not sure what Brian, where what he was charging. I guess he was charging the rail and just didn't choose the right spots.
Hoping, yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of. I'm curious what you said in that game 2 charge of 6-6 against Wiseman when I charged him. I think it was game 2. It's game 2 or game 3. We were at 6-6 and
I commented. Yeah. I said he gave him a free goal.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you watch the whole stream, there was a discussion at one point. I was asked about my take on charges in general. And you probably know by now my take.
Oh,
which
yeah.
is that very few and far between.
Yeah, I agree. It's just,
Well,
it was an emotional moment.
And that's it's exactly what I said in my whole theory is I said charging is an emotion play.
Right.
Almost always. And so if we can sort of rein that emotion in and just say, all right, I'm just going to defend.
Right.
I'm just going to receive the puck.
It's funny because I tell Doug that all the time because he tries to do these little ticky-tack charges in him, and that's not helping him. You have to stop the offender.
Yeah. Well, and I think that people that might disagree with that take, what I challenge them to do is say, look, okay, fine.
Oh, wow, Connor's just cutting through Brian and crossing and under. I mean, he's just having his way right now. It's 3 straight points.
But people that think charging is, that they like to charge and they want to charge more is, I just challenge you, go ahead and take 2 sets of your competition and tally up the result after every single charge.
Right, it's like 5% success.
Right, I mean, just like it's vastly different, right?
Yeah.
And so, but that said, that doesn't mean I don't think there's a reason to. There is a very important use for charging in air hockey, right? I mean, it should be used, but it shouldn't be your normal defense.
Right. Marcelo at Worlds, was that 2 years ago when he had that run?
Yeah.
His charging.
He charges a lot. Oh, yeah.
His charging it was a psychological play on me because he kept kneeing the table, making me think he was going to
charge. Yeah. And it'd be interesting because you're going to play Marino. Marino does similar thing.
Right.
He does. He will use charges as a mind game to make you think he's going to charge. Oh, wow.
It's a great back of the mallet, right well under. Oh, forehand.
Oh, and that's
a Tim Wiseman staple there.
It's becoming a staple of all of these people lately.
Gibson,
Fernandez is doing it. I saw Munoz do it.
Jacob Wiseman.
Well,
he cut it.
Yeah,
he cut it.
Yeah,
he
cut it.
Scared me into thinking
that he had something. We talked about that. That's not necessarily in Jacob's quiver. So him pulling it out at that point and accurately was pretty great.
Yeah, it was laser, right?
Yeah.
Flush on the left side of my goal.
Yeah.
We had 6-3.
Yeah, and this
3 games to 0. Is that or 2 games to 0?
No, I think we're already at 3-0.
Yeah, 3 games to 0.
Yeah, Brian is in one of those positions where he's sort of grasping on defense. He's not sure what to defend, where it's coming, and that's why I think I saw him charge a few times talking about charging.
Right.
And I think that is sort of what happens to him in particular when he starts feeling like he's guessing. Then he starts charging, and that's a real dangerous thing as a response, because once you start doing that, you become even more susceptible. But again, it's an emotional thing. It's like you're frustrated and you're not blocking the things that you feel like you should be blocking, and so you start moving out.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense. Well, the closeout game is always the toughest. Let's see how Brian responds, actually.
Yep. Rio.
Wow.
Connor's on a roll.
He is. In an offensive groove for sure. Not only that, but he's stopping Brian. Brian can't find any offensive.
Right.
Okay. Well,
nice transition.
That's one way to do it.
Yeah. Puck's in the goal.
Yeah, he had it there. Brian was out frozen. He just missed the shot.
Right. Yeah. And actually, that's a beautiful cross with Connor. this tournament. We've seen that a lot, where he's missing a lot of open shots. He's missing a lot of his overs, just things where accuracy is critical. And then this cross he's doing, he found in his last match when he played Austin, and it ended up coming back and forcing a game 7 almost exclusively on that cross. So that's something that he found the accuracy with, but it seems like he's still, having to work on the right side rail. Not that it's like making much difference here in this match. He's in complete control. And he's playing with sort of a levity,
right?
Yeah. He's just kind of having fun and being creative.
Yeah, that's when players are dangerous. When they're comfortable, that offense can just start flowing like that. I find that Connor's older brother, he gets those early leads, and then he's just free to
try pretty much whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and that's a nice shot by Brian. And that's one of Colin's strengths, is getting on those runs. 2 or 3 points in a row real fast with pot shots and transition shots. And then suddenly the game that was 2-2 is now 5-2. Right. And it's like, well, damn, like, what am I going to do now?
Right.
Now you got him to bear down, and he's, able to freewheel.
Yeah.
So
willy-nilly, just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah. So, that's definitely a huge benefit.
Brian going with an off hole there. Trying to see how Connor responds. Turns him over with a good block. Cross just missed. Left ball in there again. Miss. Right wall. Yep.
Yeah.
Coming off that right wall with that dip. Here it is again. Another right wall. Oh, maybe not.
Well, he mishit whatever it was, because it just went into the corner there.
Yeah. Beautiful cut. Yeah,
Wow.
Connor just cutting and crossing.
He just
you have to
took
stop
this
at
match.
least one of the straights. Can't allow them both.
I think we'll ask Brian, but my guess is he didn't have any gas in the tank at this point in the tournament. There was the over.
Yeah. Wow.
When he didn't necessarily need it to be accurate, he got it in.
You want me to go grab Connor?
Yes, please. Let's talk to them.
All right.
At times, air hockey can seem
Hi, welcome back. One of the most frequent issues I see with players, both amateur and pro level, is the lack of an available lane to the goal before they execute a shot. A lane to the goal is an open path between the player's execute position and the opponent's goal. It's critical, if you want to score more, that you have this. As the original champion of air hockey said, Jesse Dowdy, you can score one of two ways. Either you get the puck to the goal before the opponent can react and block it, or you get the opponent to move out of the way of your shot. What I'm suggesting about having a lane to the goal will help you score under both circumstances. An open lane increases your chances of developing a shot as a credible threat, something I've talked about in another video. This enhances your ability to fool your opponent into reacting incorrectly on their blocks. Let's take a closer look. Your execute position is important to know. It's what your opponent keys in on. Your opponent knows when you can actually execute a powerful shot and when you can't. In this drift, it's clear that only when my wrist has pulled back can I actually power a shot toward the goal. The opponent understands this intuitively, and they know what areas on their goal are under threat as they watch my hand and arm and even my body positioning. Most everything that happens before I get to the execute position is virtually unimportant. My opponent knows that I can't hit a power right while under while my hand is in this position. So I need both an open lane and an execute position before my opponent's brain feels threatened. If I try to execute a shot before there is a lane to the goal, I'm most likely just going to hit the puck into my opponent's mallet or shoot a shot way too slow or obvious, allowing them an easy block. And if I'm not in an execute position, there's really nothing for my opponent to worry about. What we need to do is drift the puck and get into an execute position with open lanes to the goal, then shoot our shot. This allows us to implement time delays too. Time delay is the pause between our execute position and the actual shot. The beauty of it is that we decide when the shot happens. And if there is an open lane to the goal, our opponent is required to guess wisely when that will happen, because they need to move their mallet very quickly to a precise position to block. The more open the lane, the faster our opponent will need to react. With a wide open lane, a deceptive time delay, and a very powerful shot, it's virtually impossible to block without guessing or reading other tells we might be sending our opponent. So, drift, get into the execute position, obtain a lane to the goal, delay, shoot. In a perfect world, we'll have multiple lanes to the goal which we can hit from the same execute position. That's when we really start cooking on offense. Plus, once we start hitting those open lanes, we can push offense to the next level, making our opponent overreact and move out of the way of shots like over the mallets or off speeds or cuts. But for this puzzle to all come together in unison, we need to have the open lane to the goal. Thanks for joining me, and remember to like, subscribe, and share our videos. Air hockey is a small sport, but it doesn't have to be. Spread the word. See you next time. What do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
I just think that the amount of strategy and the amount of focus that really goes into it to play at a high level. I think it's so easy to see it and dismiss it as a kid's game, as an arcade game, at its base level, and that's it. And when you come to an event like this, you see that there's just so much more involved, and you can really see the differences between somebody who's just starting out and somebody who's playing at an elite level.
Yeah, absolutely. What's something that you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
That there's levels to it.
Okay.
I think a lot of people get this when they play video games at home. You beat your friends, and I'm the best person there is at this game.
Right.
And then you play a regional tournament, and you get your butt kicked, and then one day you go back, you do well again, and you think I'm the best there is at this game.
Yeah.
Then you come to nationals, and you realize that you're not the best there is at this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know that there are tournament quality tables and non-tournament quality tables, and the ones that aren't tournament quality aren't as fun to play on.
Yeah, you're darn right. Well, what do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
Ah, man. I think it's one of those few individual competitive sports that literally anybody can play and succeed at, do really well at.
What is something you know about air hockey that the general population does not know?
That it's a lot harder than it looks. You have, people that will go to the arcades and they'll play and they think they're really good, and they might be, right? But it's a lot harder. It takes skill. You have to learn shots. You have to learn defense. You have to learn setups. It's a sport.
Right.
And it takes skill and it's hard.
That is more than just a game for fun. Some people play for fun. Some people also play it very competitively. And there are different levels to it. And coming here to the World Tournament for the first time, you really get to see.
Yeah, you see the difference. That's awesome. I'm here with Connor Cummings, who had a dominating win against Brian Acrocco. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think from playing Austin, I went into that match with a very different mental game. I was much more mellow and relaxed, and I could make my releases more deceptive because I wasn't thinking as hard. I was in more of a flow state the whole time, and just one shot at a time. Definitely didn't lose as many possessions as I did playing Austin, and I think Brian, last time whenever I play him, a lot of times I kind of crutch on my my cut under, so he's kind of zoned onto that.
On it, yeah. So you went cross left wall.
Yeah.
We were talking about it.
Yeah. So I went into that one cross, and it got me an early lead, and then it stayed deceptive, and then that opened up my cut later. So it was very much I just switched styles, and it helped me out a lot.
Yeah, I was talking about it because it was talking about how in the previous match you were having struggles with accuracy until you found your cross. And so it was a good idea to kind of start off getting that cross in so you can kind of get your feel, your rhythm, and then, Brian was not able to score on you. Does he typically have a tough time scoring on you?
No, I think Brian's a little bit tired from the tournament.
Yeah, that's what we said, yeah.
Because it's definitely usually more close between us. So, at Worlds, he beat me 4-0 in our spin-off. I think it was 3 of the games were 7-6 and 7-5, so it was very even. But this match, I think I was more relaxed and into it, and he was just, I think he was a little bit out of gas.
Absolutely. So you finished your tournament in strong fashion. What's next for you in air hockey?
Next for me, so I'm going to physical therapy every week, and that's been going pretty well. I'm gonna start to see if I can start training up pretty hard again, like I was earlier this year. So, and then
maybe get some coaching sessions.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then definitely hoping to do some challenge matches soon. Probably try to do my first one in January or so.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna challenge Vince first. Because Vince, right now, he's my blind spot, pretty bad. That match between us was very eye-opening because I never played him before.
Right.
Only in practice, and from that first cut he scored on me, I was like, oh gosh, this is scary. So
yeah,
he was very fierce, but I wanna play him again and learn how to beat him eventually. So.
Absolutely. Well, you did play great in that last match. It's a good note to end on moving forward. We look forward to your progression in the sport. You definitely were on a rocket ship until you got injured, and so it's nice that you're getting that back in shape and you can put in the effort, because I truly think, and something I've told you in the past, is I think you have the capability to be one of the elites in the sport. You've got the reflexes, you've got the mind, and you obviously have a great mentor with your brother, and so we'll be excited to see how that pans out.
Yes,
all right,
sir. Thank you.
Thanks. We got next match coming up here. Okay. Let's take a look at the chart. We don't see. You want to commentate? All right. We're going to be joined by Jacob Weissman for commentating. I can't see who's up next, unfortunately.
It's Austin and Chris.
Okay. Austin Fernandez and Chris Gibson, two of the sort of up-and-coming competitors in the Houston area. Not really up-and-coming if Chris is ranked third in the world, right? He's kind of up and came already.
Yeah.
But what do you predict in this match?
I predict Chris. I don't know what the game count will be, but I'm going to predict Chris to win this match.
Okay. Do you think that it'll be a close match, or are you thinking 4-1 Chris?
I'm thinking like 4-2 or 4-3. It's going to be close.
A close match.
It's gonna be,
okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. What shots will each of them likely be trying, you think, against the other?
I think they might be trying almost the same exact shots. They both have a really sweet cut that's super similar. And
it's a cut. It's almost the middle of the table, but a little further back.
Yeah.
And
they almost hit it where their arm is kind of like
it's
straight.
Yeah,
like
they snap it with their wrist, and it's far back where there's a lane, and they just pop it in, right?
Yeah. So I think we're going to see a lot of that shot. Some unders. I think we are going to see a lot of transition this match.
Right.
Here's what I think will happen. I think that because Chris recently beat Austin a challenge match, and that was how Chris got into the top 10 before he challenged me and took third.
Okay.
And I think that went to the 7th set or something crazy like that.
Okay, so very competitive.
Very competitive. But I tuned in and saw that Austin was playing this real, just super fast, frenetic game.
Right.
So I feel like Chris, he's a very fast player, and I think he thrives
more
in
of his
transition.
style. Right.
Yeah, that he kind of got Austin to play up tempo, so I think that might be one of the biggest factors this match in terms of Chris winning and Austin losing.
Yeah,
but
no, that's a good point. I agree that what I see when Austin is playing his best, he actually slows down and sets up his shots and doesn't go for a lot of transitions. Of course, he's super fast, so he can hit transition shots, but I don't think he's playing at his best when he gets into that mode.
Correct. Yeah, I 100% agree.
All right, I think they're about to face off here. We'll go over to that.
All right.
Here we go.
Playing to advance to the quarterfinals.
Austin in good spirits before the beginning of this match.
Okay. Chris scores on the face-off there.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is what I think Austin should not do.
Right. Like fast.
Yeah.
You just go slow. Well,
that one worked.
Right, but see, that's dangerous because you get one or two of those in, and you sort of think that's the way I should be playing, and it may not work out in the long run.
Right,
we'll have to see. That was over.
Kind of a red herring, right? Like
it's a false signal for sure.
Yeah. Well, there's the actual signal.
Yeah, it's tough to be accurate in your shots when you're drifting super fast around and around.
Absolutely.
I think a circle drift is nice. Good timeout. I think a circle drift that's too fast probably is a detriment I think you could do it now and then, but as a full-on attack, it makes your ability to hit accurate shots less.
Ooh, that was a beautiful cut though, and slower,
Right.
more sort of medium.
Right. Set up, pause. And that's the cut you were
same
talking
cut
about.
right
Same
back.
cut. Yeah. And that's not the way that Austin just hit that right wall under is not when he hit it at his best.
Yeah.
He is at best when he kind of drifts and pauses and then snaps it in.
Right.
Not drift hit. Like that. It's just not his interesting. That was nice. He did a little bit of a hand fake, but he missed the shot. He went for that cut, but Chris was ready for it. I think it was smart to go cross there. Just missed it. Again, that's not.
It doesn't have enough pop on it.
Well, but it's the cadence. It's too telegraphed. It's interesting to see how many forehands these guys use. Both of these guys have been doing some phenomenal forehands this tournament.
Ooh, I like the way Chris set it up.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh, didn't like that one.
Yeah, unforced error. That was a good get by Austin. It was there. I mean, there's the forehand I was talking about.
You know, earlier when I said Austin has the best current forehand, I think Chris.
I had this
does.
exact same discussion with Chris when we interviewed him. I said that we were talking about how Austin's forehand left wall under was so great, but then Chris was showing us some great ones, and I actually asked Chris about that in the interview, and he said that he's been really working that, and he's going to keep using it because he sees how effective it is. Yeah. This is what you were saying. Austin shouldn't do.
Because he's just playing Chris's game here. I mean,
Game point.
Oh,
that was Chris has become such a better air hockey player.
Yes, yes. And I had a discussion with him off camera about that last night, and was just talking to him about what changes he has made in his game through all the matches he's been playing in the last year. And the thing that he said was that he's intentionally shooting specific shots off of setups, right? Rather than just trying to just shoot a cool shot, he's actually doing an attack. He's trying to draw people out. He's trying to get around them.
Right.
Excellent. That was a pretty dominating first game for Chris. It'd be interesting to see now if Austin slows down and plays his game as a response. Because I will say the one thing that I've seen in terms of growth for Austin in the last year is making some adjustments and not continuing to do the things that aren't working. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe he will. Maybe it hasn't sunk in yet that playing Chris's style against Chris probably isn't the answer. One thing, though, that Austin does, which is interesting as well, is he seems to take the full 2 minutes almost every time.
Yeah. And I mean, when we've seen him do it in other matches, it seems to work for him.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe he knows the tempo he needs, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right. We're back. Game 2. tapping mallets in the middle of game 2.
Ready, Chris?
Yeah, interesting.
0-0 and play.
Yeah, Chris is definitely making an argument.
Yeah.
For best forehand.
No, and actually, when about probably 30 minutes after the last time I commentated, I was thinking about it, and I thought, it's actually Chris who I think has the best forehand.
Okay. Earlier, you made a change in prediction. We allowed you one change, so this is your one change in who is the best forehand player in the sport.
I wasn't thinking about
You
Chris
had-
when I stated it.
Okay.
And then I remembered that he exists as an air hockey
Yeah,
player.
yeah. You probably experienced that
I did.
forehand
I
in
did.
your match.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Almost squirted the window. Ooh.
See, that's Austin's game. Good decision to just grab the puck. Yeah. So he's made an adjustment.
Yeah, I think it's the adjustment he should have made.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. Trying to take Chris out of his rhythm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think if you know a player is loves to mix it up and play a lot of transition and get the puck moving around the table a lot, I mean, I would intentionally play a little slower, maybe than I even do normally, just to keep them from getting into that rhythm.
Absolutely.
That's a nice hand fake. Was that an over? Was he trying for an over? Maybe. Yeah, he's trying to make that look like the cut again, but then get Chris to charge. Chris didn't bite. Chris goes for that quick cut, but Austin was right there. Power. That is that quick early cut. Ooh. He was over anyway, so. Oh. I think that was probably accidental.
Yeah.
I don't think it was an intentional double bank.
Yeah. Chris doesn't hit a lot of double banks.
Okay. Ooh,
that
he
like
went
a
cross
Yeah, that
there.
looked like
That was interesting.
Yeah, he was smart.
Yeah. 3-5. Austin's definitely taking charge in this game.
Yeah. Beautiful cross.
Yeah, and the reason that works is I was talking about this with Vince is, I think crosses work best when the beginning of the drift is sort of sudden and fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it gets the
it
defense
gets them
to
sort of
move out of the
moving a
way.
little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just an unconscious thing. You just sort of move over a little. Can't help yourself.
Yeah, that's something Vince does excellent.
Oh yeah,
crosses I know.
Yeah. His lefty cross is just so gross in a good way.
See, now Chris is kind of doing what
But
I
now
would call not to do.
he's slowed down. It's so fascinating. Whenever Chris gets that puck, he needs to go ahead and start. Yeah, here, this is what he needs to do. Speed it up, play your game, and then force the other guy to play his game. And if you can get him to start playing to your rhythm, then all the better.
Good timeout there.
Mm-hmm. Notice the timeouts in this tournament that I've seen, a lot of them have been really excellently used.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of players using them in a better way.
Oh,
That
Chris says eat it.
Yeah. That is why people do charge, is you get that feeling and then you want to charge more. See if Austin uses that to his advantage and banks around him. Yeah, just barely. They missed that shot. 5-5. Austin has possession. See if he keeps it slow. Because Chris has sort of sped it up again. Ooh, we almost lost it.
Yeah, flubbed it.
Good get by Chris. A lot of transition here. He went for the forehand. Oh,
it looked open.
Yeah, it was just a good block, I think.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? I think it was just a good block.
Oh, I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it too. Just barely missed it. I think he might have been going for an over there.
Yeah.
And just great block by Austin. Austin goes for the early cut. Gets blocked. Tried to go cross. It's too far to the right. Powerful cross.
Huge point here.
Oh.
I hit it in a cut.
Huh. That's the Colin Cummings style timeout, is to act like you're getting ready to shoot a shot
and then
timeout. Vince does that as well.
Yeah.
Time. Game point either way. Ready? Play.
Oh, it was close. Chris's puck control has gone up so many notches in the last year.
A little too much juice there.
Oh yeah. He wanted it too much.
Play.
Yeah, I wouldn't have advised that type of a setup.
They both tried the same exact shot.
Yeah. Yeah, both of them really, really want this last point.
Yeah. It's almost like they'll win the game if they get this point or something.
It was nice. It was a good block. It was a good shot. Oh, he went for the forehand, just didn't hit the right angle.
Oh, wow.
I can't believe he went for a transition there. Oh, it was in and out. We saw one of those in your match pop out.
Ooh, cross
Austin
straight.
goes for the early cross straight.
Yeah.
Take a look at that again. Wow. Oh, well.
Wow. 1-1.
1-1. So we've got a match here. And you did say 4-2, so you're still, in the running for this.
I said 4-2 or 4-3. I said it would be. You asked if it would be like a shutout or if it would be.
Fair enough. All right. It is so far proving to be a competitive, hard-fought match. And we've got another match on the secondary table between Noah Weissman and Mike Cummings. I think it's the finals. I believe it's the finals of their spinoff.
It was
9 through 12. And Noah lost the first match he played against Mike in the winner's bracket. So if he could come back and win his bracket, that would be pretty stellar. Of course, Noah beat Mike Cummings in a challenge match recently. It was 16 games to 12, super competitive. Yeah, and Austin continuing to take his full 2 minutes. If it's you're joining us for the first time to see competitive air hockey, we welcome you. We're at Bad Astronaut here in Houston, Texas. Bad Astronaut is a great venue, really. They've got all sorts of activities that are free. You can play free pool, foosball, free air hockey. They've got craft beer. It's a brewery. Great place to come for Friday, Saturday night, really any night of the week. I believe they also have air hockey tournaments here on Monday nights.
Yep, for Monday night.
Monday nights. And they have
I think we have two
brackets. So
yeah.
they have a beginner bracket.
Yeah.
So, you're not going to necessarily get blown away by the competitive pros that have been playing for years. You get a chance to play against people your own speed. But then you also get a chance, to play some games against the really good guys and see what needs to happen to go to the next level.
Hey, if you're living in Houston and one of the people who thinks, I can definitely do this, then come and play in the pro bracket.
Absolutely.
I'd love to show you why you are wrong.
But also just to teach you and hopefully get you hooked on air hockey. As you may see how exciting this game is, especially played at a top level.
Oh, just missed. It
was an over, right?
Yeah,
right?
we just missed an over. Ooh,
so that was interesting. That was an over that went under, which is the telltale sign that you've frozen your opponent in place. And you'll probably notice if you never really watched competitive air hockey. Yeah, great early on the drift. Is notice how far out these guys hold their mallets on defense. Both of these guys in particular hold their mallets pretty far out. But in general, you do want your mallet to be out away from your goal. It's going to be your best way to defend. You try to create a triangle out there away from the goal with your defense.
Play.
Yeah, I think Austin needs to pause to give Chris a chance to kind of wonder when it's coming. Yeah, but he didn't. There was no delay. Chris trying to link it.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah,
Great shot selection there.
Yeah. And it was, again, these guys do those straights early on the drift from far back. It just, it's a unique. Now that one wasn't. That one was further up. Nice cut, though. Awesome mallet.
Play. Wait, hold on. Chris's puck. 2-2. In play. 2-3.
Ooh, great under there, Chris.
You may have noticed having some technical difficulties with the scoring a lot in this tournament. That was a nice transition. Apologies for that, but we're trying to work out the kink.
3-5.
3-5, Chris. Ooh. Good little transition action there.
Austin's so quick. They're both quick. Austin's just really super fast.
Yeah.
Oh, see, he just really baited him to come out. And this is what you said not to do.
Yeah.
Austin needs to. It would be good, like if he does end up not winning the match, he's got some good.
Oh yeah, I think he has a lot of
good information.
A lot of takeaways.
Yeah, a lot of takeaways. Be able to try to tweak his style a little bit against Chris.
One thing Chris has also gotten so much better at compared to last year is pace. He seems to really understand the pace of the drift.
Yes, yeah.
And the importance of varying the pace sometimes too.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you have that pace sometimes upbeat the way he does, that can tend against certain players to motivate them to come forward, to come out. And that's how he was able to get those easy right wall unders in at the end. I mean, they were super fast, hard shots, but it was a wide open goal.
Yeah, he just drew Austin out there.
He just drew him out.
Said, okay, you want to play fast? Let's do it.
Yeah, and again, Austin taking his full time. Last time he definitely made an adjustment that was helpful, but then he sort of regressed in this game and went back to that playing upbeat too fast.
I wonder if mentally it's a thing like you're down 5-3, so then you're like, oh gosh, I gotta score. I gotta get some quick scores in. And so if that, I wonder, I'd be interested to talk to Austin after the match, see if that's part of his mentality. Because I could see how you would unconsciously then start doing a super fast drift, to try to get some quick points.
Absolutely. We think we may have our scoreboard back in action. 2 games to 1.
15 seconds. All right. Puck will start with Austin. 2 games to 1, Chris. 0-0. In play. Zero.
Oh, self score there for Chris. 1-1.
2-1.
Beautiful right wall under there. See, Austin almost trying to go to like his version of like a Vince attack.
3-1. Timeout call.
I think Chris up 3-1 this game.
Time. 3-1, Chris. Ready, Chris? In play. Play. Austin's puck. Play.
Yeah, just sort of flubbed it and then transitioned, almost lost the puck.
Oh, good charge there by Chris.
Yeah. You definitely read it.
4-1.
And that's what we were talking about, right? It's like you speed it up, and then you sort of draw a person that is already wanting to come out. You draw them out, and you an easy shot.
Every single point scored this game, Chris has scored. It's 4-2.
I know. See that doesn't work the same way, right? If you just set it there.
Yeah. The puck needs to be in motion.
Right. Well, he just missed that one.
Yeah.
It was wide open as
Yeah.
well. But he did have sort of a drift coming at it.
Play. Chris's puck.
It's flying a lot.
Yeah. I will say both these guys, though, do hit it hard, and I'm pretty sure both play with a harder mallet. I know Chris does for sure, and I'm pretty sure Austin does. I think they both play with a translucent as opposed to like a cream.
Right. A little harder mallet. It was a nice cut by Chris. Oh, man.
Austin's first score of the game, but unfortunately, wrong goal.
I think for both guys, too many unforced errors, just in general.
Yeah.
Off. Austin's puck.
The cross was open. He just missed it. Maybe hit it a little too hard. That's the one. That's another issue with playing a lot of transition. Is a tendency to overhit those shots that are in motion and then knock it off the table.
But sometimes you get that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, his transition forehands have really impressed me.
Yeah.
This tournament. See if we can get a update on the match here between Noah and Mike Cummings. So you're going to be playing. Are they going to play the next? You're going to play Jacob Munoz after this match?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe me and Munoz right after this.
All right. It'll be a great match to watch, to spectate, and comment on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost always a great battle when we play. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about that Astronaut. There's other places in Houston as well that have competition. There's a group that started up at Lone Star College in the northwest side of town. And that was started up by Connor Cummings and Noah Weissman. They've actually brought in a number of great new players that are rapidly increasing in skill level. And I think a lot of the growth that we've seen in air hockey in the last year has been sort of spearheaded by all the social media that's been going on. Not only the Centerline, YouTube, and Instagram, but we've got Colin Cummings has a YouTube channel, Justin Flores has a YouTube channel. The Idaho group streams a lot of matches. So, if you're interested in air hockey, you want to learn more about air hockey, there's a lot of resources online now.
Yeah.
We got a lot of tutorials on the Centerline to teach you how to get good at air hockey. And keep in mind that, we play air hockey on competitive tables. You may have played air hockey on, maybe toy tables at home or,
Chuck E. Cheese table.
Yeah, and it's not the same, as you can see.
All right, Chris leads the match 3 games to 1. Possible match games. Chris starts with the puck.
All right, 3 games to 1.
0-0 in play.
So Austin needs another game to confirm
yes, that's right.
prediction.
Oh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You know, when you're already behind, you score on yourself. It can sort of snowball.
Yeah, my feeling watching this match is that Chris isn't really having to think. All he has to do is play.
He's just being creative and playing.
And
yeah,
Austin isn't sure yet how to like pierce through.
Right, he doesn't have an attack.
Chris's defense. Yeah.
0-2. Are you ready, Chris?
And so he's trying all this different stuff, and then something happens and he goes off of it.
Right. He's got to find at least one shot that is consistent and capable of becoming a credible threat.
Yeah.
We're talking about talking about tutorials on the thinner line. There is one about credible threats on offense and why they're so important. And I think Austin needs that desperately, because once you get a credible threat, now you have something the person is kind of maybe a little worried about. Yeah, and this
Austin's behind the 8 ball here.
I think he's on a different pool table altogether.
Yeah. He needs to call a timeout. Okay.
Yeah. And notice that was a slow setup.
Yeah.
It was deliberate.
In play.
Nice get. Oh, that was sort of an accidental get, but
you got it. And then lost it.
Yeah.
Play.
Austin's so long. I mean, I'm always fascinated by how far out his rock motion goes.
Yeah, I watched last night. I went back and watched my match with him from yesterday, and I heard you mentioning his rock multiple times.
Yeah, it's just okay. There you go.
Beautiful.
Yeah, but I think it was an accidental over. I mean,
went over there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to give him credit for a great forehand, but I think he went for the under and it just went over. If he could be doing overs and unders with that, then now we're on a different level completely.
Yeah, I'm just watching the table with my eyes, so I didn't see that it went over there.
Yeah. Well,
fight.
Yeah, he's fighting. I mean, Austin's not giving up, and so that's just sloppy though. Too many unforced errors. Good friends. But it was a tough match for Austin.
Yeah.
And a tough match for your prediction, but we won't say anything about that. But let's get those guys over here, and we'll talk with them.
What do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
I just think that the amount of strategy and the amount of focus that really goes into it to play at a high level, I think it's so easy to see it and dismiss it as a kid's game, as an arcade game, at its base level, and that's it. And when you come to an event like this, you see that there's just so much more involved.
And a video we've played it before. All right, so I'm here with Chris Gibson. It really took control of that match. It looked like it was going to be competitive, and then suddenly it wasn't competitive again. What do you think happened?
He let me get in the zone. I wanted the puck, and I knew that I was going to take it. I wanted it. I went for it every time because he wasn't going as fast as he maybe should have been to keep me from going after the puck like that. And I noticed his accuracy was low, so I was able to just chase that puck and bring it back to me or get a point when needed. And I feel like I was just a little faster. I caught his defense in a stalemate, and my shot was just
Okay.
a little bit faster than he moved or anticipated.
Right. Well, I mean, from our standpoint, like looking at it, we've sort of felt like that you, for the most part, played your game, and he sort of, in a lot of moments, tried to play your game against you. Which, I mean, when I see Austin playing at his best, he's not going super fast, and he's not hitting transition and going around the table and around the table.
Right.
He's stopping the puck. He's setting it up. And then he's hitting really powerful shots that are accurate because he isn't going super fast.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what
I would agree. I would agree. Usually when we play, it's always competitive because he's the one going slow and I'm always going faster.
Yeah.
So he usually picks a few shots and he builds up for those three.
Yeah, we were talking, like, it didn't seem like he had like one threat.
Yeah.
That was like you were worried about.
He wasn't trying to kill me with one shot.
Yeah.
So I basically in my mind had to decide whether the setup and build up for the shot he was about to take, whether it was consistent or if it was a little bit on the sloppier side. And I noticed that it wasn't as consistent. So I knew that he wasn't really trying to make me afraid of one shot. He wanted to find something that worked.
Yeah, well,
I prevented him from finding that.
Sure. Yeah, well, and I think you did that. I think you did it by playing your game and sticking with it, which is an upbeat, a lot of transition, a lot of movement, and so he kind of got sucked into that.
Yeah.
One thing I want to ask you, which I haven't asked you, we mentioned is, so what's the significance of the alien shirt?
I almost beat Munoz at the Pro-Am tournament with this shirt.
Oh, okay. So it's like a good luck charm.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
Paul.
All right, so that pushes you forward. You're going to play the winner of Jacob Weissman and Jacob Munoz. So you're going to be playing someone named Jacob next.
Yep.
We just don't know which one. Either one you prefer?
I really want to beat Jacob Munoz.
Okay.
I've gotten so close many times.
All right.
And that's something that I would want to do because he's somebody that's built my game and helped me get to where I am now.
Sure.
So I would like to, kind of like
Get a chance
beating
at
the
it.
sensei.
Yeah, yeah. I got you. I respect that. It's like, you might. I'm guessing you probably think you have a better chance against Jacob Weissman because you just beat him a set. But between the two of them,
I'm terrified of them both tournament format wise because
equally. If somebody said you can pick who you're going to play based on who you think you have a better chance to win.
In a tournament, Wiseman is scarier than Munoz.
Well, I think that you probably have some good logic there because he has shown in the last 3 years at Worlds that he rises to the occasion.
Yeah, finals every single.
Yeah, I hear you.
And whenever we play challenge matches, it's a marathon, and I feel like I'm a lot better at marathons than I am in a tournament format.
Sure.
If Jacob gets me on a straight, it's done with.
I hear you. Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes. Great playing, continuing to progress. Keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can get Austin, Jacob Weissman, warming up for his match. We'll be right back, see if we can get, okay.
What do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
I just think that the amount of strategy and the amount of focus that really goes into it to play at a high level, I think it's so easy to see it and dismiss it as a kid's game, as an arcade game, at its base level.
Yo, it's Avery.
When you come to an
You
event
might
like
have
this,
noticed
you
that
see
before
there's-
each shot, players spend time moving the puck around. This is called a drift. Basically, it's controlled movement that helps players get comfortable in position before the execution of each shot. The drift comes in all shapes and sizes, but the most common is the right to center drift for right-handers or the opposite for lefties. This simple drift is easily repeatable, and its consistent nature makes it hard for defenders to pick up on the types of shot coming. The next most common is the more advanced circle or diamond drift, which keeps the puck moving and the defender guessing. The drift not only controls the tempo of the game, but it can also help players create misdirection for the defender and conceal the type of shot they're going for. Stay tuned, more air hockey is coming up next. Air hockey is fast, but just how fast? I've taken to the table with #2 world-ranked Jacob Weissman, and with the help of physics teacher Brian Niebuhr to measure key components of his game and just what it means to the players. First up, speed of the shot. Throughout the course of our game, we clocked Jacob's fastest shots at 41 miles per hour. At first glance, that might not seem that fast, but how does it translate?
At 41 miles per hour, the puck is traveling approximately 4 feet in 143 milliseconds. That's over 28 feet per second. And if that time's applied to hitting a major league fastball, the pitch would be traveling close to 400 miles per hour. Basically, it's impossible to stop unless you read the shot and start moving first and happen to be in the right place at the right time.
Whoa, that's fast. Now, what about the release? The release is the amount of time it takes the player's hand to move from a cocked position to impact with the puck. And Jacob has one of the fastest in the game. Using slow motion replay, we calculated that Jacob's motion takes 0.03 seconds to strike the puck.
0.03 seconds is half the time it takes the fastest boxers to throw a jab. Not only does it allow Jacob to execute his shot quickly, but it also allows him to apply a tremendous force to the puck while not giving his opponent time to react to his shot. His mallet is accelerating to meet the puck at 35 Gs. It's 35 times faster than things accelerate due to gravity.
Well, there you have it. Do you think you're fast enough to beat these pros? At times, air hockey can seem like chaos, but top players are constantly looking to execute different types of shots designed to exploit a hole in the defender's setup, positioning, or tendencies. Let's take a look. #1, a cut straight. This shot is when you cut or slice the puck, sending it straight to the left side of the goal. It's hard to see it coming, and it is impossible to stop if the defender is moving or expecting a shot towards the right wall. #2, the cross straight. The cross straight is similar to the cut straight, but instead of slicing, you drive the puck straight to the right side of the goal. It's great when the defender is expecting a cut straight or shot towards the left wall, thus leaving the right side of the goal exposed. It's fast to execute and can quickly take advantage of a defender's mistake. #3 and #4, the right wall under and
All right. We're here in our next match. We've got Jacob Weissman versus Jacob Munoz. This is another one of those matches that has traditionally gone down to the wire. Munoz had said to me in a previous interview that he thinks he's sort of a slow starter in matches. I don't know that I've ever thought much about that and whether that's accurate. I'm sort of more interested in it now. Nice quick cross. Timeout by Munoz. Winner of this will play Chris Gibson. And then the winner of that will play the loser of Vince Saceda and Anthony Marino. Anthony Marino and Vince Saceda are both left-handed players. That'll be the next match. It's actually be a very interesting match to watch. Jacob topped that. Jacob with another just fast cross early on the drift. And he was trying to find his rhythm. Goes for a right wall under. That's a good block by Munoz. And an update on that 9 through 12 spinoff that Noah Weissman was down against Mike Cummings 3-1, and then down, I think, 6-5 in Game 7. Ended up winning and pushing it to a final set for their spinoff, which is going to be starting here. Nice cut by Munoz. That's one of his bread and butter shots. Jacob goes for the cut, sort of a, and then goes for the over. Barely missed it. Yeah. Good timeout by Jacob Weissman. We'll use their last names, Weissman and Munoz. Yeah, because, I mean, he could see Munoz had sort of started to find his rhythm.
Love the hair of Munoz.
Wow. That was a great, I mean, it looked like it was going to be a right wall under. That's Munoz's patented wristy cut. Oh, that was nice. That was clever.
Oh,
Jacob
we see some razzle dazzle in this match. I bet they have a lot of fun playing each other.
Yeah. Munoz going for the forehand. All over the place.
I know.
Yeah, Jacob's. I think that's a correct call.
Good call.
Yeah, it was definitely over the line. So good call by the ref.
So I know Munoz has been playing for a while. I know you were definitely in the scene whenever he started kind of getting on that rise, like showing his dominance. Like watching that in your perspective, like what was kind of going through your head?
Well, I mean, it's exciting always when you see a new talent rise up to sort of the upper echelons of the sport. We want to see that. We want to see more. I'd like to see 30 people that are capable of making top 5, because that's a thriving sport.
Yeah.
And what was interesting, I will say, about Munoz's rise, is I think it started at the 2021 Worlds when he, I think he took third, and it was a shock to everyone, including him. Was just sort of seeing how he responded to it. He was just wasn't arrogant about it. He was just like really excited and amazed, and then I think he felt, and I talked to him afterwards, he felt like he had a lot to prove, because now he felt like he had to live up to that level, and to prove to people it wasn't
a lot of weight on his shoulders for sure.
Right, like to show it wasn't a fluke, that I actually do belong up there.
Yeah.
And he's done that. He's clearly a top 5 player in the sport.
I remember I asked that same question to Colin, and Colin said he knew when he was starting to get on that rise when he was playing in the doubles world championship with them. And they were doubles teammates. He said every time he plays with someone, there's kind of a lot of caring Colin has to do, except for when he was playing with Munoz. It was almost like either one of us could be on the table. It didn't matter. Like that puck was going to be in that other person's goal.
Mm-hmm. Jacob Weissman doing a lot of little razzle dazzle, which is sort of a sign that he's feeling sort of creative, which is always good.
Always fun to watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, these guys here they're on another level than most players in the sport.
Definitely.
He tried to. Got to work on that.
Wow.
Beautiful right wall over. Just super accurate. Executed from far back. Super hard to block. Jacob maybe could be maybe too much razzle. Maybe needs just to dazzle.
Yeah.
That looked good.
Munoz puck.
Puck's flying off here. It's been flying off for a couple of matches. I don't know if maybe they need to consider shifting it, sanding it down more.
Wow.
That was a great cross.
What? The pump fake to set it up.
Well, and what's interesting is because Munoz, he's so good at blocking the cut. And I know Jacob has a hard time getting a cut on Munoz. He has to kind of like figure it out, like get the rhythm right, get him worried about it. So it looks like he's decided that he's going to start just really attacking the opposite side of the goal.
Yeah.
If he does that long enough, Munoz will start to have to move. Another just amazing right wall over.
I'm noticing Wiseman as he's taking his shot, especially specifically with the cut, how far he's moving his body over to the right side of the table. Just kind of get that angle.
Mm-hmm. And he went for that cross again, just barely missed it. And then the cut. Yeah. Oh, that's a. Oh, I think that was goaltending. That definitely looked like goaltending, but we won't. And so for folks that don't know, an off-speed right wall under.
Wow.
It's Jacob Weissman's been showing a lot of creative things this tournament that he doesn't normally do. But for folks that don't know the rules, if you touch the puck with your hand or your shirt or something else other than the mallet, prevents it from moving into the goal, and it would have gone into the goal. It's called goaltending, and your opponent gets a free shot. All right, nice off speed by Munoz. Good block by Jacob Weissman.
5-4.
Wow.
Interesting. Went to the cut side that time.
5-5.
Wow.
That was a great shot by Munoz. These guys are just dazzling.
Oh my goodness.
And then over. That's not.
Oh my God.
It's back and forth.
Wow. I don't think like a puck was blocked.
What the hell? Oh my God.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Wow, that was
2-0.
exciting. Yeah, that was an exciting game. It's always exciting when there's lots of offense, but
It is.
you also know that means there wasn't much defense
That's
being
true.
played. So
Not a lot of
not
a lot of predicting.
Yeah. I think what Weissman did well for that last shot was really try to sell the right wall under.
And along with that cross you were talking about before.
Yeah. Well, right, exactly. So he'd pounded in a lot of crosses, and so Munoz is so good at blocking the cut. Maybe it opened up the cut because the cross had been going in.
Now he's just guessing which side of the goal is it going to be on.
Right.
All right, 0-0 in play.
Great battle here.
1-0.
Yeah, and that's such a great cut that Munoz has.
1-1.
Wow, great transition. And if you're just joining us, we're in our Houston City Open. We're in round 6 of the losers bracket. The winner of this match is going to be taking on Chris Gibson.
That's right.
As they continue to find out who is the best in Houston.
2-1.
Nice transition for
Pump
Munoz.
fakes, I like it.
Yeah, I think Weissman needs to clean up a little of the transition here.
3-1.
Wow.
Yeah, he missed a couple of possessions there because of just transition play where he could have just grabbed the puck. And I know it's hard to do that in the heat of the battle sometimes.
In play.
Again, transition just. Beautiful block. That was definitely going over.
He just wanted that puck.
He went for an over, just missed it. Munoz with an under, knocks it off.
Wow. Oh, wow. Crazy fast reaction. So this continues to show that we have another great match that we're showing here. Is there a match that shows to be a favorite of yours that you've seen so far?
That I've watched
Yeah.
so far. I mean, I really enjoyed the match between Weissman and Sauceda. I thought they played well, and Jacob Weissman is really behind the 8 ball here. I think what you do in a situation like this is you try your best just to start getting something going, because even if you lose the game, let's say that you get like 3 points here, but you lose the game, you're still going into the next game with momentum.
True.
So I think that's super important. That
True.
was great left wall under. Look at that left wall under.
Wow. No, but you bring a good point, like moving into momentum for that next game. I think it's even time just to, maybe mix it up a little bit, see if anything else might start working.
Mm-hmm. What's Brian going to call here?
It looked like he made sideways and knocked it off the table. But it also looked like you had contacts. I'm actually going to call a face.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, I wasn't sure what.
I had no idea.
what the call would be there.
I think it was a great call to do a face-off.
And another face-off.
One. Put a lot of face-offs today.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go again. So, wow.
In the game.
Just such a
Take a look back at
fast
Wow.
reflex. Yeah, crazy. If I were Weissman, I would be taking a full 2 minutes here. Try to reset my head.
Did you notice anything different, or maybe Munoz might have brought to the table for that game?
Well, I think Munoz, definitely raised his level that game and got Jacob down early, and then I believe Jacob sort of leaned into the creative side maybe too far. I think it's best when you try to keep it simple with a little bit of creativity, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I saw a different level of intensity from Munoz as well. I think he just...
Well, yeah, he's down 2-0 and he lost a 7-6 game, and he's frustrated.
1 minute.
Definitely interested to see what's going to happen in this next game.
2-1 Wiseman.
All right. Two games for one.
Okay, yeah, you got 36 seconds.
No, they're just taking it full. A fierce battle still going on here on the side table. And Noah Weissman and Mike Cummings.
Another Wiseman Cummings classic.
Yeah.
Time.
All right.
2 games to 1 Wiseman, 0-0.
Here we go.
In play. Over.
Okay.
Play. 0-1.
Great shot.
Yeah, Munoz has found his rhythm. He's found his, like he says, he feels like he's a bit of a slow starter, but then once he gets his rhythm going,
Weisman's puck.
I think that Weissman is probably got to get back to that cross, which was a great weapon early in this match. But I'm not sure if he's thinking about it or kind of remembers. It was a nice over. That was smart. See. Oh, okay. So he is thinking about the cross. Just missed it. But it was good on the transition to just be clean, grab it, and then set it up.
1-1, in play.
I think the ref forgets the mic. There it is.
Wow. That's the Viper shot.
Yep.
It's just a blazing fast left wall under with just all wrist all of a sudden. And it's his specific shot. Good rhythm there.
Seems like it's trying to make Jacob guess which side of the goal it's going to go on again.
Going for overs. And that's I don't know if I was talking with you earlier or someone else, but like when he tries to aim his overs, they don't tend to work out real well. So he went aiming it again. They aimed it again.
And we did too.
Yeah. That's interesting. Barely missing that cross. That was a real great cross by Munoz because it was far left.
It was.
And Jacob had to really be out of position for that. Weitzman.
It's always going to be confusing.
Yeah. Good block.
Wow.
That shot is so good. I think that Weitzman really needs to feature it more.
Honestly, I thought it was coming right there.
Yeah.
Hold on, hold the puck.
We got a little puck interference here. No big deal.
4-4 in play.
Here we go.
Munoz trying the forehand cut.
Another forehand.
Play. 5-4.
Wow. He went over.
He did.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that was intended.
That was a highway robbery.
Yeah, no, it was. It was there. Jacob goes for an off-speed cut.
Dang.
Oh my God.
Wow. Let's look right back at that.
Round, tap,
Ow.
boom. Like a bullet. Oh, I liked what he was thinking there because he had done a fast cross.
Yeah, one more
I think he needs to go left wall here.
Good idea. Got one more point to get up 3-1.
Yeah, he went for the left wall, just missed it. And he rushed that left wall. Part of what happened. Nice.
Whoa.
That's the patented Colin Cummings right wall under that really gets Jacob well.
Game point either way.
Here we go. Good block.
It was a good shot. He sold it. Munoz might go for an over here. Ooh. Oh, good get by Munoz. Great block by Jacob Weitzman.
Oh, great block
by Munoz. Yeah.
Now we see the defense.
Yeah. Oh, Munoz went for the over, barely missed it.
The amount of changes in possession this point. Wow.
Oh, wow. Nice. Just
great shot.
Sudden right wall under. Look at that. Just really quick right off the drift. Just
beautiful.
This is just great high-end air hockey here.
It is. All right, so we're at 3-1.
So we got a great match here, folks. It's 3-1 in games for Weissman over Munoz. Interestingly, Weissman was up 3-1 against Vince Saceda earlier today. So it'll be interesting to see if he sort of corrects the error that he made against Saceda, and definitely not letting down, staying focused, committed, and try to put this away. Get it. Step away for 1 sec.
All right, time's up. 3, 2, 1, time. Our possible match game, 0-0, in play. Weissman's puck. In play.
Ooh, goes back to that left wall. Down 3-1.
Time. In play.
See if he can bring it back.
Munoz puck.
And Weissman is just a phenomenal tournament player. You know, it seems like in every Worlds, in every big tournament, you always see Weissman get like further and further along that bracket. Definitely shows up for the big moment.
In play.
Good block.
We're not going to have any, you know.
Ooh, speed is coming up.
0-3.
Wow. Wow. So he's down 3 games to 1. Now 4 points to 0. This is a time where he's got to get into his head and find a way to come back from this. If I'm in Weissman's shoes and feeling confident. All right. Sets it up. You can just tell Weissman's in a great rhythm right now. Wow.
Play. Off. Wiseman's puck.
Puck's still flying.
Play.
Rice, you see speeding up. Wiseman with the puck. Drifting it left to center. Going for that cross. Ooh, it was there. Slightly off.
Play.
All right. Great drift. Ooh, going for that forehand.
Yeah, that left wall under that Weissman tried, it didn't work because it needs to be a sharper angle.
Play.
Wow, what a stop.
Yeah. You tell Wiseman just wants to end this match right
Right,
here.
but you got to be careful. Being up 4-0 is one of those dangerous spots, man. You can let down emotionally. He needs to put his foot on the gas.
Sure. I think the defense, I think Munoz is also realizing, all right, 4-0, I got to put down the brakes on Jacob's offense, right?
Sure. But Jacob and Weissman in particular, I think sometimes it struggles when he gets up.
Really?
He might get a little too creative, like what we were talking about. Like just keep with what's working and be simple.
We have 4-1.
Good timeout.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like he's just trying anything, but he doesn't.
Great second to
Time. Ready? Play.
reset.
I don't know. Yeah, I think that drift was too slow for Weissman. He needs to be slightly more upbeat. That was smart because that's what he did to win that last game. Just kind of break up the
Beautiful
monotony of not scoring.
All right.
Now you can try to go for that cross. No.
I smacked the puck there. I like that.
Play.
All right, send a 5-1. Ooh. He wants it.
Is it? I heard 5-2. Is it 5-1? I think it's 5-2.
Might be 5-2.
Yeah. Jacob needs a little more finesse here. Less power. Weissman, I mean.
Charge.
Wow.
Wiseman's puck. Scores 2-5. Play.
I think he needs to sell. Oh, that was not bad.
Wow. Great right well over.
That was nice.
Off. Munoz puck.
Hitting those shots too early. Go ahead and drift, sell something.
Off. Wiseman's puck.
Boy, this is just
battle for the points.
Yeah. Munoz keeps getting chances.
Play.
Yeah.
And Jacob too. I'm sorry, Weissman too. Weissman needs to. Yeah. See that he sold the right wall under there.
He did.
Smart. Just grab it and again sell something. Match. Wow.
Great shot.
What a great shot. What a great shot. Just good timing on it. Good angle on it.
Yeah.
No, well done. See if we can get these men over to talk to them. Yeah, a really well executed. I think Munoz just missed too many opportunities to come back. He got the puck a lot of times, and just gave Weissman too many chances to close it out. As Weissman was getting stale on his offense. And here, we'll sit down and chat with us. Okay, we're here with Jacob Weissman. We were having a hard time. Both of us kept saying Jacob this, Jacob that, but hopefully
I feel like you should know my last name.
Yeah, well, we eventually would remind ourselves about that, but okay, so it was a lot closer than a 4-1 would say, right? Yeah. As usual, super competitive. It looked like it was forcing you to go to a completely different level. Sorry about that. We're just getting a little Brian Ocrocco in the background on his mic. So you were. What are your thoughts?
I think I was playing very well, and I think he had kind of some. He seemed a little sluggish at times. Like I felt like I was the one who was mainly in the flow that match, and he was like struggling to find it.
Right.
And I think I knew that against Munoz, like he's so keyed into my normal offense that I can't just cut under him all the time to win, right? I'm going to have to pull out some other bags, other tricks, right? And so...
And we talked about that. I mean, I made a lot of comments about some of the things that you threw at him that like literally almost never see out of you. And in the one shot that I think that was the key is what you started the match with, which you sort of like went away from though later, and maybe just didn't find the right way to release it, was that cross. Because he's so keyed into blocking the cut that opened up the cross. In your mind?
Absolutely. I know that sometimes the like boom boom, will work against him because he's so keyed in to the cut, especially if I can start my drift off looking like I'm going to take it left or center.
Right. We should say what the boom boom is a sort of a
straight
nickname. It's basically you tap the puck at the beginning of the drift, but before it really gets to go much further left, you're hitting it straight.
Yeah, and so I think that was the biggest thing in the match is I kind of pulled out a little bit of a right of center attack that I think threw him off enough so then I could go back to some of my traditional shots.
Yeah. There was a left wall under in there, or maybe two left wall unders that were just phenomenal shots. And I remember commenting at the time that I think you need to go back and watch the video and see what you did and start featuring that shot.
Yeah.
Because if you can replicate that a lot, it's a deadly weapon on your specific attack.
Yeah.
Now, towards the end, though, you got up 4-0.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here thinking, okay, this looks pretty good, but then he started to come back.
Yeah, he started to come back. I wasn't that scared, but I knew in the back of my head, I was like, okay, I really need to like end this or like something, right? I don't want Munoz to he'll get on this like almost roll, right? He starts like steamrolling and he starts coming back, and then I knew it would not be good news if he came back to win the game from a 4-0 deficit. And then I'm going into the next game
feeling down about it. Yeah.
I think around the time it was like, what, 5-2?
5-2, it went back and forth a heck of a lot.
Yeah.
And it started to get a little, like me watching, because obviously I'm a little biased, right? I'm rooting for you. You're my son. But also I'm just looking at this thing, Munoz is getting a lot of possessions here. He's getting a lot of chances. But your defense held him off.
Yeah, I think I managed to stay in flow like the entire time. I went like maybe not on offense necessarily, but on defense I felt very comfortable. Okay. And so I was like being patient, I guess, in a sense, and just trusting that like my defense is going to hold up. I'm kind of reading and blocking his shots. But then did it get to 5-3 at one point maybe? I think at that point I was like, okay, I need to really focus on offense. And so that's when I really tried to focus on making sure I was delaying, changing up.
Yeah, and I even commented about the cut that you got in there. As I said, that is right, because you gave enough time and you sold the right wall under long enough for him to pull. All right, well, it was a solid win, obviously. Your next match will be against Chris Gibson.
Yeah.
So an opportunity for maybe redemption. For you lost a challenge match to him recently.
Yeah.
And
I'm super excited to play him. He's playing great this tournament.
Yeah.
And I'm feeling good. So I look forward to playing him.
Well, best luck.
Thank you.
And we'll see you later.
Right.
All right, let's take a look at the chart here. All right, and the next match here is going to be two lefties, Anthony Marino versus Vince Saceda. And I've been talking, behind the scenes with historians of our sport, and we don't believe that there has ever been at a major tournament two lefties battling in the winner of the winner's side. So we think this may be a bit of history. There have been great lefty players in air hockey through the years. Mark Robbins, Vince Chappelle, obviously Vince Saceda and Marino. But there haven't been enough at the top at the same time to be playing in a position like this. So the winner here is going to go on to the finals. The loser will then have to battle whoever wins between Jacob Weissman and Chris Gibson, which is will be coming up. But the next match will be up in just a minute here. We'll play an interview here.
At times, air hockey can seem like chaos, but
What do you know about air hockey that the general public does not know?
I just think that the amount of strategy and the amount of
Probably just that it's possible to basically pick people apart in a lot of different ways in air hockey.
Right.
I know that there's a skill cap that people wouldn't even believe is possible to obtain.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of strategy involved, that's for sure. Yeah. And I don't think people see it like that. They just see it as a dad, son, at the arcade, just hitting the puck. And now, yeah, there's so much strategy involved.
The level of competition, the level of skill set and deception that there is behind the gameplay. I just knew just hard hits, trying to get that straight shot or that tricky bank shot, but now it's just deception in how you hold the mallet and a bunch of stuff that I didn't know before.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd say that there is a huge competitive aspect to it. Like most people, even people I'm super close to, they'll have no idea, that Colin, my brother, is as good at air hockey as he is, and that there even is a scene like this. And I'll tell them, oh yeah, my brother's air hockey world champion, and they're like, what?
Yeah,
There's air hockey championships? And I'm like, yeah. No, I've never met a single person who knew, at all, that there was a competitive scene. So.
Sure. Okay.
All right.
All right, and here we are. All right. Anthony Marino.
Wow.
Is player on the left, a veteran for many, many years. Talking with him earlier, and I had not realized that he had actually won a major. He won the 2003 Texas State Championships. And I know that he took third in Worlds 2 years in a row.
Wow.
Back around the same time. And then, of course, Vince Saceda, who has won a number of majors, state championships, and hit some really high heights on the Worlds as well.
You have a favorite or anyone you're putting your money on?
A favorite? I don't. Yeah, I don't favor either. I'm sort of unbiased in this one, but if I were to put my money, I'm going to be putting my money on Vince Saceda, and it's no disrespect to Anthony, but I think that I don't think defense is Anthony's strength. I think that his offense is his strength, and I think that Vince Saceda has a top 5 all-time offense, perhaps. So I just think that he's going to find the openings that are there and then exploit them. That's just the way I think.
I'm going to root for the underdog.
You're rooting for, okay, so you're rooting.
I'm rooting for the underdog.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, yeah, and he's from Houston, so you could say you're a homer. You're being a homer. That's fine.
That's right. Going for H-Town till we drown.
Nice. So it's interesting to see two lefties facing off against each other.
I don't know when the last time this happened.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you were sitting here, but this is actually, we believe, the first time at a major that two lefties have been facing off in the winner of the winners. There have been lots of great left-handed players, but just not enough of them that they would, that it ever ended up being where they were towards the end of the tournament together.
Yeah.
So it's kind of weird to call it because the angles are completely the opposite, for both.
I'm trying to think. Was Avery and Vince a final for Texas? Maybe? Texas State?
I don't know. You may be right. I
have no
we better check that because that would change this potentially historic accomplishment.
Either way, still a great thing to watch.
Game point, 2.
Yeah, and I mean, so far it's kind of going the way I would expect it. Which is just Vince is sort of picking Marino's defense apart, which, and there's another piece to this, which is I don't think that Anthony has ever played. I don't think he's probably played Vince in a competition where Vince is, near the top of his game currently.
Yeah.
So the first game, the Vince in dominant fashion. Anthony is sort of walking around, talking to himself, trying to figure out, I guess, like, what do I need to do? What can I do to defend this onslaught with, and if you've ever been on the other side of trying to defend Saceda, you will understand. It's just
not
like
a fun
somebody's
place to be in.
jabbing an ice pick, at you over and over.
Wow.
Yeah. He's just so accurate, so deadly. There's a good block by Marino. Another block. So I don't know how effective the lefty cross is against the lefty. So I guess we'll find out.
True. How often do you think the other, like both of these players play other lefties? You know?
Right, not a lot because there just aren't that many. I know that Sauceda has played Avery a good bit.
True.
Yeah, just
wow.
I guess the lefty cross is a thing against the lefty. Nice cut by Marino.
Come on, underdog. Oh,
yeah, I mean, it's just
so deflating.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Right about that offense.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, it's. But the one thing though we'll say about Anthony, he ain't gonna be giving up. So
Yeah,
he's gonna keep fighting until maybe he figures out how to defend against.
Yeah. Maybe his offense can just,
I mean, he's got a good offense. Yeah. He does have a good offense.
Got to capitalize at every moment he has.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, the cadence on that is so hard to read. So yeah, so it's kind of going as I had expected it so far. Although Marino did start finding some offensive success there in that game, just he was too far behind by the time he did. So we'll see if he can take some of that momentum into this game. It's kind of what we were talking about, earlier, is that even though he lost, he started to gain a little momentum. That was a good block by Vince. That was one of Marino's strong shots. Just sudden under power bank. Vince just barely missed. And the angle there wasn't the best for Munoz. Yeah, and I mean, if Munoz, not say Munoz, I don't know, but Marino, if Marino pushes out like that on his defense, it's just really going to be even worse trouble. Three to one, Vince Sauceda. Oh, surprising that Vince didn't snag that puck. That's one of his strengths, just like he did there. He's just so good at that. Now, see, Marino should have just grabbed that puck. It was right there for him, but he took a transition shot and lost possession. Really trying to figure out how to pull, defend Just this beast of an offense. And there, Vince being very disciplined. Just grabbing the puck, setting it up again. That was a cool shot. Sort of there's a push that even though he pushed forward, it had good speed to it. And yeah, and that sets up that over which he just did. That was brilliant. It was really, really high end. So we're at 3-0 now in games, and Marino has not been able to figure out a way to defend Sauceda. So Marino's getting a little advice from Brian Acrocco. I think it was maybe motivational, if anything. Just trying to say, keep your head up. You can still do this. But, you can see a bit of bewilderment on Marino's face. I mean, I get it. If you... I've been there. We've all been there. Puck just keeps going in your goal, and you're like, why can't I stop this?
Yeah. It's like you want to start trying to think offense a little more, but at the end of the day, you just can't.
You're just like, even if I can get shots in, I've got to stop something from going in my goal. And if you can't do that, it's not going to happen unless you have an offense just as powerful.
I see a little bit of a change in style that Anthony Marino's trying out this game a little bit further back than normal.
You mean his defense?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Defense,
All right. He's holding back a little further. Okay. Interesting. All right.
At least trying to make Vince, I guess.
Well, I mean,
change it up a little bit.
Well, I think he's saying I'm having a hard time blocking the banks, so I'm trying to pull back a little bit. If somebody's killing you on straight shots, what do? You start to move out a little bit. They're killing you on banks. Sometimes you need to move back a little bit.
Yeah. And I mean, it's 2-0. So far, it's working.
Now, he's defended a few times, but the thing about it is that Vince, and this is Vince's, his whole strategy is to kill you on something long enough for you to adjust, and then go to the next thing that works against what you adjusted.
And then he'll just start playing with it.
Right.
What are you going to take?
2-1.
Wow. That was
the wind up.
Crazy. Now, powerful itself. Good block. It was a good block.
Wow.
All right. If Marino can squeak a game out here, they give him the confidence he needs to pull on a comeback. But he's going to need some help from Vince, though, because Vince's offense will only be shut down for so long, I think, in this matchup.
I like that setup that Anthony Marino's doing right now.
Okay.
Every time he starts doing that drift to either the cut or that fiery right wall under. Good.
I think that's one of Marino's best shots in his repertoire is that cut. It's so deceptive.
Yeah.
That's great.
Hard to say.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, he did it again.
Point two.
No, see, again, the transition is sloppy. If the puck is on your side, just grab it and set up again.
Great timeout.
He went for the cut again, just missed it. No, see, Transition. Give him the puck. Okay,
Ooh.
so notice
That has opened
now
up
he's
something.
opened up the straights, opened up that cross. But is Vince adjusted? Too late for this game? Well, maybe.
There it
Yes,
is.
he has. So Vince is now going to be thinking
Yeah.
about what has he got to do since Marino made a bit of an adjustment on defense. What does he need? What does Vince need to do to counteract it?
Yeah.
I promise you that's going through his head right now. We had this very discussion.
Yeah. And I think that that last shot that Vince had, that's going in his mind, right? Like that might open up some doors with other things.
Oh yeah, the fact that he hit that cross in at the end, towards the end of that game, I think is definitely going to be a light bulb moment. Yep. He's going to say, okay, well, I might need to be working the straights a little bit more if he's going to be holding back so far.
And I think we're going to see that coming out of this game.
We will see. We will see. But I mean, air hockey, any like sport where it's constant action back and forth, boxing or tennis or something like that. There's
double bank.
Constant adjustments that have to be made. And see, he went for a bank there, which I wouldn't have expected.
Double bank first, now this.
Well, that was just a flub.
Yeah. I couldn't tell if the double bank was a shot that was on purpose or maybe just a missed angle.
Yeah. I think if Marino would clean that up, he'd gain himself 3-4 possessions a game.
3-0.
And those possessions, even if you're only getting 1 point for every 3 possessions, you just got yourself an extra point.
Yeah.
So where Marino went wrong a second ago was as he charged, even though he was far back.
Yep.
If you're going to be far back, then be far back and play the defense.
Sure.
See, he didn't charge that time, and he was able to defend it. And he was able to defend it again.
He's seems like he's got a great defense set up right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, Vince he didn't make the adjustment so far that we were discussing.
True.
If I was Vince, I would be trying to go for a cut.
Yeah, or that cross. I like that.
Well, I mean, I'd be going for the cut because Marino is trying hard to block. I guess it's the left wall under. And so the cut is going to be to the opposite side of the goal.
True. Big block.
Vince is sort of just kind of forcing now, trying to just really force that bank in.
He is.
He went for the over, which at least that's a different side of the goal. Well, he is determined to get that bank in.
Wow.
This is fascinating, really.
It really is.
Yeah. Because talking with Vince earlier, we were talking about his match with Marcelo Garcia a year and a half ago or so at World, where Marcelo got him, and Marcelo was charging him, and Marcelo plays, see, there's that cut. Marcelo plays a very far back defense, which I guess was difficult for Vince to deal with, especially when he was when Marcelo was charging every now and then. So it was kind of like, is he really back blocking bank, or is he coming out to do deal with a straight? I'm not sure. And there's the cut.
Oh, that's 2 in a row.
Marino needs to put this game away
Yeah,
before Vince really keys in.
And 6-1 is a crazy place to come back from.
Oh yeah. Saw
come
probably
out.
you weren't around for Owen Geraldo's career before he got passed away, but he had an amazing comeback against Phil Arnold in 1993 at the Worlds. The final game, 6-0.
Wow.
He came back to win the match.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine that? All right. Well, exciting, really.
Yeah.
Exciting that Marino is making this competitive and interesting.
Going underdog.
Yeah, I mean he's still right. He's still the underdog, I would say.
Yeah.
Because Vince started getting some of those cuts in.
Yeah.
So now I think Vince has something to work with.
Yep.
In his head. He's like, okay, the cut is open because he's trying to, but now if he gets a couple of cuts to go in, is he going to get Anthony to start pushing out, thereby reopening the bank?
Right. Ooh.
Beautiful forehand. Still going for the bank. Interesting. There he went for the cut.
Yeah, he might just be setting up that cut. Wow. Offense is just so fun to watch.
Yeah, Marino's offense is fun to watch.
I think one of the coolest things he does, that little twirl with the mallet with his finger. I remember as a kid, I used to watch him do that and try to copy him all the time.
Yeah.
But my fingers were so small, I could never do it.
Right.
So it's so fun to watch him today.
Wow.
This
That
is
was
3
a
games in a row now
powerful.
that Marino came off just blazing hot.
Yeah, and then he finally did charge, which was a charge of intent, right? He's not doing
Right.
it over and over.
Yep.
So I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
1
what
or
we're
2
talking about
charges a
yesterday.
game, sure.
So Vince is definitely going for the straights now. He's barely missed it.
Yeah, Marino's just like defense. I don't know if he was going for over there. Vince is very motivated to get that bank in.
3-1. Yeah. Ready? In play.
It's super exciting for me to watch just because I've been going all these weeklies, right, on Fridays, and I see Anthony Marino there, but typically just with work, he can't stay very long. So he just plays a couple games and then goes home. And I've been wanting to watch him play, you know, and now I get to see it, and he's in the winners finals. Like, this is just unbelievable watching.
I mean, this is this is a complete turnaround. Now, notice his defense. He hadn't set his defense where he had previously.
Yeah. He said it earlier. This is someone that's not going to give up.
Right.
He's
He
find a way.
definitely isn't going to give up. Now he's definitely feeling confident.
Yep.
Little mishit flub. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the right wall. Wow. Scary place to be in for both of them. Marino's just trying to push it to game
So
7.
Marino's getting a little too antsy though on defense, I think.
I agree. Great get.
It was. Oh, he must be sweating up a storm,
Yeah.
man. He's
In both
wiping
plays.
it off with his shirt.
Oh.
Wow.
Then we go to game 7.
That was so hard that Vince lost his mallet.
That is just unbelievable watching this. Pushing to game 7 after being down 3-0.
So this is the second match we've seen today
Yes.
where a guy was down 3-0 and then came back to force a game 7. Vince is cool as a cucumber, though. I don't see it really phasing his the mental emotional side
I
for
agree.
him. I think he's just going to keep on plugging away.
I think Marino's still the underdog right now.
We've been saying that now for yeah. At this point, I'm going to call it a coin flip.
Yeah.
Game 7.
This is just so fun to watch.
The defensive adjustment which Marino did has completely disrupted
Absolutely.
Vince's offense. And the main times that Vince has scored in the last couple of games is when Marino sort of had a mental lapse and wasn't prepared.
Yeah. Or just getting a little too into the rhythm of the game.
Yeah. Vince trying some off goals just to kind of feel out what's going on over there. Oh, it was in.
It was.
Bounced out. That was sort of a weak flub. Could be nerves. Barely off by Vince. Yeah. That was that's sort of all he always Marino almost always hits that under from over there.
Another right wall over.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot by Vince. And I think the overs the overs could be the answer for him if he's not going to just go full on the straights.
Ooh. Now he's trying to get those banks back. This is the first time in 3 games where it seems kind of even in the beginning. The last 3 games, Marino just got a huge jump.
Yeah, there's the straight.
That fake charge.
Yeah, I think Marino, even though he made that defensive adjustment, like now he's not really set with it.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's wanting to come forward too much.
Yeah.
It's like he's just ready to go. It was a waste of possession.
You can see a little bit of frustration.
There's the over.
Then a 5-1.
Yeah.
Good
timeout is called.
Very good.
In play.
It was nice block. A couple of nice blocks.
Wow.
Okay.
Sorry, 5-2.
Ref Munoz was ready to call 6. He had seen so many shots scored in a
know.
row by Vince. It's blocked.
And Marino seems a little further out.
5-2. Puck and play.
Wow.
It was a nice power shot behind the mallet really well. Good block on the cross. Got the benching. Oh, that was
Just
the,
there.
yeah. That's.
When Vince slows down like that, it's scary.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oh, right there.
Oh, crazy. Oh, that was interesting.
It was.
Vince with 2, like a pot shot. You don't see that too often.
Good timeout. Wow. I'm just watching Anthony's face as he's preparing for this. You can just tell he wants it so bad.
In play.
Good save. It's good.
Ready? In play.
Just inaccurate right in the middle of the goal. Transition, just give up the puck.
Fake pump fake, or fake charges again.
Oh, almost had that. Yeah.
I think he's teasing
That
us.
was a great block. It was an accurate shot.
Oh, I thought that almost went in.
Oh, just inaccurate,
Yeah.
unfortunately. He's had some chances to get back into this.
I've seen on both sides.
Yeah, but I mean, I can understand for Vince, he's trying to close it out. You
Yeah.
kind of start thinking a little too much sometimes.
Yeah, he's got to capitalize here. Also, just great defense. Watching Vince
Yeah,
a little bit.
He's gonna go cross. Oh, and he's
Might
gonna
be
go
the
under.
longest point of the match so far.
Yeah,
Good shot.
good. Well done. Took Vince a little while to kind of like regather what he needed to do, kind of open things back up, and I think also Marino sort of lost some of his focus.
Yeah.
He just, he gassed a little bit there. But let's get them over and get their thoughts. Come hither.
Alrighty.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, don't move the chair.
Yeah, that's fine. There you go, man. All right, I'm here with Vince Saceda. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we started off with predictions, right?
Okay.
And I said, no disrespect to Anthony. Anthony's a friend. I love him. I've been in air hockey for many years, but I'm going to predict Vince 4-0.
That's what I predicted,
yeah,
too.
And I'm going to tell you why. I said because I think that Vince is going to find the defensive weaknesses that exist, and he's going to exploit them. And I said, I think Marino's better side of his game is his offense, if between the two.
Right.
So I said, I thought, all things being equal, that you were going to pick them apart. And that ended up happening.
It did.
Until he made a defensive adjustment.
He went.
Talk about it.
He played on against the goal, very Marcelo Venezuelan like.
Yeah.
And he charged me that one.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuck with me, and I said, I better.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I better give him a few banks, and he was taking advantage of that.
Yeah.
And that's what gave him those leads and those wins.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that last game, I changed my stance up. I had completely different offense.
Okay.
That last
Yeah.
game, and that came clean.
Well, the thing that I was talking about was that, once he pulled back, like if I was in your ring and coaching you, I would have said, all right, now it's time to go for the straights. Now just,
Right.
cross them. The cut seemed like it was open.
Right.
And for a while, you seemed like you were almost being stubborn, like kept going for the bank, kept going for the bank. What was that about?
I like to make it interesting. I mean, that's got to be part of it, because I think it's better for the sport, for people to see a seventh game is always exciting.
You're not like intentionally going to 7 games.
No,
Okay.
no. I'm not. I'm trying to beat him with something that was working, and then he adjusted, and I said, well, I can just go over on that.
Oh, yeah.
So I was trying to go over.
Okay, maybe you were missing the overs, but they were going more
Right.
under,
and he was
it
getting
looked
pieces
like,
of them.
Yeah. Okay,
And,
that makes sense.
Yeah, I knew to go with the straights. But
Yeah,
I said,
no,
let me.
And I said that on the stream too. I said Vince knows how to adjust to this, and he'll do that. But then games go by, and now we're in game 7. I'm like, what's going?
Right. And then I adjusted.
Yes,
properly.
well, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's really just for me to get into, because you can't emulate this environment in practice. So
Sure, yeah.
So I hate to say that I'm like trying to just go 7, but the more experience I get, being able to say, okay, I know what to do, but let me figure out another way to do it.
Okay.
And I have more opportunities.
Okay. I see what you're saying. So it's like, here's
and
a guy.
It makes it more interesting.
Right. So here's a guy that's made this defensive adjustment that I've, dealt with in the past. I have ideas on how to deal with it, but I want to maybe learn a little bit more. Maybe something else is possible.
Right.
I think, going for the overs in that situation probably made good sense.
Right.
But then, if they were just a little off.
And not only that, I haven't been practicing much, so I get a good opportunity to get those overs into rhythm, because I'm going to need them.
Oh yeah,
at
I
some
hear you.
point.
I hear you.
I haven't been consistently hitting them the way I normally do.
Okay.
So,
yeah. Well, your banks, are, phenomenal right now. So.
Yeah, it's working. It's clicking. It's working. It's coming together. Yeah.
He's got the right pace and the right cadence. It's just hard to block. Excuse me.
Yeah. So no, it wasn't me like I want to go 7. No, I was trying to beat him, but I was stubborn in changing my attack, because I just didn't.
Fair enough.
I wanted, because I know my attack works. I just wanted him to bend to my will, and he would not.
No, and let's give Anthony credit, right? I mean,
He executed well.
He made an adjustment, and he didn't give up, and he fought till the bitter end. I think that he sort of gassed a little bit towards the end there, flubbed a number of shots, lost possessions, and that we're a little bit older than you, so Anyhow, well, great win.
Thank you,
great
sir.
win.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see you in the finals
In the
against
final.
whoever
Yeah.
battles their way to get there.
Wiseman or Marino or Gibson.
Or Gibson, one of those three.
Okay.
All right.
Excellent.
We'll see ya.
Yep. See ya.
All right. Let's see if we can get Marino over. Would you ask him? So yeah, great match to watch. If you're into air hockey theory and adjusting, wait to hear Marino's take on what he did or what he was intending to do for his adjustments. And here he comes. Mr. Marino. Hello. Hello. Hey, well done. I mean, obviously you would have preferred to win. I get it.
Yeah.
But at the beginning of the match, we talked predictions and whatnot, and I'll be honest with you. I predicted Vince 4-0, and the reason is no disrespect to you. It's just I think he's got such a powerful offense.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, he's just gonna, I don't think that Marino has really played much against Sauceda in his offense, and it's just going to be a lot for him to. But you made an adjustment, right?
Yeah.
After 3 games, you made an adjustment, which made a massive difference. Talk about it.
I had to pull my defense back, and I played that strategy right there. And then my son just told me, play fluent, and that's what I started doing. And, so I just started powerhousing and hitting everything.
Yeah.
And that felt good, and my defense shut him down a little bit. The only thing I was giving him, he actually took was the cut, which he stayed away from.
Right, which was
I was thank you.
I asked him about that. I've been like, dude, the man has made this adjustment, which makes it clear the cut is open. So why didn't you go for it? And he was like, well, I was kind of being stubborn, and so he paid the price. Ended up going to game 7. So what happened in game 7? It looked like maybe you gassed a little bit.
No, I think my offense, I got to that point, and then my offense started to turn back to the first 3 games of just coming up, hitting, and not
free flowing as much.
Yeah, I wasn't in the zone.
Yeah, because you were flubbing some shots and then losing possession when you hadn't been doing that in the previous game.
So yeah, it was awesome. That's what I love about air hockey.
No, absolutely,
Yeah.
and great job making the adjustment against a top tier offense. I mean, I think Vince. I think you can say he's a top 5 all time offensively player. And so it's great to see what you did there.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Absolutely. So now you're going to play the winner of Jacob Weissman and Chris Gibson. Do you prefer one over the other?
I mean, no. I actually, it's not gonna. Either one I play. I mean, if I play, Jacob, your son, I'm like, okay, I'm good. I know what his game's about. Maybe I can make some adjustments.
Sure.
So either one. I mean,
either one. Okay, fair enough. Well, great job. It's been fun watching you play at this tournament, and I'm glad that you're back in practice and competing, and hopefully that'll continue now that your kids are into it. I know what that's like, having your kids into it, and they kind of motivate you to come play with them.
You got to practice. You have to.
Yeah,
I still got some more practice. Always learning.
And one thing I will say is, and you tell your kids this, and I'll tell them too, is I'm amazed with them. I think they're doing so great. They're rapidly improving so fast. And it's awesome to see.
LA beats up on them in the garage, so they have to.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's the way it works, right?
Of course, yeah.
And
that's how you build it up.
They're going to have to get better to be able to compete against them, and
sure.
And he's on his way to start, getting to some of these higher levels. He just needed to start playing against some of the higher players.
Right, to see different games and be able to start visualizing different offenses.
Right, right. I mean, just playing against you, as a top tier player all the time isn't going to be enough. He's got to see the different things.
Sure.
he can start to learn, how to read you.
Yeah, as a practice partner, it's really difficult because then you're like, you're stopping each other and you know it works.
Yeah.
So it's not as intimidating, or you're not trying as hard because you're
Right.
just doing the same thing over and over. That's when
Sure.
you play different players.
Absolutely.
Which was one of the things that when I came into the tournament, I'm like, it can hurt me or help me. And it's actually done a little of both. We're both players.
Of course,
so.
yeah. But it's fun to play new people you've never played against. Test out your skills against them and see how you
Sure,
do.
yeah. Like I've never played Jacob before.
Okay.
So
All
that
right.
was
Well,
definitely.
we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, this will be interesting. I'm not sure what's going to happen in that match. But Jacob and Chris played a challenge match recently, and Chris won. So we'll see.
Yeah,
But,
we'll find out. I'm gonna get there. I'm
great
still
job.
there. I'm still in
All
it.
right.
Still in it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you at the
Yeah.
next one.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Tim.
All right. I'm gonna take.
Air hockey is fast, but just how fast? I've taken to the table with #2 world-ranked Jacob Weissman, and with the help of physics teacher Brian Niebuhr to measure key components of his game and just what it means to the players. First up, speed of the shot. Throughout the course of our game, we clocked Jacob's fastest shots at 41 miles per hour. At first glance, that might not seem that fast, but how does it translate?
At 41 miles per hour, the puck is traveling approximately 4 feet in 143 milliseconds. That's over 28 feet per second. And if that time's applied to hitting a major league fastball, the pitch would be traveling close to 400 miles per hour. Basically, it's impossible to stop unless you read the shot and start moving first and happen to be in the right place at the right time.
Whoa, that's fast. Now, what about the release? The release is the amount of time it takes the player's hand to move from a cocked position to impact with the puck. And Jacob has one of the fastest in the game. Using slow motion replay, we calculated that Jacob's motion takes 0.03 seconds to strike the puck.
0.03 seconds is half the time it takes the fastest boxers to throw a jab. Not only does it allow Jacob to execute his shot quickly, but it also allows him to apply a tremendous force to the puck while not giving his opponent time to react to his shot. His mallet is accelerating to meet the puck at 35 Gs. It's 35 times faster than things accelerate due to gravity.
Well, there you have it. Do you think you're fast enough to beat these pros?
What do you know about air hockey?
And it's hard.
That it's more than just a game for fun. It's some people play it for fun. Some people also play it very competitively. And there are different levels to it. And coming here to the World Tournament for the first time, you really get to see.
Yeah, you see the difference. That's awesome. Describe air hockey in one word.
Phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah. You said in one word, right?
I did.
Phenomenal is the word.
Say more.
Okay. Well, it's so relatable to every sport, and it can teach you who you are. It shows you when you're up against a challenge against somebody that you want to beat or that you've been practicing against. You have to dig really deep to figure out how to beat this person who's been bullying you.
Yeah.
It's like a puzzle, and doing it in front of the people and the cameras and the lights and all that, it adds that intensity and that pressure. It's just it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. All right, I like it.
All right, we're back. We've got a match here. Needs to get moved further. A match here between Jacob Munoz and Austin Fernandez. Seems like they've played a lot. Yeah. They're adjusting the table position at the moment. We'll go to them now, and then we'll adjust the table position in between games. All right, so but Munoz took game 1 in a pretty dominating fashion. I'm here with Jacob Weissman. Did you watch that match between Marino and Sauceda?
Kind of.
Oh, okay.
A little bit. But I know it went to game 7.
Yeah, definitely a good rewatch on the stream once we're done here. It was a very interesting matchup. Marino made a defensive adjustment after being down game 3-0, and it really mixed things up, let's say.
Okay.
Nice right wall under for Fernandez.
Do you have a prediction for this match?
Yeah, I think Munoz is going to win. I haven't seen, and tell me what you think. I haven't seen Munoz get so deflated that he just sort of stops trying in any future matches. You know what I mean? I'm sure he had in his head that he wanted to make the finals and possibly win the tournament, right?
Oh,
So
absolutely.
I think that he probably, is finishing lower than he was expecting in his head or hoping in his head. But it's easy for when that to happen for us to just be like, oh well, screw the rest of the event. I don't mind. But I don't think I've ever seen him do that.
No,
He always fights. And tries to win.
He's a fighter for sure.
Yeah.
I could see him like for one game being a little down and
Sure.
whatnot, but then he kind of.
But I mean, if it's elimination game, I don't think that's happening. I think he's going to try and.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Interesting kind of trivia, maybe a little storyline here is at Worlds, this was the 5-6 spinoff, just like it is now.
Oh, wow.
So, and
Munoz won.
Yeah. So,
okay, we'll see
Austin
if we can
maybe
repeat.
Wanting some revenge.
He wants some vengeance, yeah. But has Austin beat Jacob Munoz?
Yeah, he knocked him into the losers at last World.
That's right. Okay,
Yep.
now, that was, Austin was playing great.
So, yeah, we know that Austin can take a set off of Munoz. But yeah, I think you're right. I think you have to give the edge to Jacob here.
Interesting. A lot of drifting around, getting in a rhythm for Austin. I think that's probably when he plays his best, as long as it's at that speed, not at the speed that he did against Gibson.
Chris, yeah.
Sort of a medium speed, sort of dancing with the puck.
Ooh, hitting it right at that line.
Yeah.
It's like. Launches that puck off the table with a forehand.
That's sort of the patented Colin Cummings right wall under that Munoz has emulated very well.
And I think Colin originally designed that a little bit around Danny Hines. Because Danny will kind of pull out like that too. It's basically a right wall under that's meant to look like potentially like a left wall under or a cross.
Good charge. Although, bad result.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah, it seems like that puck's flying a lot. I don't know if it's just how they're hitting it or.
Yeah, I think partly. We just watched a match, where it wasn't going off nonstop.
Yeah, I think with Austin playing, the amount of force he uses, no matter how great the puck is, it's going to come off every now and again.
And it just snuck in. It was partially blocked. Munoz just kind of hands the puck back over to him.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Make this interesting.
Take another one. Yeah, that's his cut that he likes to use. Yeah, talking with Vince after his match, I was questioning him because as soon as Marino made the defensive adjustment, I sort of expected Vince to then take advantage of that adjustment, but he didn't. He kept going with what he had been using, and his response was, he sort of said maybe I was being a little stubborn, but he said, but also I kind of wanted to figure it out another way. He's like, I know what should be done on offense against that adjustment, but I would kind of wanted to maybe experiment a little bit. And I said, well, yeah, experimented your way to game 7, which, anything can happen. But in game 7, he just did what he needed to do. And I give a lot of credit to Marino for not giving up and making adjustments and fighting. And his offense became very powerful in those games that he won. He was freewheeling like he can do and just hitting power shots from all over the table.
Yeah, it's exciting. I've never really seen Marino at
the
his,
level. At
that level.
At a level, yeah. So I had forgotten. I knew it, but I did forget that Marino won the 2003 Texas State Championships.
Right. Yes.
And this is a time period when Danny Hines was Danny Hines.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then also he got third 2 worlds in a row around that same time.
Okay.
So
yeah.
He definitely has and had the capability to compete with the top guys.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's my age, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Early 50s.
Early 50s?
Yeah.
Yeah, his level of athleticism on the table for that age is incredible.
Right. Well, and I think he still does physical work for a living. So he's staying in shape just by doing that, all the time.
I heard he's having surgery for a hernia.
Yeah. Soon.
Yeah. So he's doing all this with a hernia.
Yeah. Yeah. He said he feels good.
Yeah, he looks good on the table.
Yeah.
So are we at 1 game apiece now?
Yeah. Yep, 1 game each.
Yeah, air hockey feels very exciting to me right now. There's a lot of really great up-and-coming talent.
Absolutely. And
it's fun seeing, Hernandez and Gibson kind of coming into their own and being able to, pose a threat to
the top top elites. Absolutely. And it's it's great seeing there's that cut again early on the drift, far back. It's also fun seeing the different communities around the country pop up and become competitive. I think that
absolutely.
the folks in North Carolina, they're maybe 2 years ahead of Idaho, I think, in terms of how long they've been like playing and trying to get good. So I think they'll probably make their mark on the top echelons of air hockey earlier.
Yeah.
But then you've also got Idaho, and they're doing a lot of streaming of their matches, which is great. And then of course you have people in Chicago that are always posing a threat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to make for a very exciting next World Tournament.
Yeah, because I think the guys in North Carolina in particular have had enough experience against the top players that they see like what needs to happen.
Well, and you know who's in North Carolina now?
Right, Will's there. Yeah. Will Upchurch is there, a two-time world champ.
Yeah, a good coach for them.
Yeah, right. A coach and a mentor. And also, he may sharpen his sword, so to speak, so that he's actually pushing them to higher levels.
Yes, yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just randomly, the Houston area just, God, that's that same cut. So great. Randomly, I guess, Houston just sort of stayed the hotbed for all these years. And in the
Houston
Texas,
and
Texas and San Antonio,
which most of the top 5 is playing in this tournament.
Right. Yeah. Cut of Jacob's own there. Nice. Yeah. Nice shot. And so I'm going to predict that Austin is going to take the full 2 minutes, as he has been doing in his matches. But yeah, it's an exciting time for air hockey. It's an exciting with the the social media that's happening and the continual learning on the live streaming side. We're trying to put together a way of presenting air hockey competition to the world that's decent enough. We know we've got a ways to go, and we're still learning, but it's just us and our community. So we're making strides and doing the best we can. If you're part of the air hockey community or maybe haven't been part of the air hockey community yet, and it's a skill set of yours, reach out to us. We'd love to get more people involved in the media side of air hockey to show the world what we see in air hockey, because it's powerful and fast and takes a lot of skill. Yeah, it's exciting. It takes a lot of skill to be great at. Flub.
Yeah. I think he was going for a left wall under.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, you're in danger when Munoz starts freewheeling and he's scoring.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good block.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I've seen, and maybe it's because I've just been sitting in the booth all day long watching match after match, but I feel like I've seen a ton of those go in general.
I wonder if it's something with the table. Or,
yeah, I've questioned this recently. I think at the Worlds even. Look, there was another one.
Yeah.
So I don't think it can be. I think these players are hitting these shots with such power, and their opponents are partially blocking them, and then it's just kind of still redirecting in.
A little off-goal action. Oh, he sends it flying across the room.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to talk with Munoz after your match. I'm hoping I'll get a chance to sit down with him and get his thoughts on it. It's a good block. I mean, he shouldn't have charged, obviously, but it was a good block. He was in the right position. Yeah, I think Munoz is just a little. He's like, what do I have to do to keep the puck on the table?
Yeah, yeah. But I think that was a frustration for him in our match as well. But I kind of have a philosophy that if I'm winning pretty handedly and the puck's flying off and the other player seems upset about it, I'm not going to suggest a new puck.
Right, I hear you.
That was a good cross there by Austin.
Yeah, I mean, both the cut and the cross that he does is. And
Here's a nice
Munoz,
little
too.
cross.
They do very similar shots.
Yeah.
From that spot. Probably just playing against each other so much. Sort of develop similar styles.
Ooh.
That's a pretty over. Nice speed to it. Yeah, I did chat with Munoz earlier after another match and talked about all the shots that he has. Because I guess I interviewed him maybe a year and a half or so ago, and he told me he had 8 shots, and I was like,
8?
Really?
Wow. Yeah.
But he does. He's got a lot of shots.
And he's not afraid to hit any of them.
Right. He'll pull any of them out. For if you're new to air hockey or thinking about air hockey theory or trying to get better at it, having a lot of shots, a lot of
beautiful cut.
A lot of accurate shots certainly is beneficial, but it's not necessary. If you can develop 3 high-end shots that complement each other, you got an attack, and you can win matches. Now, you probably are going to need more than that to get to the highest levels, but I would focus on trying to develop 3 shots really, really, really well, and then but you have to make sure they're
right.
They work together. You're trying to attack both sides of the goal and make your opponent sort of guess.
Oh,
yeah, nice. All right, 3-1.
Yeah.
Austin's getting a little bit of advice from his mentor Brian in Krakow.
Yeah, Austin looking a little frustrated here. Makes sense. We're not more kind of.
Do what?
More kind of just down or dejected, I guess.
Okay, or not so much frustration, but just sort of low, kind of slightly. I mean, you don't want to say the word sad necessarily, but sort of, just a little down about it. Like, the tournament's probably coming to an end, and I'm not necessarily ending it on the note maybe I want to end it on.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I chatted with Connor, and Connor was, on a sort of an upbeat note at the end of his tournaments.
Yeah.
He won in his spinoff.
He beat Brian Krakow in the 7-8 spinoff.
Yeah. And in pretty dominating fashion.
Yeah, it was 4-0, and I don't think Brian got to 5 points single game.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, I repped the match, and Brian looked just completely daft.
Right, we talked about that. Yeah, he just didn't have the energy, and you play all weekend in these intense matches, and
it's hard.
It is depleting because it takes a lot of mental focus. It's not running a marathon. It's not running up and down the basketball court type of like cardio, but it drains you because it requires so much focus. Oh, I thought that went in.
It did not. Yeah, so it seems like Munoz is really just running that cut right while under. Oh, just missed that over.
Went for the forehand. Ooh, that was close. It was good. A time call. Wonder why. He's just like, I want to make sure that I'm locked in to try to end this match, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, notice he called the timeout at 1-0 against me, I think. Well, when I was up 1-0. He did it again. But he was up 1-0. That might be the most interesting timeout in air hockey. Calling timeout when you're up 1-0.
I've done it.
You've done it?
Yes. I've called timeout when I've been up like 3-0 before.
Yeah. I think the rule with timeouts is, I mean, you should have a rule of thumb, like, if they score 3 times in a row or something like that.
Sure.
Timeout. But I think people usually err on trying to save their timeout. And what I do is anytime I just feel like I need a moment to just mentally reset, I call a timeout. I don't care if it's 0-0, if it's,
Right. Yeah, I think you did call a timeout in one of your matches that was super early, and we were commenting on it.
Yeah, I called a timeout. Vince scored 1 point on me, I think.
Yes. Timeout. Well, and I remember commenting at the time. I was talking with Ben Heyman, and I was saying my guess is that Jacob sort of realized he actually wasn't focused in. That he should have blocked that shot, or maybe he felt like he should have blocked that shot, and he's like, okay, I'm already having a mental lapse. I need to refocus.
Ooh. Hey, 3-3, Austin fighting.
Ooh. That was nice.
A gunshot.
Yeah. It was sort of similar to a couple of the crossovers that you did. Wow. Oh, and that was interesting. I mean, I think he was going for an under, but it went over.
I think he might have gone for an over. I mean, he has a hard over.
Really?
In his arsenal, yeah.
It doesn't make sense as a shot, though.
I mean, yeah. I don't know.
All right, fair enough. Ooh.
I could see it making sense if you're whipping in hard unders, and so it looks similar to that. But it probably be quite.
But it doesn't make any sense, because if it's going the same speed, and the unders were scoring, then you're going to block the over because you haven't been getting back quick enough for the under.
Munoz needs one more point to secure 5th place, Houston City Open. And he
went
loves it.
Well, yeah, he went for like an off speed, I think. Well, it's a transition, which has sort of been a bugaboo, I guess you might say, for him this tournament.
Yeah.
Or to decide whether he's going to be a transition player or not. It just doesn't seem like transition particularly suits him. Especially because he hits things so hard.
Right.
He knocks a lot of transition shots off the table. When he'd easily do what he did just there, which is just grab the puck and then set it up. That's nice. Good block.
Nice. Good block by Munoz for sure.
And that's the match. Well done. See if we can get Munoz over here, would you, please?
Yeah.
Chat with him for a moment.
the 2 hurts with if you get 3 rebounds. I'll repay you.
We have the quarterfinals coming up on table 1. Jacob Wiseman versus Chris Gibson. Ref by Austin.
Okay. Here with Jacob Munoz. Jacob Munoz. So it's sort of interesting. You ended up playing Austin Fernandez 5'6" to Worlds. Ended up playing him 5'6" here. Won both of them. And I was chatting earlier. I assume your sights were set higher for the tournament in general. Tell us a little bit.
Well, yeah. I mean, who doesn't want to go all the way?
No, I hear you. Yeah,
yeah,
but not everybody has the legit chance to.
Right. I mean, I saw myself within that range. 5.
Yeah.
Top 5. It's almost like a curse, Top 5. I've been top 5 in Worlds. Top 5 here.
Yeah.
It's just a curse. I broke top 3 the first time in 2021, and then haven't been able to
get that
to do it. Yeah,
right at the tournament.
Right.
Yeah, but you're a hell of a challenge match player.
I think I've come to the realization that I'm probably a better challenge match player than I am a tournament player.
I hear you.
Jacob has always given me my the most difficult out of tournament play.
Right, in tournament play.
In challenge match play.
Yeah, obviously you've won.
But he's a different beast during tournament play.
Yeah,
and
I don't know what that
once
is.
I figure that, I think it's a more mental thing for me.
Sure.
Like knowing that you're
gonna get a different person.
Right. It's kind of just
Yeah.
Yeah, going into this to this tournament, I knew it was either gonna boil down to me playing Vince or me playing Jacob.
Right.
And
I hear you.
both of these individuals, I have a little bit of a score to settle.
I understand.
In a way.
Yeah, for
So,
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you let that get the best of you.
I hear you.
And,
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hear you. But I think that also is what keeps a fire in the belly, right? To want to keep pushing forward, because that day will come, right? It's gonna happen. If you keep pressing and you keep practicing, and it's like motivating all the players in the Houston area to play the heads up tournaments, right? The non-handicap tournaments, kind of be like, let's take this to another level, guys.
Right. That's the best.
That's how you get there, right? I mean, that's what you do.
I mean, I remember coming into the sport, introduced, my cousin Frank Perez introduced me, and he never gave me any point spots. He'd get me on the table and he'd be like, what about my point spot? The hell with their point spot.
Yeah.
You're gonna get better the correct way.
Fair enough.
So I mean, that's the way I was brought up, and that's the way that I think a lot of newcomers should obviously not be forced to. But
Well, it sounds like they've made sort of a nice middle ground where they're offering more beginner only like events alongside the other ones.
Yeah, I mean there's always been a handicap system for sure.
Right.
But I always just thought, well, hey, what about our veterans?
No, absolutely.
So some veterans of the sport don't like to deal with the point spot. you
Right.
know?
Right.
So yeah, I mean, me and Chris, we decided, let's get better together, and
well, it's definitely helping. You guys are getting better. I hear about results, from the the weeklies and all that. It sounds like you basically are the guy to beat every week. So so that seems to be working. And for Chris, I mean, he's been pushing up the ranks. So it's working. But okay, so you finished 5th at this tournament. Do you? I mean, you're ranked number 2, so you're not flying to Hawaii, I guess.
No, not
which is
anytime
unfortunate.
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, trust me. Who wouldn't want to just say, hey, screw it, let's let's take a little trip. But, I think I need more growing to do as a player.
Okay.
And I mean, I'm currently number 2, yes, but
Right.
in challenge match play, you know.
Sure.
Right, but it's a whole different ball game. I definitely don't think I'm number 2 whenever it comes to tournament play, without a doubt.
Okay, well, fair enough. But, you know, it's interesting. You think that you're a better challenge match player. You know, I can relate. I think I was probably a better challenge match player. You know, I did go through a period of a lot of winning, but then after I wasn't winning tournaments, I was still able to win challenge matches because it's a whole other type of thing. It's just a long back and forth adjustment, thing that takes place, and it's a different skill set. Okay, so I know that you and Vince Sacedo were maybe going to have a match, or
yeah, we planned it a couple of weeks back, and I refused to ref.
Right, self-ref. Yeah, you guys
refused.
need. Yeah.
I knew it was going to be a battle.
Yeah.
Like I said, I had a score to settle with him. So,
right, sure. You want to make sure that there's
right, and we just could not get anybody to.
Yeah, that's
ref.
unfortunate.
Yeah, so we originally planned it for tonight, but they're already moving tables, and I'm already beat.
Well, and he's still in the tournament.
Right, and by the time he's done, he's probably going to be beat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, one of the last things me and Jacob said was the winner of our match goes all the way. So hopefully Jacob can
hopefully go all the way. Yeah. Well, that'd be cool to
the
see.
hope.
I mean, because Vince has pretty much been dominating the major tournaments, that Colin isn't showing up to.
Yeah, that's
so.
true.
So it would be kind of cool to see somebody else. All right. Well, keep grinding. Keep the faith. You're on the right path. It's not. It's all part of the process, as they say.
Right.
You're learning something every time you go through one of these things.
Yeah.
And what I would encourage you to do is. What I would encourage anybody to do is go back and watch yourself on video as much as possible, and pay attention to the times that things you do are good, and the times that things you do don't turn out good, and just start trying to eliminate the ones that don't turn out well, and do the things that do turn out well.
Gotcha.
All right, well done.
Thank
All right,
you,
man. We'll see you at the next one. Yep. All right. Did we?
Crazy. It just kind of depends on your style, but you have to be able to control it.
Okay.
I call it calculated intensity.
Gotcha.
That's my phrase.
So, all right, so you had a prepared idea. You thought of this.
Yes.
Air hockey con solamente una palabra. I love you. That's 3 words.
Tres palabras.
Describe air hockey in 1 word.
Phenomenal.
Okay.
Yeah. You said in 1 word, right?
I did.
Phenomenal is the word.
Say more.
Okay. Well, it's so relatable to every sport, and it can teach you who you are. It shows you when you're up against a challenge against somebody that you want to beat or that you've been practicing against. You have to dig really deep to figure out how to beat this person who's been bullying you.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a puzzle, and doing it in front of the people and the cameras and the lights and all that, it adds that intensity and that pressure. It's just it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
It's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. All right, I like it.
I'd say strategy towards like the upper level, but towards the lower level, I'd say chaos. Because I think whenever people start playing, all they really do is they just hit it a lot, and they hit it super hard.
Right.
And there's no coordination.
Right.
But that only works so long, and then once you get to the upper levels, there's so much strategy involved. And like, not even just general strategy, but the person you're playing against, if they're right-handed or if they're left-handed, like how fast or how slow you should shoot your shots, and so much like deep strategy that goes into it.
Yeah. Describe air hockey in one word.
Awesomeness.
Awesomeness.
Yeah. That's what I would say. It's awesomeness because it's a great competitive field. The community is amazing. It's just a great experience overall.
Yeah. Okay. Describe air hockey in one word.
One word is tough.
Maybe tough is the word.
I think I would say just competitive.
Competitive.
I think would be a good sense of the word, because in itself that can mean a lot of different things.
Sure.
You can be competitive through physicality. You can be competitive through strategy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways to do it.
Absolutely. Hello. You're on an air hockey table. So you didn't learn to walk, you learned to play air hockey. To describe air hockey with one word. Chess. Okay. I like it. I'm going to guess because there's a lot of strategy to it.
Yes, I look at it as I'm trying to anticipate my opponent's moves and counter moves and base my strategy on them. Like,
okay. Yeah, I love it. Describe air hockey in one word.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I love it.
Okay.
I've played many of sports, and this is hands down my favorite one to ever play.
Yeah. I love it.
Wow, that's hard. Okay, one word. Family. Yeah.
Say something about that.
Well, I don't want to get emotional. So, this is tough.
It's fine, dude.
Okay. Yeah, so I just lost my wife, cancer. Everybody here has been so supportive and awesome. So, definitely my family. Yeah.
Dynamic. You want me to explain it?
Sure.
It's just, I find it dynamic because, like, this tournament, I normally don't play in the doubles, just because I got the regular tournament. But my mentor, Robert Hernandez, reached out to me later part of last week and asked me if I was interested in playing with him. And of course I am, because we've never done that together.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. So I told her, hey man, I'm just playing for fun. But when I get on the table, the adrenaline dumps and all the dynamics come out, and it's just exhilarating.
Yeah. Okay. Describe air hockey in one word.
Family. I've met so many people here, so many people from different backgrounds, and just people I never thought I'd hang out with or even consider my family, and now it just created some of the best relationships of my life.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome.
Competitive.
All right, on table number 5.
Why?
Say more.
It's so much more than just an arcade game. It can bring out your competitive nature, which is what I really like.
Yeah. Okay.
Numbers.
Okay.
I would say numbers. Because it's about like angles and points and data.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a math person.
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. So describe air hockey in one word.
Athletic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say something about that.
Yeah, I think air hockey, the game has all the qualities that you see in all other sports. Hand-eye coordination, reflexes, it takes stamina. Obviously, it's not like running a 100-yard dash, but you have to be fit. You have strategy and different tactics, just like you would see in the NBA or tennis or in ping pong.
Right, okay, cool.
The most fun table sport ever. Oh, one word. Oh. Courage.
Okay. Say something about it.
Well, if you don't look within yourself to play like the way you can, and you play scared, you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
So you gotta have courage to play the way you practice. You have to have courage to not move against the straight. You have to have courage to keep playing your game.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Okay, I like that. Describe air hockey in one word.
Fluid.
Okay. Say something about that.
For me, and I'm sure this is the same for a lot of people, Joey List comes to mind as well. We really like the fun and the art that comes with air hockey more than, I guess, the competitiveness. So I just like to be fluid. When it's rolling on the table, you kind of get into that zen state, and the puck just feels like it's attached to your hand, and it just feels like it's super fluid.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
Air hockey in one word. It's thrilling.
All right, say something about that.
Okay, well, it's no matter if you're playing or watching air hockey, you feel that sensation of just the thrill mounting inside of you that crescendos into like a 6-7 game, and it's like watching March Madness, like every time.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. Describe air hockey in one word.
Insane.
Insane.
It'll never be what you expect it to be. Every time you turn out, insane in a good way.
Right.
Like, it's just mind-blowing.
Oh, you want to change? Okay, mind-blowing.
I feel like people always start out and they think it's like crazy. They're like, this is so cool. And the more you play, like, it's just such a fun experience. It's mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Okay, great.
I'm going to repeat something I said like 40 years ago. The great chess player Bobby Fischer once was asked.
We're back. And we got a match here between Jacob Weissman and Chris Gibson. The winner will go forward to play Anthony Marino. Now, Jacob and Chris played a challenge match recently. Chris won. And it was a pretty massive upset. But Chris has confidence, and that makes a big difference. Once you've defeated somebody, you realize it's doable, and that changes the dynamic a lot. It's great right wall under by Jacob. And I'm going to be joined here by Mr. Brian Acrocco.
Greetings.
And hey. So any predictions on this match?
Man, it's really hard to say. Lately, Chris has really been playing strong, but Jacob looks really sharp in this tournament. I would say Jacob 4-3 would be my best guess.
Okay. That's nice. Right wall under for Chris as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Jacob goes for an over, barely misses.
Yep.
Oh, and then a flub in.
Those count just as much.
Yeah. You don't see any commentary on the scorecard.
Nope.
There's a good block by Jacob.
A little bit of a pace thing there.
Yeah, Jacob got caught up in it. I'm not sure whose possession that is.
I think it's Jacob's. It looked like Chris got a piece of it going forward. That's what I saw, but it happened pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
And Jacob went for a sort of a quick cross.
3-3. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Jacob went for an over, barely missed it.
Missed the cross there by a hair.
Yeah. Nice. Hit on the puck. Ooh, barely stopped himself from scoring in on.
Yeah. Chris has done a great job on his game. He's always had some kind of some risk stuff in there, but he's pared it down with really focusing on there. There's a great quick release right under. The skill of the shots that he's shooting are really good, and he's cut a lot of the nonsense out. Now Jacob with the right wall over there, that was gorgeous.
Good block of the cut.
Yeah.
Got possession.
Now Jacob makes some really good shot selections. Very consistent. Good right wall under. That was very well.
I think it was an over.
Was it an over?
I think so.
Okay, it happened so quick.
Yeah.
It was very well disguised, though. It looked like the cut right until the moment he struck it.
Oh, that was there. He had it just a little too hard. That puck is flying. We've been talking about that, whether they need to change the puck on this main table, but I think it's mostly just the adrenaline from these guys.
5-all. Yeah, I think you're right. Several different pucks over there. This one seem to be moving the best, but they are both smacking it really hard. There's a lot of power in every strike. Wow, great cross straight. Gorgeous.
It's nice. It executed from early.
Yep.
And look at it again. Nice.
And the left wall under to make it 6-6.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he went for the cross again.
And he got it.
It was nice.
He found the spot.
Mm-hmm.
And, these guys are playing very high level right now. Really good execution.
Yeah, Jacob has been hitting the cross a lot this tournament, which is not his traditional, right? It's usually the cut. But I guess he's just he's feeling comfortable with that shot, and it's done a lot of work for him. It helped him immensely in his matches with Vince as well as Munoz.
Yeah. You know, when you're traditionally known for shooting certain shots and then you're able to hit something else really well, that really throws your opponents off a lot, and it gives you a chance to go back to your standard game if you need it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But, he's hitting that. You're right, because he's traditionally one of the best cuts in the game, and he's hitting a really good cross straight.
And they decided to face off every game.
Oh,
I love it. We missed the first face off, so I don't know who won the first one, but Chris won that one. Good reflexes by Chris.
I've noticed with Jacob, too, whenever he wins a game, he tends to want to get right back on the table and play quickly, versus when he loses a game, he'll take the full time.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty smart. I mean, when you have the momentum going your way, a lot of times you don't want to take it away from yourself. So if your opponent's willing to get right back on and play. I think it's worked to his advantage in this tournament. Chris with a quick forehand. He's really good at those. Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's good at transition, too.
Really good. Yeah.
Good timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacob's been using those very well. Against Munoz, I think 2 or 3 times in the match, he was down 3-1, called a timeout, and I think 2 of those he came back and ended up winning that game. So he's stopping it early before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, because Gibson is one of these guys that can get on a roll. You know, and you don't want him to get on a roll.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to keep him flat. You want to control the pace. You don't want to let him get into a flow. I like Jacobs taking his time here.
Yeah.
Hitting some off ball, holding the possession longer.
Yeah, he needs a little more accuracy.
Yeah,
he's missing his shots.
There he goes. He got it. He ripped the cut.
That was wild. Like, did Chris charged it way over to the right or something?
Yeah, I think he moved out of position there. But Jacob turned that long possession into a point and just misses that one.
Across, Chris may go for that right wall under again. Oh,
he
goes
gets
for the cut. Yeah.
Really good cut, too.
I think Jacob was thinking the same thing I was thinking.
Yep.
Right wall under.
Wow, another transition.
Yeah,
Really
that's
taking advantage of the Jacob mistakes.
yeah, that
wow, another
Jacob
one.
is not getting back on defense after his shots. He's doing sort of like where you hit the shot and then you just kind of like kind of admire it for a second with your hand away from the goal.
Game point 2, because Chris
Yeah.
got another transition while we were talking. He's got,
Yeah.
I think 4 in this game.
Yeah.
It's hard to win a game when you're getting that many quick transitions. And
Yeah.
he's so good at it.
Yeah. Jacob's got to, and Jacob has traditionally struggled a bit in transitioning his mind from offense to defense fast. And that's why guys like Colin will a lot of times get a lot of pot shots in on him.
Right. Yeah, as soon as you miss the shot, you've got to. You got to focus.
Right.
Immediately get back.
Yeah, you take the shot and you're back on defense.
Immediately, yeah. If it didn't score, you're immediately back in defense. And if he could speed his brain up to do that a little bit better, and really
What are they trying to? Well, of course, it was a chart. How would it be his puck?
Not sure what happened there. Said it popped up and hit his hand, so the puck was off the table, but I guess they decided to giving it back to Jacob. Jacob was the honorable.
Jacob gave him the puck based on Chris's word, which I'm sure it did hit his hand if he said it did.
And Chris gets
another transition
off his own defensive error.
Yeah.
He's
So
really good at those.
Jacob's got to focus more on defense, I think.
He needs to be more disciplined.
Yeah. That many transition shots going in is evidence that there's mental lapses on defense being sort of, I don't know, I want to say it's just not being focused. Right.
And with Chris, because he's so quick on those, you as you said earlier, as soon as Jacob, if he doesn't connect on the shot, he's immediately got to be ready for something quick. Because Chris, if he can do that, he can shut those down, and then you take that away from Chris, then you make him earn the points one by one. You see, Jacob's got to change the pace and take that away if he wants to win.
Yeah.
If he lets Chris have that, Chris will beat him.
Well, and I think on offense, it so far hasn't seemed like Jacob has keyed in on any sort of like an attack.
Right.
I mean, he's shooting some good shots, but I don't see an actual attack yet. Which, if I were in his shoes or if I was coaching him, I would say, well, let's get back to basics and do what you're really good at for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a right wall under and a cut. And, that cross is great and that's wonderful. Definitely do it, but try to get going the things that you're good at.
I agree, especially a game like that. You put it behind you; it's still 1-1.
Sure,
you haven't lost anything, but it needs to come back and go back to his program. And if Chris is sitting on it, then throw that cross back in there, and he's got to kind of discover and find it. It's been my experience. If you try to force things, it doesn't tend to work. But you're right. When you get in trouble or when things aren't working out, go back to what you're good at. Focus on that. His cut's one of the best in the game, and it does work on Chris if he can find it. And, be willing to hit some off goals and be more patient. Have some longer possessions.
Yes.
To this caliber, it's funny me saying that. I've never been very particularly good at that, but these guys are very comfortable with 4, 5, 6 off goals. Lots of time, patience. Great. Jacob with the transition.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. He uses his time very well to get himself refocused between games. He's very good at that.
Yep. Now that's that cut. He's just missing it. Went for a right wall over.
Got
and the
again.
cross. Yeah.
Yeah, he's found the place on the mallet to strike that with from that same position. It makes it work.
Yeah.
It's great skill. Wow.
And then he made it look like a cross, but he cut it.
And he put a little bit more delay on it, held
Yeah.
it, and that pulled Chris over. Just got a quick transition there again. Chris very good at taking advantage of that small time lapse.
Yeah.
Recognizing that he can. Wow.
I like it.
Beautiful right wall under.
Yeah.
Perfectly timed.
Yeah. Yeah. He just pulled Chris out.
Yep.
Wow. What a great left wall under by Chris.
That was pretty. So smooth and the perfect snap on it. Gets a possession there.
Yeah. He almost got a transition on him again because Jacob wasn't ready on defense. He was sort of just still looking.
It's like Chris has kind of found a left wall. Oh wow! They put a slight delay.
That's the
right wall earlier in the
right. In the tournament, Jacob's done that a number of times to great success. Is getting an early right wall under.
Well, that's what you mentioned, going back to your bread and butter, the cut right wall under from up higher,
Yeah.
and then you get back into that, and then you can throw some of that other stuff in when they're not expecting it. And
And the cross
another
smart.
again.
It was
He's
a good
got a program going
yeah.
now.
That's
Wall under.
such a powerful shot.
Very nice. Very nice.
And the cross again. Yeah, well done.
That was a well executed program by Jacob there. He knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he executed it perfectly. It was a solid high level.
Yeah,
game.
but I want to give it was, but I do want to give a lot of credit to Chris because Jacob raised his game and was playing really well there, and Chris was right there with him, and he was trading blows, and those left wall unders that he shot were just
they were insane.
And yeah, just super great shots. His game has come a long way, and and he's playing with a lot more intent. He's not always going transition, which he can do that. He did that against Austin Fernandez this tournament, and maybe it was intentional. I don't know, because Austin then started playing that same transition, and Austin much better than anybody, but what I see when I watch Austin play is he plays his best when he goes ahead and sets up, not when he tries to play super fast transition.
Right.
It's just
Chris,
my take.
Chris's game, what's changed is he was always wanting to play that transition, quick, easy points, and he's learned how to recognize when that's not effective and to go to the setup game, and he's been able to develop a good setup game as well. So that's because you can't play an entire challenge match and really a whole match typically with nothing but transitions. You'll get a game or two with that, but you're going to have to win some games where you're going to have to earn all 7 points. And so I think he's learned how to do that finally. Yeah. But at the same time, if it's working, if you're in the flow and it's just working, you stick with it. Nice, beautiful right wall. Yeah. I like that Jacobs picked up his pace a little bit. I like the faster drifting.
Yeah, I mean, I like semi-fast. I think if it goes too fast, then it's
it's not the slow deliberate.
Right, I agree with you. I don't like the slow drift when Jacob goes to the super slow drift. I think he's not as good. That pace is okay. You might want it a hair quicker than that.
Yeah.
But it's interesting how different players play better at different paces.
So far in this match, it looks like the pace would definitely be more controlled by Jacob, but Chris is, it's 1-1.
Yeah.
And so Chris is hanging in there.
I think it's 2-0 right now, Jacob.
Oh, is it 2-0? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought Chris got a game. No, Chris got a game. He got that game on the transition.
Right, it's 2-1.
2-1. Okay, gotcha.
That's that left wall. Just a really pretty shot.
It
was a little bit different than the other ones.
Yeah, it was almost kind of a push release rather than the pop. Oh wow, he gets a cross cut there. Very nice. And gets possession back. Chris tried a quick score. Chris is very used to being able to do little setup and just pop really quick, accurate shots and score. So if the defense is disciplined, You can turn those in.
Mm-hmm.
Manage the possessions. Oh, he just missed the left one.
Yeah, and he sort of like did it a little too early. Oh. Mm. Was that a charge? I'm not sure if that was a charge or not.
I'm not sure what happened there.
I wasn't sure if he was Chris was moving forward or not, but maybe not. Yeah, I guess not. Right wall under was there. Oh, it was there again. He just missed it. Oh, interesting. Like he had the cut. I'm not sure what he was doing there. Maybe he was going for an over. Kind of, it was slower than his normal.
Yeah, I couldn't get a read on that one. Here.
Jacob went for the quick cross cut. Once goes for an over, misses.
Yeah, Jacob's also kind of thrown a medium speed right wall over into his game that's really effective too. He's running away with the game. Chris calls a timeout to try to see if he can come back and collect himself. Good solid defense there by Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good solid defense, and he didn't. When the puck came back over, he just stopped it rather than trying to go for another transition.
That
was off speed right wall under.
Yeah, it was.
That's a Danny Hines. You have Shukri.
Yeah, it was.
He tried it again.
Chris was ready for it that time.
Oh, I think he went for the over on that one though.
Jacob's getting really creative here. I'm impressed. He's
been doing
different things.
Doing a lot this tournament like that.
Yeah.
He told me when we sat down talking that he was just feeling really excited about air hockey, just kind of having fun.
Good.
Yeah.
I know in the challenge match when he played Chris at my place, he said he just didn't feel it. He wasn't really into it.
Yeah, it's like he didn't want to be there.
Psychologically, you could see it. He didn't. He just wasn't having fun. And it does seem like he's having fun.
Yeah.
So let's see if he can figure out how to get. Oh wow, good delay. There he did a slower drift with a couple of pump fakes there to freeze him, and then way left. Right wall under was from further left. Yeah, he's changing the timing and mixing it up really effectively.
Yeah,
table got him there.
Yeah. And I think he probably slightly rushed it. He didn't sell the cut long enough.
Yeah. That's 6-1.
Went for the cross, just wasn't sharp enough.
Yep.
Forehand by Chris. Nice cut by Chris. He's off the same drift that he'd done that forehand off of.
Oh man,
and Jacob with the.
I like a little pump that Jacob's putting in there. That's different, and it's freezing Chris.
Yep.
It's very effective.
So we'll see. Sorry.
No, he's mixing it up. Sometimes he's releasing it quickly. Sometimes he's drifting in and putting some pumps in there. He's really changing up the way he's striking the puck very effectively, and it's getting those unders.
Yeah, I mean he looks like that he's kind of doing sort of what we sort of talked about earlier. Is like going back to the things that you know work for you, the type of setups that work for you well, but then adding a little flair to it, a little something creative, but not too much.
Right.
Because that could, sometimes we get too creative and then we're not actually even doing what we normally would be doing in terms of the shot itself.
Right. Yeah, he's sticking with his basic program, but he's adding skill. Like I said, the pump fakes, changing the location slightly on the releases, mixing it up really well. The crosses, the cuts, the unders. Not really using a left wall under at all, and I guess he just Chris is very good at charging that. So
well, Jacob, he's got a really good left wall under that he's been shooting at this tournament that I actually haven't seen before. It's a new way of delivering it, which I haven't seen. I'm not sure he even knows what's new about it yet, but if he throws that in a time or two, that could really seal the deal.
All right, so 3-1 Jacob.
Yeah, 3-1 Jacob, and Jacob was up 3-1 against Vince. Vince came back.
Vince came back.
And then he was up 3-1 against Munoz, but then he was able to close that one out.
Right.
So here he is again, up 3-1 against an opponent. Let's see how this goes. Another face-off. I'm a huge fan. I like every game to be faced off personally, but
it definitely it adds something extra to it.
yeah. No, that was nice. It was a good block on Jacob's part.
He seems to be reading Chris pretty well. Chris is going to have to find something different this game, another gear, if he wants to keep himself in the match.
Oh, nice save by Chris.
Great save.
Yeah, that's the error of transition.
Yeah.
Is especially when players are hard hitters, they tend to knock them off. Nice forehand.
Forehand, yep.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Chris is trying to rely on his mental speed.
It's so strange. That seemed like it was forward motion.
Chris
Yeah,
does a
good
little
timeout.
delay in there, slows it down. Yeah,
good timeout.
I agree. Chris has got a good start. He got 2 quick points. That
Mhm.
was a kind of a quicker drift, and then he slowed down the release, popped in the cut. Very nicely done. He's definitely trying to dig in and use his speed, so he can use that to his advantage.
There he goes for sort of a soft over.
Oh,
And
nice.
it goes-
Another off-speed right wall under.
Yeah.
Wow. You just never know what's going to work in the match. Wow, he hit Chris with the under there. Does a little pump in there and releases it. The 3-1 lead. Jacob going back to his fundamentals.
Yeah, I mean, we could go for that cross.
Nope.
Yeah, he went for the cut, and it went right in the middle of the goal.
Yeah, he didn't execute it well. Oh, and Chris again with a little delay.
Yeah.
Freezes up Jacob and gets the cut faster.
Yeah, yeah. And Jacob probably needs to drift like that. That was
There
about
you
to
go.
say. He
That was
needs to
great. Yeah.
drift the puck a little bit faster.
He was
Ooh.
another.
It's a power right wall under.
Yep. Yeah, Jacob slowed his drift down, and he was more effective when he was going a little bit faster than that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
He's changed his own pace, and I think it's
He's sort of gotten behind what I like to call the rock paper scissors games. Like, once you get ahead in that game, then you got the other person guessing, and then you can freewheel a little bit.
Chris with a right wall under to go up 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
Chris has definitely responded in this game well.
Oh yeah, big time.
And Chris with a transition forehand to win the game.
3-2
Jacob.
Yeah, so both the games Chris has won, I think, have been pretty like a big wide margin. I think didn't he win that one game in a wide
I
margin?
think it was also 7-2.
Like 7-3
or 7-3. Yeah.
Right back.
So we're here. It's 3-2 Wiseman right now, and so Wiseman has been pretty solid. He's responded well to a loss. We'll see if Chris can keep his momentum going. He speeded the game up, but also slowed down the releases, and so I think that's what made it effective there. The delay, the slight delays he was putting, especially on those cuts, really kind of got a quick jump on and just kind of rode the wave in. See if he's able to do that again, or if Wiseman can lock it up here in Game 6.
Get me over there.
All right. So it looks like taking the full time here.
Full time, yeah. And Jacob had actually signaled me and said, "Come over and give me a word or two." But I don't think he needs any words. I think he just sort of like let that game get away from him, and he needs to get back to his fundamentals. And like we talked about earlier, just do what works well for you, and don't try to rush it. Sell. If you're trying to get that cut in and you want him to flinch, you need to sell the right wall under a little longer.
Right. I also think a little bit faster drift.
Yes.
Those two things. So a little bit more speed on the drift, a little bit less speed on the release.
Yeah.
I think those two things were working well for him. If you slow the drift down and speed up the release, a lot of times you hit the puck flat. That game, he wasn't hitting it as well as he did in the previous games. Chris, on the other hand, played that game really sharp.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's hitting some really powerful unders on Jacob.
Here we go, game 6. Wiseman leading 3-2. Wiseman wins the faceoff. Tries a cut there. Chris was able to read it, but he got it back. All right, he speeded the drift up again and did it there. Faster drifts, nice delay, got the cross.
Good block.
Great block. Got possession. He's up to 2-0.
See, sold it just a little longer. Let him come out.
Chris really should use a timeout right here. You don't want to let this game get away, but let's see what he does. Let's see what Jacob does here. Chris cuts it. I think Jacob's drift was a little too slow there.
Yeah. Well, and that was good. Just needed a hair. Yeah, need a hair longer.
Oh man, that gorgeous left ball under.
Yeah, it is. This super.
I mean, you can't even see it coming. He just he changes the shot right at the last moment to fire that out of there. It's hard to defend that. Looks like a cut or a cross until he strikes it.
I'm not sure what that was. Just maybe a mishit.
I'm not sure. Wow. Incredible right wall under. Beautiful delay on that. Now, Chris is actually more effective with a little bit of a slower drift. I find that works really well for him. Jacob with a good right wall under. Powerful.
Yeah.
Quick snap on it. Completely froze Chris up 3-3. They're going point for point so far. Now another left wall.
Yeah, that wasn't over. I'm not sure it was intended, but he'll take it.
Probably not, but yeah. Oh, and then Jacob with a cut and a little bit of a cross cut there. A little bit closer to the center. Chris with a cut lets it go all the way to the line. Now there's been very little defense so far.
Yeah.
Wow, I get that cross.
Great cross. He went for the under the left wall under again. Just barely missed it.
Right wall over. That's amazing. It's been probably 90 seconds and we're at 6-5.
Yeah.
This has all been incredible execution by both players. Let's see what happens here. Digs it out.
I kind of like it.
That was good.
Disrupted a little bit.
Absolutely.
Wow, that's so amazing the way he can get that shot from that angle.
No, from the center of the table.
Yeah. Well, and where is Maladu?
Just tried to get a transition. Jacob was ready for it that time.
Yeah,
So
that was good.
He's getting ready. He's getting back on defense faster. Chris with the right wall that sent it to game 7. All right.
Yep.
I called it 4-3 Jacob. Let's see what happens. Chris Gibson comes back from 3-1 to tie it. 2 solid games to tie it 3-3. So this will come down to the 7th final game. Chris coming into the game with the momentum, but he's playing the great Jacob Wiseman, former world champion. So really a great match. Really It's two solid players, digging in at different moments. So this is where Jacob's gonna have to close it out. Find a way to take the momentum away from Chris. It's similar earlier. We saw Vince get up 3-0 on Anthony. Anthony comes soaring back, and then Vince in the 7th game just locked it down. Let's see if Jacob can do the same thing. But credit to Chris, that left ball under from the center of the table is just insane. I don't know how he's able to execute that.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. He sort of just flips his wrist at the last second and just almost like finesses it over there, but it's with such power that it's hard to block.
Yeah, I mean, how do you can't see that coming? A lot of left balls,
right,
the body position, the arm position, you see
it, you turn it,
and so the left ball cross combo, if they jump for the but with that one, you can't even see it coming. Anything you can do, a cut, cross, right ball under, or left ball under out of from the same spot of the table. That's pretty hard to defend.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Right. Last 30 seconds here before we play the 7th game. We've had some good matches today.
We've had so many 7-game matches.
Except for mine. The old man in me came out in that match.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, it's all right. No, I've had this was a great tournament. I'm really glad the folks put it on. Really, some really good air hockey being played. This is really fun. These guys are playing great. Mid to late 20s seems to be a really strong time for a person in their air hockey career.
Skill.
Yeah. The brain is fully developed. The skills are still really good. Human body's in a great place at that time in your life. Yeah. These guys are at the top of their games. All right, here we go.
Jacob wins it. Nice.
Jacob wins the face-off.
Australian Open.
Didn't quite get enough pop on. Let's see what Chris is going to do.
It's a good block. Yeah.
Good catch. This game starts off with some defense. Like the last game, it was all offense.
Charge and now it lost.
Yeah,
but
that's all right.
The charge was first, I guess.
I guess so.
Ready? Plug and play.
Yeah, that was good.
Cross
in the cross. Yep. Yeah.
Going back to what's been working, get the first point. Let's see. Oh, Chris's left ball does not stay on that time. Jacob gets enough of it to gain possession.
Plug and play.
Went for the cross again, but Chris was ready for it.
Yep. It's well executed. That was just good defense in there. Jacob's defense really good so far. This game really on Chris's, because Chris is hitting as well. Jacob's just seeing it get back and getting possessions. So it's really focused. Let's see if Chris can equalize here. Tries a cross cut there. That doesn't work. Jacob's on it.
Yeah, that shot's
and
just so hard to block.
1-1.
That's not that's not necessarily the shot that the cross that was working. It was a nice cut. It was a great block.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jacob doesn't flinch at all. He's very disciplined. Being very patient here. Oh, wow. Greg tried to get a transition himself. He's really holding the possession well when he's taking his time, trying to pick Chris apart. Oh,
wow.
Chris is able to read it.
Yeah.
Chris with his own cross. Yeah, I got to play Chris in this tournament. It was just insane how quick his defense was. I was really struggling to score on him. He was able to really see the shots well. Let's see.
Yeah, it just seems sort of like Jacob doesn't have a go-to. He's sort of just trying different shots.
In that 4th game, he really had a program there.
Yeah.
That he could find that. He just dominated Chris, and then he's just kind of lost it. He can find it here. It's only 2-1. Still early in the game. Yeah, he's making mistakes here.
Yeah,
All right.
just
Got to collect himself.
Yeah. He needs a program, and he needs a go-to shot or two that he doesn't have at the moment.
Yeah. It's going to have to D it up for a little bit until he can find it. Oh, good. Good. Very nice capture.
That's
Beautiful
the setup and release.
That was
If
gorgeous.
he could just like bottle that and keep reproducing it, but for some reason he's having a hard time like just sticking with that.
Yeah. Let's see if he goes back to it. Got the cross that time. All right. He's found the timing on it. Now he's jumped into the weak 3-2. Uh-oh. Here we go.
Does he do it?
Okay.
It's a little too.
I think those are good off pulls.
I don't think those are off goals. I think they're missed cuts.
Oh, you think so?
I think so.
Okay. I thought he was.
Yeah.
Taking
But
his time.
he can tell me different. I don't know.
Okay, Chris with a quick
Back
forehand,
to-
3-3. Here we are. All right. First got a 4. And Jacob hasn't had as good a game, but yet it's 3-3. So
That was a nice under, left ball under. Just
wow, what a steal!
Yeah, that was
Those
great
were
on
both
Chris's
great
part.
shots by
Yeah,
Jacob.
yeah,
Chris and oh, Jacob's all over that.
But none of the sort of the slow, like just boom straights have worked. I don't know. He keeps going for it.
Yeah, he's got to throw that nice delay with.
Yeah, he's got to delay and make it look like the cut.
Yep.
But it's easy, for people to be sitting back and watching. But it's
when you're on the table and
Monday
your emotions
morning,
are all in it, and your
quarterbacking is
Sunday
easy.
evening, and
Yeah.
Let's see if he can figure it out. Oh, he had it. He just missed it.
He had it.
Wow, left ball over.
No, that was a cross.
Was it? Oh, that was a cross.
Yeah.
I thought it was a left ball. And that cut again. There he goes.
All right. That was good. That was
Chris scores on himself trying to get a capture there. That's huge.
Jacob needs to be focused here because Chris will try for a pot shot maybe.
Let's see, getting into the final points of the game here. Chris has got to equalize if he wants to stay in this.
Ooh, that was a nice release. Just missed the cut. Yeah, I thought he was going to do that left ball under there.
I feel that too. Jacob with the forward. Oh, Jacob with the cross. He goes to match point 4. Let's see if Chris can dig. Nope. He just gave it right back to Jacob. Let's see if he can close it.
On a cut.
You got it with the cut.
Yeah, well done.
Well done by Jacob. There you go.
And Chris with an amazing battle. Chris has just really shown himself to be a really solid top player these days.
He has.
Amazing. Yeah.
He fights, he digs out, he finds solutions.
Absolutely.
I mean, in that, it was 4-4. So, I mean, he was in the game. And Jacob, Jacob's consistency really stepped up there. Chris scoring on himself to go down 5-4. And he just made some bad decisions.
Right. Well, I mean, you look at the very end of that game, I think it obviously Jacob made some good blocks. And that's huge, right? That stops it. But also Jacob played cleanly towards the very end, right where he could have, or maybe in some other moments has, hit a transition shot that would have maybe thrown off the table. He just grabbed the puck and stopped it and reset. And I think he play clean as much as possible because, as you see, I mean, things go down to the wire, and 1 or 2 possessions could be the difference in the match.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, let's see if we can get a
Jacob
word from
over here.
Or how about we get Chris? Because Jacob's going to get ready to play. Let's chat with Chris for a moment.
Let me go grab Chris.
All right, so another great match there. I can't wait to talk to Chris Gibson and get his thoughts on it because, I mean, he was hitting some shots in the games that he won. Even in the games that he didn't win, there were a few times that he hit these shots that were just so hard to block. The left wall under, in particular, I think was the most surprising for me watching the match. See if we can get him over here. So the next match is going to be between Jacob Weissman and Anthony Marino. The winner will face Vince Saceda in the finals. And then whoever goes to the finals against Vince would have to beat Vince 2 sets, since Vince has not lost in the tournament. He'd have to, lose once, and then they'd be on equal ground, so to speak, and then the winner of that next set would be the winner of the tournament. Yeah, we might not be able to get Chris. I think he probably went to lick his wounds a little bit. That's cool. I get it. I completely understand. Okay, well, we'll send it back to one of these packages, videos, and come back when the match starts.
Describe air hockey in one word.
Phenomenal.
Okay.
You said in one word, right?
I did.
Phenomenal is the word.
Say more.
Okay. Well, it's so relatable to every sport, and it can teach you who you are. It shows you when you're up against a challenge against somebody that you want to beat or that you've been practicing against. You have to dig really deep to figure out how to beat this person who's been bullying you. It's like a puzzle, and doing it in front of the people and the cameras and the lights and all that, it adds that intensity and that pressure. It's just it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. All right, I like it.
I'd say strategy towards like the upper level, but towards the lower level, I'd say chaos. Because I think whenever people start playing, all they really do is they just hit it a lot, and they hit it super hard, and there's no coordination.
Right.
But that only works so long, and then once you get to the upper levels, there's so much strategy involved. And like, not even just general strategy, but the person you're playing against, if they're right-handed or if they're left-handed, like how fast or how slow you should shoot your shots, and so much like deep strategy that goes into it.
Yeah. Describe air hockey in one word.
Awesomeness.
Awesomeness.
Yeah. That's what I would say. It's awesomeness because it's a great competitive field. The community's amazing. It's just a great experience overall.
Okay. Describe air hockey in one word.
One word is tough.
Maybe tough is the word.
I think I would say just competitive.
Competitive.
I think would be a good sense of the word, because in itself that can mean a lot of different things.
Sure.
You can be competitive through physicality. You can be competitive through strategy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways to do it.
Absolutely. Okay. Hello. You're on an air hockey table. So you didn't learn to walk, you learned to play air hockey. To describe air hockey with one word. Chess. Okay. I like it. I'm going to guess because there's a lot of strategy to it.
Yes, I look at it as I'm trying to anticipate my opponent's moves and counter moves and base my strategy on them.
Okay. Yeah, I love it. Describe air hockey in one word.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I love it.
Okay.
I've played many of sports, and this is hands down my favorite one to ever play.
Yeah. I love it.
Wow, that's hard. Okay, one word. Family. Yeah.
Say something about that.
Well, I don't want to get emotional. So, this is tough.
Fine, dude.
Okay. Yeah, so I just lost my wife, you know, cancer. Everybody here has been so supportive and awesome. So definitely my family.
Dynamic. You want me to explain it?
Sure.
It's just, I find it dynamic because, like, this tournament, I normally don't play in the doubles, you know, just because I got the regular tournament. But my mentor, Robert Hernandez, reached out to me later part of last week and asked me if I was interested in playing with him. And of course I am, because we've never done that together.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. So I told, hey man, I'm just playing for fun. But when I get on the table, you know, the adrenaline dumps and all the dynamics come out, and it's just exhilarating.
Yeah. Okay. Describe air hockey in one word.
Family. You know, I've met so many people here, so many people from different backgrounds, and just people I never thought I'd hang out with or even consider my family, and now it just created some of the best relationships of my life.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome.
Competitive.
All right, on table number 5.
Why?
Say more.
Because it's so much more than just an arcade game. It can bring out your competitive nature, which is what I really like.
Yeah. Okay.
Numbers.
Okay.
I would say numbers. Because
Okay.
it's about like angles and points and data.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a
interesting.
math person.
Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. So describe air hockey in one word.
Athletic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say something about that.
Yeah, I think air hockey, the game has all the qualities that you see in all other sports. Hand-eye coordination, reflexes, it takes stamina. Obviously, it's not like running a 100-yard dash, but you have to be fit. You have strategy and different tactics, just like you would see in the NBA or tennis or in ping pong.
Right. Okay. Cool.
The most fun table sport ever. Oh, one word. Oh. Courage.
Okay. Say something about it.
Well, if you don't look within yourself to play like the way you can, and you play scared, you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
So you gotta have courage to play the way you practice. You have to have courage to not move against the straight. You have to have courage to keep playing your game. So,
yeah. Okay, I like that. Describe air hockey in one word.
Fluid.
Okay. Say something about that.
You know, for me, and I'm sure this is the same for a lot of people, Joey List comes to mind as well. We really like the fun and the art that comes with air hockey more than, I guess, the competitiveness. So I just like to be fluid. When it's rolling on the table, you kind of get into that zen state, and the puck just feels like it's attached to your hand, and it just feels like it's super fluid.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
Air hockey in one word. It's thrilling.
All right, say something about that.
Okay, well, it's no matter if you're playing or watching air hockey, you feel that sensation of just the thrill mounting inside of you that crescendos into like a 6-7 game, and it's like watching March Madness, like every time.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. Describe air hockey in one word.
Insane.
Insane.
It'll never be what you expect it to be. Every time you turn out, insane in a good way.
Right.
Like, it's just mind-blowing.
Oh, you want to change? Okay, mind-blowing.
I feel like people always start out and they think it's like crazy. They're like, this is so cool. And the more you play, like, it's just such a fun experience. It's mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Okay, great.
I'm going to repeat something I said like 40 years ago. The great chess player Bobby Fischer once was asked, is chess like life? And he said, no, chess isn't like life. Chess is life. So people ask me, is air hockey life? And I say, No, air hockey. Air hockey isn't like life.
Right.
And air hockey isn't life. Air hockey is air hockey. That's all you can say. Air hockey is great.
Intense. It's always intense because you never know who's on the other side of the table of you.
Exciting.
That's the right word.
For me, it's family.
Okay.
It really is.
I'd say competitive because there are lots of people from all over the states here today, all competing for the #1 title.
Family.
Okay. Say.
Basically, for me, growing up in this sport, everyone here is second family. They're my extended family. I don't have to see them for years, a few months, and I can start right back off. Feel comfortable with everyone here. I feel loved. I feel cared about.
Right.
I feel encouraged to be my best. And just like with families, you fight and you argue. And sometimes you don't like them. Sometimes I don't like, playing the person I'm playing across the table. But at the end of the day, we're bettering each other as competitors and as people. And I believe that's what family should be about.
Okay.
So I would say family.
All right.
Intricate.
Okay. Say something about it.
There are a lot of different levels to it, layers, if you will. There's the speed aspect, there's the strategy aspect, there's the psychological aspect, and there's the honor aspect, the culture, I guess.
Sure, yeah. So there's a lot to it. There's a number of levels, and it's very intricate. Very cool. Okay. What do you do?
Exciting is what comes to mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say something about that.
Well, this is my hobby, so it gets my blood going, gets me excited, gets me passionate. For me, that's the fun part of air hockey is the camaraderie and also the playership and the challenge.
Sure. And
Yeah.
that excitement. Yeah.
It's a life thing. I mean, it is just the ultimate challenge.
All right, intensity.
Okay, say something about that.
Air hockey is a very intense sport. It requires a great deal of intellect, but you also have to get the emotions involved. You have to learn to balance those two. But really, you have to be focused and dedicated and intense in order to be successful. And sometimes you have to be intense and very calm. Sometimes you need to be intense and very crazy. It just kind of depends on your style, but you have to be able to control it.
Okay.
I call it calculated intensity.
Gotcha.
That's my phrase.
So, all right, so you had a prepared idea. You thought of this.
Yes.
Con solamente una palabra.
I love you.
That's 3 words.
Tres palabras. Con una palabra.
Uno.
Ay. Una palabra. Amo. No, pero es que, no sé.
¿Cómo?
Es que al obvio son varias, pero en Venezuela, amor en Venezuela.
Yes,
es una
love.
sola.
Okay, love. Okay.
I would probably say, I think just fun. I love playing sports growing up, but there was nothing like this in Philly that I played. Like I would always play soccer or bowling, other sports like that are more competitive. Sure. But even in air hockey, I just feel like even if I lose, there's something to learn from it, and it's still fun either way.
In one word, I would describe air hockey as intense.
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 Say something about that.
There's a lot, every time you go up to play, there's a lot of feelings and everyone's giving it 110%. And leaving it all out on the table. So I always describe it as intense.
Nice. Okay.
Man.
Passion. Say something about that.
You got to be very passionate to get far in this sport. For sure. Very passionate. You got to have the dedication as well. So passion comes with dedication.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fierce.
That's
That's the word
fast.
I'm using. Yeah. I don't need to think about it. Because I've been around Colin. I've seen him from him getting angry with playing with his dad to where he is now.
Right.
And in every match, in every single big game, it's always a fierce battle.
Right. Okay. Very cool.
Okay, we're back. Welcome back. Here we are with the man in the alien shirt once again, Chris Gibson. Amazing match. I told Jacob that it's the best I've ever seen you play, and I genuinely mean that. And what do you have to say?
Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah.
That was crazy. So like I put a lot of pressure on myself in that match. But being able to make it 3-3 and make it competitive was...
It was more than competitive. It was a freaking battle to the death.
We both felt like we had something to prove, not to everybody else, but to one another.
Right.
I mean, you remember back in the day.
Oh, sure. Y'all started out early together. And,
now he's taking a leap on top of the mountain, and I'm trying to be right next
you want it to be like it used to be, right?
Yeah.
Where we were kind of going back and forth. And I get that. You're definitely making those strides to that place, and ultimately, I was just blown away by a number of shots that you were executing that I've just never seen. And I played you at the World Championships, okay? I didn't play that guy.
Yeah.
Whoever that was, I didn't play him, okay? Now, you still have a good number of unforced errors, right? That's something that should, I'm getting feedback. Oh, sorry. I played you at World Championships. I didn't play that guy. You've made a leap, and, where from now?
I'm just going to keep playing challenge matches, defend my rank, come to the next tournament, try and see him again.
Yeah.
Maybe turn the tide next time, but I was seeded fourth. I got fourth. I'm pretty happy, and this is the first time I've ever...
You proved that you deserved that spot. Right. It wasn't a fluke that you got that spot. Obviously, it's not the same field as the Worlds, right? So we can't say, that's equal to that. But it's still, with the field, you proved you were up there.
Yeah.
And I do want to mention one of the shots, okay? It's the left wall under. It's definitely getting a reel of some sort. I can guarantee you that, right? And it's a type of left wall under that I've never seen in the entire sport executed, because it's semi-impossible to execute it because of where your mallet is and how close it is to the puck before the shot gets executed. The thing is to hit a left wall under, everybody else has to kind of go like this when they get towards that puck.
Right.
You're holding your mallet like this, and then suddenly the left wall under goes in.
Right.
And so you're whipping around somehow real fast.
Yeah, so after Worlds, I thought to myself for about a week that I wanted a shot that said Chris Gibson.
You got it now.
I wanted a shot that everybody would never expect, because like you said, it's something that nobody's done.
And it's impossible,
Yeah.
It's impossible. I saw it today, but I'm just going to say it's impossible.
Yeah, I've been practicing it. I'm going to continue to.
Good.
And I feel like in that last game, I shot two of them very poorly.
Right. Well, that was
hard.
a big difference in that game.
Yeah.
And if you hit it the way you had hit it before, and that's the danger with that shot. It's such a high level difficulty.
Right, yeah. And it's one of those things where you're going for the biggest risk, but
Right. It could be the biggest payoff.
Right.
I got you.
So it's something that he wouldn't be like, okay, Chris is gonna add this and hit this in his arsenal. So when he starts pounding these cut crosses and I can't stop him, that point for that left wall is going to give me the break I need, the motivation.
Sure.
To get
You
back
push
in.
back, and that's the thing. It's momentum in these matches that, Jacob got up, and so now he sort of has some momentum. But then now you come back a few games. Now you have all this momentum, and being able to hit a shot on your opponent, even when they're like hitting shots on you, it at least puts pressure on them.
Right.
You have to put pressure on them because you have to make them a little worried too. Because that makes their offense go down a little bit.
Right.
So.
I feel like that was a big part of game number 3. I think it was when I made it 3-2, I feel like that was a big part of that game, is when I hit that shot, he was kind of like,
Yeah.
And then I did it again.
Yeah.
And it was something I was able to kind of get him to move just a little bit in the other direction so I could get where I needed to go.
Yeah.
But he picked up on it in that last game at Red.
No, well, I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying is I think you tried them again, and it's so hard you weren't able to hit them exactly the same, and you lost a few possessions.
Yeah.
And a few possessions in a match like your guys, that's almost the difference.
Yeah.
So.
And I made a lot of mistakes. We still have to work on that. So that's what's next for me, not locking down these mistakes.
So look, I tell you what I always tell or anybody that asks, right, is that try to play as clean as possible, okay? And what that means is eliminate unforced errors.
Right.
Unforced errors in air hockey are hitting the puck off the table unnecessarily, okay? An unforced error is hitting a shot inaccurately and losing possession, okay? Or making a shot choice that, like if you hit a right wall over and barely miss it, that's an easy shot for that person to snag, okay? So it's a danger. But eliminate the unforced errors because it adds up over time. If you eliminated, say, you got an extra 3 possessions every game because you eliminated those unforced errors, those are potentially 3 points.
Right.
Most likely it's maybe 1 point because of the averages, but still.
Yeah, that's another
that's
point.
the difference.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's why I would say a great match. Keep practicing and keep going forward, dude.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I'll be back.
All right.
That's
good.
for sure.
Yeah, we'll see you at the next one.
Started. Anthony Marino versus Jacob Weissman, ref by Chris Gibson.
All right, so we've got the semifinals. Jacob Weissman versus Anthony Marino, and I think they have a little history. I mean, I believe they've played each other a few times in competition. But I'll be honest, I don't have the record. I'll have to ask Jacob. I believe they played at Worlds, I want to say, and I think Jacob won. Being ref by the Alien Man, Chris Gibson. All right. I wonder if they decided to face off every game. We'll have to wait and find out. Goes for the cut, goes right into Jacob's mallet. Jacob goes for a cut, goes right into Anthony's mallet. It's a good get. Jacob goes for a cross and misses. I'm not sure if that was an off goal or a really bad cut. That was a decent cut, and it was a great block. Nice. He drew Marino out and just got sort of a free shot in. Nice. A nice attempt at an over. Just went a little wide. Oh, and a great lefty cross. It goes for a fast, early on the drift. Power straight. Gets back and forth. Oh, it was a nice, I guess that's a right wall under. Difficult when you're looking at someone who's left-handed. Marino, it's a lefty. Does change things up a little bit. Jacob just a little inaccurate there on that cross. It looked like it was open. Good block. Good block, too. So Jacob's picking a number of shots here that have gone right into Marino's mallet. It's like he's looking for his timing. And that's what Marino is so good at, is those sort of awkward cadence, out of nowhere power banks. Jacob takes a timeout, which probably a great idea when you're down 4-1. And then Jacob finds the timing. Nice block. And Jacob basically goes to his bread and butter, which was right wall under, followed up by a cut. Beautiful right wall over by Anthony. Ooh, that was almost in. Jacob getting to a rhythm here. Rhythm. That bank was not sharp enough. It was a good block and a good cut. That's Anthony's other really strong shot, is his cut. And so he basically will use cut to mix up with those power banks. And nice right wall under. And it's basically what a righty would be doing if they were doing cuts, right wall unders. If you're really good at it, it's super hard to block because you have to start guessing sometimes. And Jacob was inaccurate, went right into a mallet. Inaccurate again. Oh. Okay, it touched Jacob's hand. And Marino really has been playing great in this tournament. Talked about him earlier in some of his matches. He, the 2003 Texas State champion. And also around that time period, he finished third in a couple of worlds back-to-back. And this is an era, nice cut. This was in an era of Danny Hines dominant. So Anthony does have game. He drew him out. It was well done, just inaccurate. He's doing these little sort of flutter hand trick. Yeah. That was nice. Just a really good block. Good block by Jacob as well. He goes for the cross. He's been using that cross all tournament long, and it's been really effective for him. So the under looked like it was there, but just hit it a little too hard. Anthony with the cut. Oh, and a nice attempt. Quick. Oh, he had it. Same thing happened to him that had kind of happened to Jacob. The shot was there, but it goes off. All right, point either way. Jacob's almost no matter. Yeah, it was a good point there. Great cross. However, I'm going to say that I think Jacob actually has the momentum currently, because even though he barely, he lost that game 7-6, he came back from, I think, 5-2. It might have been 5-2, maybe 5-3. So he knows that, and that'll probably give him a little confidence that, going into the next game, that he has a way to deal with it. And he sort of looks like he did. That said, Anthony's his shots that are going in are not touch shots. They're power shots, and he's able to continue getting those shots. So Jacob has his work cut out for him. Anthony doing his focus, getting in the zone. I guess they decided only one face off. There's a great block by Jacob. Munoz, I'm not Munoz. I keep calling Marino Munoz. Marino executed it so well. Oh, and Jacob then gets a sort of a transition double bank. Beautiful left wall over. Good block. That was lovely. I mean, I'm a proud papa. I'll be honest. That was pretty cool. And that was good answer to it. Oh, Jacob barely misses the cut. And see that those power banks are so hard to deal with, because he's got the angle right, and he's executing it from, far enough back that Jacob's not ready for it. And since it's so fast, there's no way to block it. Unless you knew it was coming. Like that, Jacob's is the same way, but his was a little too hard and flew off. But that's the concept. He goes for a nice touch cut, just inaccurate. Goes for a cut again. I like this, what he's doing with his almost like an Avery flutter. It's a good get. Yeah. And a good block. It's a good shot. I think that shot I think he needs to be, yeah, I was going to say, I think he needs the puck drifting forward before he hits that. That was interesting. Jacob was very disciplined. He sort of gave up a chance to go transition and snag a point, snag a shot, snag a possession. I like what he's doing with the his hand is like little subtle little mini hand fakes. It's a sort of new thing. I haven't seen that. Like a new development here at this tournament. Nice shot by Anthony to answer. It's tough when you spend, like 5 or 6 possessions and finally getting a score, very hard fought, and then your opponent just scores right back. Yeah. Oh, nice get by Anthony. Oh, barely missed it, and Jacob then gets it back. Jacob sort of telegraphed a left wall under there. And Jacob needs to have more pause at this point. Yeah, that's what he needed. Put a little bit more seasoning on the shot. Let it develop a little bit longer. Yeah, I felt like he was going to go that cross. It just felt right. Oh, nice get. No, that was over. Huh. Yeah, so another 7-6 game. That one was a little more difficult to lose. Got a word in with Jacob as his coach. Basically was saying that he needed to let his delays go a little bit longer. Not a ton, but just a hair. That he's rushing at times. Obviously, when he's scoring, he's not rushing. It's smooth. But he's down 2-0 in games. Anthony's playing great. 7-6 both games. And Oh, I liked it. I mean, normally I'm going to argue for grabbing the puck. That was one of those middle ground, like, it was too tempting. Both these guys are hitting just such powerful shots. Yep, that left cross. Good timing on that for Jacob. And he's got the angle right now. Boy. Somebody's got to stop something. Just sort of not in a good position for that shot. That was the right position for that one. Now, if Jacob could hit that left wall under from the center of the table with his mallet pointed at the puck the way Chris Gibson could, that's a shot. It's interesting. Anthony does, like he rocks his body back and forth just very subtly, right to left, before he does a shot. So, sort of gives out a little fake on when it's going to happen. Puck went off far. All right. That is an impossible shot to block if you execute it like that with that type of cadence. You missed the angle 2 times in a row. Would have worked otherwise. Yeah. So I think if Jacob can bottle that attack, I think he's in good stead. He hasn't really shown that he's going to block all of Anthony's shots, though, and that needs to happen as well. And Anthony, on the other hand, he's up 2-1. He got 2 close games. I don't think you get overly freaked out. You lose 1 game. You're like, all right. All right, game 4. Beautiful left wall under. That was one of those things that Brian was talking about, that the drift was a little too slow for Jacob's setup. Yeah, it was,
paying back.
Yeah.
That last game, Jacob was on a tear. Wow.
Yeah. He's
all
got
the timing, everything was gorgeous.
Right, and he's got to do that again if he wants to win. He's got to get Anthony pulling out a little bit. That was a beautiful right all over. It's the perfect speed and obviously a perfectly accurate, right? I know Jacob's worked a lot on the over. He struggled though hitting it too soft and trying to aim it, and then that doesn't work when he shoots it that way. Anthony's been getting Jacob on just power banks, and then some crosses like that, but Jacob was there for that one. Now Jacob's trying to work sort of the old cut right wall under attack.
It's a right attack usually with that throwing across too.
Yes. But he's doing something new I haven't seen ever, and not sure like when it happened, when the development happened.
Talking about Jacob?
Yeah, he's setting up in a way I've never seen him set up. Wow, just power shot after power shot. And Jacob goes for the over. It's a nice shot selection, just needed the accuracy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just crushing those.
I think Jacob needs to try to disrupt Anthony a little bit on on his offense. I mean, I don't want to encourage charging, but maybe a fake charge or two, like try to like make it look like you're going to charge,
right?
Just to kind of get him to stop.
Charging can be effective if used sparingly.
Right, exactly, but it's still a danger.
Yeah, I mean, you're leaving the goal undefended, so you're taking a pretty huge risk. I wouldn't do it at this stage of the game. If you're on a roll, you throw it in there.
But I like his setup. It's pleasing to the eye. Maybe.
He's got 0.5, so.
Yeah. I would do one of his early on the drift right while unders.
Yeah.
Right here, early one.
Oh, gets the
Okay,
cross.
go for a cross. Why not, son? Well done.
Yeah.
All right, so he pushes it to two games each. I don't know if you saw the first
I
two
watched
games.
the first
Yeah,
two
okay.
games.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Both the second game especially looked like Anthony kind of snuck it out of him.
Right.
And
So
he was-
yeah. So like what I was saying after game one is that it felt like even though Jacob lost the game, I still thought he had the momentum going into the next game because, you know, he was down early and he kind of pushed back and then barely lost. But you know, after two games losing 7-6, it's, you know, it can be demoralizing. You know what I mean? It can start to feel like, you know, damn. It's like I remember when Will Upchurch, the great two-time champ, had his famous march through the losers bracket in Colorado in '95. He was beating every champion one after a next. It was just like a murderer's row he was going through. And I ended up having to play him, and I was playing pretty good, I'll say. I remember because I had lost in '94, and so I really wanted to get it back. And I think it was 7-6, 7-6, 7-6, 7-5.
Wow.
And he won. And it was just so frustrating to be that close in every game, you know.
Mhm.
But
Those are always tough matches because it's a 4-0 on paper, but it wasn't really.
Right, it doesn't tell the full story.
It wasn't a blowout. It was every game was competitive. He was just a little better in every game.
Yep. And he was on a roll, man. He you know, if you're not familiar with the stories, he got his nickname, the Juggernaut, because of what happened at that tournament. And, you know, he just got out into the losers bracket early in the tournament and then just went on an absolute rampage.
Lost to Jose Mora, didn't he?
No. He went all the way to the finals.
I mean,
And
he lost to Jose Mora the first match that put him in the
Oh,
losers.
that I don't know.
I'm pretty
maybe.
sure it was Jose that beat
that
him.
wouldn't surprise me.
And then he tore through and then lost to Billy in the second set of the finals.
Right. So, I mean, it basically, he was a juggernaut all the way up until finally getting to Billy. And Billy had one set to kind of slow him down a little bit. And then that was just enough for him then for the second set.
Yeah. I remember that. It was a fun tournament.
Oh, yeah. Nice block there by Jacob. It was a good get. Anthony missed his angle there.
Jacob has come back and won the last two games and he's leading this game, so it seems like 3-0. He's
he's
taking control of the match now.
Well, I think Jacob is heated on defense a little, but I think that what he's done is that he's figured out offense with this. He figured out how to be creative enough without being too different.
Right.
You know.
Still being true to who you are.
Right, and what you're good at, right? Not trying to do crazy shots that are not your bread and butter.
Making your own shots better.
Exactly. Yeah, making more stuff. But I think Munoz has missed a number of his shots so far.
You mean Marino?
I've done this all day. I don't know why I keep calling him Munoz. I guess just the M.
Yeah.
But Marino, now of course he didn't miss that shot.
No. And one thing I've been won a doubles world championship with Anthony. Played him many times. He never gives up.
Oh, I love that about him. Yeah, he's a fighter.
Oh yeah.
And he's fierce, man.
Look at that right there.
He'll hit power shots
Once on him, up on him 3-1 in a challenge, 3-1 in sets, 3-1. So I was about to close him out, and he came back and won the set and beat me the match. He
Nice.
fights for every possession.
Now, Jacob has sort of pulled back a little bit from what he's been doing, just a little bit. He needs to watch a video of it maybe and really get it synced in. Like
Go
that.
all over.
Yeah. And that's, notice he hit it at a good speed. He didn't try to, it was smooth. He
I like
wasn't
the
trying to
location, too.
aim
It
it.
was a little bit right of center, so I like that location as well.
Yeah.
Anthony wasn't ready for it.
Right, yeah.
And by putting that kind of medium quarter speed on it, Anthony saw the release and immediately pulled back to the under. Jacob scores on himself there. Very unusual. He doesn't do that very much.
No, that was just weird.
Oh, wow. 0.3. Wow,
that's
double pump right
Yeah,
wall under.
yeah,
Gorgeous
yeah,
foul.
yeah.
So he was like he heard what you were saying. So all of a
just
sudden
like
he just
go,
turned it.
turn that back on. Whatever that was, turn that button.
hit the
And that's the thing, though, when you're playing, you'll get into these rhythms, but you won't necessarily know what it was that was working so well, and then you lose it, and then you can't find it again. And that's a challenge, to be able to stay in that moment or to pull back to that moment later on. And it's a super big challenge to do that. But I think what I would suggest to people, if you're trying to get better at air hockey, is to videotape yourself and then simply just watch your matches and say, okay, what did I do that was good? And pay attention to what it was. And then what did I do that didn't work well? Like the result was bad. And try to eliminate those bad things and do more of the good things.
It's like an introspective
Real
analysis,
simple.
but actually getting to watch yourself and seeing it. And
Right. But you have to watch yourself or be coached, one of the two, because it's too hard to get it all, to figure it out from not being on the outside.
Right. Yeah, for sure. All right, 3-2 Wiseman. See if Marino can figure out how to pull game 7. Jacob can close it out here. Jacob's going 3 in a row. He's got the momentum.
That's over. Marino, interesting. He's trying a different position on the table. What I like about Anthony is, and I don't think he gets enough credit for, is the adjustments that he does make. He's thinking about stuff and trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yes, he does.
Because where he's executing the puck from wasn't what he'd been doing previously.
Right. And Jacob with a quick cut there.
Yeah.
Catches Anthony asleep.
Anthony, I think, went, maybe he went.
Ooh, 1-1.
Oh, that was super fast. Too fast, obviously.
Nope. That was flat. Jacob saw that coming.
Yeah.
Easy capture.
Okay, so let's
I like
see
the
if
off-pull
Jacob
there.
does the.
Yep.
Oh.
Medium speed drift. So
Yeah, medium speed
When he
drift.
does it right, it works almost.
Oh,
every
it's money when that happens.
It's such little things that when you're playing, just to recognize that right speed of the drift and just to feel that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's running away with it now.
Oh,
wow.
no.
Catches Anthony asleep, and now it's 4-1. This is Anthony's in trouble.
What happened? Was there some?
Is he throwing 3-1 or 4-1? Nope.
I don't know.
4-1. He's got 4-1.
Okay,
So
4-1.
I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Yeah, I was talking with Vince before this, and when Anthony was up 2-0, he's like, if Anthony wins, will it be the oldest finals in history with a 53-year-old and a 40-year-old?
Yeah, probably. That wasn't. He didn't put the pause in on that.
Yeah, At 4-2, he doesn't have this put away yet. There he goes. Now 5-2. Now the math's in his
Yeah.
favor. Wow, gets a 4-hit
Beautiful. I bet that
transition.
felt good.
Yeah, Jacob is in the driver's seat now.
Oh yeah, big time. It took him a while to sort of get into the attack in the pattern, but once he did, he really locked in.
Yeah,
I mean, just
he did it.
ran the table, man. Wow. I mean, and I'm not saying that because I'm Jacob's father. That was really nice.
He got, after losing those first 2 games, he just honed in and figured it out, and he controlled every game.
Yeah,
even
and
the 2 games
it was
he lost, he
creative
kinda
in the
controlled
good
those.
way.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like just like letting the puck drift long enough to let things develop, and then giving yourself a chance to command what's going on the table.
Absolutely.
I thought that was masterful. Let's get Jacob over here.
And Jacob.
All right, the finals will start in 10 minutes. That's at 8:35. It will be Jacob Wiseman versus Vince Sauceda.
You think I'm just gushing because it's my son? No, that was pretty freaking good, man. As a fan of air hockey, I was entertained. I thought it was really cool to see. Yeah, absolutely. What's up, big man? Come have a seat. So, I just want to know something.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you?
Jacob Weissman?
Yeah, okay. I've never seen you actually fully get into that attack. We've talked about it many times. Over and over, we've talked about it. But something clicked in your head, it seems like, when it comes to that specific way of setting up shots. Is that, am I seeing something or?
No, I mean, yeah,
Is it
that sounds
accurate?
accurate. I mean, I wasn't thinking at all really that much. I was just thinking about pulling back my wrist.
But there was another thing you were doing, which is what you weren't just pulling back your wrist. You were doing these little cadence stutters with your wrist. And that's the level up, I think. And it makes it so difficult for the opponent to know when the bullet is about to get ejected from the gun. Because there's one thing to be in execute position and then all of a sudden go like that, right? Like that's hard to read. But what's even harder to read is when you're in execute position and you're kind of going like this.
Right.
Now the person really doesn't know what's about to happen and when it's going to happen. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And it also is it becomes rhythmical. You like you said, you weren't thinking.
Yeah.
You get into your rhythm, and because it's all sort of just hypnotic motion, you go into the zone.
Yeah, yeah.
It was great. I mean, I'm gonna quit, saying how great it was, because I mean, you might lose in the finals and then it wouldn't feel so great. But yeah. What do you have to say?
I really don't know. Tired. I'm also still very zoned in.
Okay. Well, then
looking forward to playing Vince in
play
the finals
and have
it'll
fun.
be fun. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Well.
Okay.
Good job.
Hope you enjoyed the stellar interview.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a few minutes, and then we'll play the final match. Describe air hockey in one word.
Phenomenal.
Okay.
You said in one word, right?
I did.
Phenomenal is the word.
Say more.
Okay, well, it's so relatable to every sport, and it can teach you who you are. It shows you when you're up against a challenge against somebody that you want to beat or that you've been practicing against. You have to dig really deep to figure out how to beat this person who's been bullying you.
Yeah.
It's like a puzzle, and doing it in front of the people and the cameras and the lights and all that, it adds that intensity and that pressure. It's just it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
Phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. All right, I like it.
I'd say strategy towards like the upper level, but towards the lower level, I'd say chaos. Because I think whenever people start playing, all they really do is they just hit it a lot, and they hit it super hard.
Right.
And there's no coordination.
Right.
But that only works so long, and then once you get to the upper levels, there's so much strategy involved. And like, not even just general strategy, but the person you're playing against, if they're right-handed or if they're left-handed, like how fast or how slow you should shoot your shots, and so much like deep strategy that goes into it.
Yeah. Describe air hockey in one word.
Awesomeness.
Awesomeness.
Yeah. That's what I would say. It's awesomeness because it's a great competitive field. The community is amazing. It's just a great experience overall.
Yeah. Okay. Describe air hockey in one word.
One word is tough.
Maybe tough is the word.
I think I would say just competitive.
Competitive.
I think would be a good sense of the word, because in itself that can mean a lot of different things.
Sure.
You can be competitive through physicality. You can be competitive through strategy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different ways to do it.
Absolutely. Hello. You're on an air hockey table. So you didn't learn to walk, you learned to play air hockey. To describe air hockey with one word. Chess. Okay. I like it. I'm going to guess because there's a lot of strategy to it.
Yes, I look at it as I'm trying to anticipate my opponent's moves and counter moves and base my strategy on them.
Okay. Yeah, I love it. Describe air hockey in one word.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I love it.
Okay.
I've played many of sports, and this is hands down my favorite one to ever play.
Yeah. I love it.
Wow, that's hard. Okay, one word. Family. Yeah.
Say something about that.
Well, I don't want to get emotional. So, this is tough.
It's fine, dude.
Okay. Yeah, so I just lost my wife, cancer. Everybody here has been so supportive and awesome. So, definitely my family. Yeah.
Dynamic. You want me to explain it?
Sure.
It's just, I find it dynamic because, like, this tournament, I normally don't play in the doubles, just because I got the regular tournament. But my mentor, Robert Hernandez, reached out to me later part of last week and asked me if I was interested in playing with him. And of course I am, because we've never done that together.
That's so awesome.
Yeah. So I told her, hey man, I'm just playing for fun. But when I get on the table, the adrenaline dumps, and all the dynamics come out, and it's just exhilarating.
Yeah. Okay. Describe air hockey in one word.
Family. I've met so many people here, so many people from different backgrounds, and just people I never thought I'd hang out with or even consider my family, and now it just created some of the best relationships of my life.
Yeah, that's cool. That's awesome.
Competitive.
All right, on table number 5.
Why?
Say more.
It's so much more than just an arcade game. It can bring out your competitive nature, which is what I really like.
Yeah. Okay.
Numbers.
Okay.
I would say numbers. Because
Okay.
it's about like angles and points and data.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm a
interesting.
math person.
Okay, all right. Okay, cool. So describe air hockey in one word.
Athletic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say something about that.
Yeah, I think air hockey, the game has all the qualities that you see in all other sports. Hand-eye coordination, reflexes, it takes stamina. Obviously, it's not like running a 100-yard dash, but you have to be fit. You have strategy and different tactics, just like you would see in the NBA or tennis or in ping pong.
Right, okay, cool.
The most fun table sport ever. Oh, one word. Oh. Courage.
Okay. Say something about it.
Well, if you don't look within yourself to play like the way you can, and you play scared, you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
So you gotta have courage to play the way you practice. You have to have courage to not move against the straight. You have to have courage to keep playing your game.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Okay, I like that. Describe air hockey in one word.
Fluid.
Okay. Say something about that.
For me, and I'm sure this is the same for a lot of people, Joey List comes to mind as well. We really like the fun and the art that comes with air hockey more than, I guess, the competitiveness. So I just like to be fluid. When it's rolling on the table, you kind of get into that zen state, and the puck just feels like it's attached to your hand, and it just feels like it's super fluid.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
Air hockey in one word. It's thrilling.
All right, say something about that.
Okay, well, it's no matter if you're playing or watching air hockey, you feel that sensation of just the thrill mounting inside of you that crescendos into like a 6-7 game, and it's like watching March Madness, like every time.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. Describe air hockey in one word.
Insane.
Insane.
Insane. It'll never be what you expect it to be. Every time you turn out, insane in a good way.
Right.
Like, it's just mind-blowing.
Oh, you want to change? Okay, mind-blowing.
I feel like people always start out and they think it's like crazy. They're like, this is so cool. And the more you play, like, it's just such a fun experience. It's mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Okay, great.
I'm going to repeat something I said like 40 years ago. The great chess player Bobby Fischer once was asked, is chess like life? And he said, no, chess isn't like life. Chess is life. So people ask me, is air hockey life? And I say, no, air hockey isn't like life.
Right.
And air hockey isn't life. Air hockey is air hockey. That's all you can say. Air hockey is great.
Intense. It's always intense because you never know who's on the other side of the table of you.
Exciting. That's the right word.
For me, it's family.
Okay.
It really is.
I'd say competitive because there are lots of people from all over the states here today, all competing for the #1 title.
Family.
Okay. Say.
Basically, for me, growing up in this sport, everyone here is second family. They're my extended family. I don't have to see them for years, a few months, and I can start right back off. Feel comfortable with everyone here. I feel loved. I feel cared about.
Right.
I feel encouraged to be my best. And just like with families, you fight and you argue. And sometimes you don't like them. Sometimes I don't like, playing the person I'm playing across the table. But at the end of the day, we're bettering each other as competitors and as people. And I believe that's what family should be about.
Okay.
So I would say family.
All right.
Intricate.
Okay. Say something about it.
There are a lot of different levels to it, layers, if you will. There's the speed aspect, there's the strategy aspect, there's the psychological aspect, and there's the honor aspect, the culture.
All right, we are back, and we are here at the finals. Oh, they both went for the French Open. That's funny. There are specific openings for face-offs in air hockey, and if you want to know more about the different strategies that have been developed over the years, there's actually a video on the center line that you can learn about it. The French Open is when you just basically pull back, sort of wait. It was a nice right wall over by Jacob. Good, pace on it.
Was shadow ripping until Mike showed up. Mike is shadowing from the other side.
Nice. It's be interesting to see if Jacob was able to recapture that sort of rhythm that he had in the last set.
Yeah.
I think if he can, I think he's got a great chance.
Yeah. If he gets that rhythm going, he'll win the set for sure.
Yeah.
And then whether or not Vince can adjust to that would depend.
Oh.
He's got a good start. 3-1.
He was over the line there for sure. Oh. What happened? Okay, here we go. Yeah, nice right wall under. Is that a right wall under? It's so difficult with lefties.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened, why he took a timeout. Did you notice?
Oh.
This is too slow.
Oh, there it was.
That
He
was
just
kinda
missed the
interesting,
shot. Yeah. Nice. There it goes.
Yeah, that's so hard to block because his hand and his wrist is telling you the right wall under is just imminent.
Yep.
And so you can't help but want to pull over there and protect that side of the goal.
I wonder where he learned that.
Haha, funny. It's the same type of shot that Vince just did. Is that those power unders, which just make it so difficult to block the straights when the time comes.
Yeah, Jacob executes that flawlessly.
Yeah.
That cut right wall under really, really well.
Good stopping of the transition by Vince, and it
Wow,
led
that
to a
was
point.
Powerful.
Well, yeah, because it was an under that went over. That just Jacob was frozen. A split second. If you don't read, if you're not moving in the right direction when that shot takes off, you can't get to it.
We're at 4-4.
Yeah, that one he.
Oh.
God, it gave the sound like it went in, but
Didn't.
it did not.
Little circle around the puck there in the drift. That was
Great
interesting.
get by Vince. Woo.
Yeah. Frustrating how good he is at that.
I know, it's so odd because he doesn't seem like he's moving super fast, but he's got to move fast to be able to grab him.
Yeah.
But he's able to sort of stop himself so quickly.
Yeah.
So he's moving fast, but then he's stopping fast too.
He's got great twitch reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
It's still 4-4. See what we got going here. And Jacob was at 5-4 there. Jacob tends to be more slow and deliberate, but he's so accurate. And he knows he's able to read the defense and know what you're giving him and attack what's open.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gets a transition
Yeah,
there.
and
Jacob executed that poorly.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And then just wasted it. Didn't even drift the puck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't make that kind of error. You just gotta go back to the basics every time and at least start with the basics. Then you can be creative.
See if Jacob's defense can give him another opportunity.
Yeah.
Here. Oh, Vince gets the cross. Goes up 6-5. That is a costly turnover there.
Oh, yeah.
Jacob needs to tie this up here and then hopefully get it back.
Oh, that was nice. I'm surprised it didn't go in.
Yeah. Vince adjusted.
Oh, and that was right in the middle of the goal.
Yeah, it was not well shot.
It's all right.
A good block.
Gets another opportunity.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Nice.
Yeah.
That was well executed. 6-6.
Yeah.
You just got to get one more possession here if you can get it back. Oh, Vince would
Nice.
be over.
Yeah, nice
That's,
over.
It was about 80% speed, perfectly
Yeah,
perfectly
yeah,
executed.
just
That's
great.
almost impossible to defend.
But I think it's sort of weird. It's like I feel the same way about that game that I did about the first game against Anthony Marino, is that even though he lost 7-6, it sort of felt like he's not going into this next game with like loss of momentum. You know, he was competitive. He was right there. He just needed to clean up a few things, you know.
Couple of he goes back and watches the video of that, he'll see a couple of places where he just mismanaged the puck, or a couple of bad strikes if you get those back.
Yeah.
At 5-5, they're giving that puck up to Vince, giving Vince the opportunity to go up 6-5 if he handles the puck better there.
Yeah.
Goes up 6-5, it flips the math in his favor. So you just got to let it go into the next game, make the correction, get the match back to even. Let's see if you can do that. Remember last match he got up on Vince, and then Vince came back. So it's
yeah. Well, maybe it might be a reversal of fortune.
Might be a reversal here.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Yeah. I guess they're taking their full time here.
Yeah.
I guess
Jacob, like I said, Jacob, when he loses a game, he tends to use his full 2 minutes. When he wins, he's ready to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of concur. I think that kind of makes sense. Sometimes I think I would probably take 2 minutes if I was feeling exhausted, but
Watched you do that against Pete.
I
match.
did.
Yeah, a couple of times you were winning, but you're like, I need the 2 minutes.
I need it. Yeah, dude, I needed it.
And then you only get it once a set, so
yeah,
you have to be very strategic.
Well, I will say that playing that challenge match gave me a different perspective on the time between sets and so forth during matches, but I know it's because of my age, so I have a hard time changing my opinion on whether we should change it.
7 minutes is too fast. I mean,
yeah, we could go to 10.
We look at we've had a lot of injuries, even from these younger guys in challenge matches, because there's just not enough recovery time. I think 15 was too long. 10 is better. I like Jacob's drifting there, but I didn't.
Right.
Like the
But
shot.
obviously, yeah, he's not doing the right shots at the right time.
Seems to have good drifting, good puck control. No, he just didn't hit that well.
Yeah.
Too much power, not enough spin. Puck leaves the table. The drifting patterns and the speed of all that looks really good. He's just got to find the right shot.
Beautiful shot.
That was gorgeous.
It's so hard to block, and we've seen it all weekend long.
Ooh, left ball under there.
Yeah, and that's the one I was telling you about, that he added to his game, but he hasn't been able to like replicate it a lot. He needs
Maybe
to.
He's been saving it.
Well, no. What I'm saying is he's tried it a number of other times and hasn't found it. He's done it like 3 or 4 times at the tournament that way, and every way has just been perfect. But he's gonna have to watch some video and figure out what it is that he's doing. So
right wall over there.
I think it was it went overside. Vince.
Fast.
Oh yeah, the power bank's just so hard. So Jacob's not doing sort of what that's doing what he was doing last set.
Yep, that was perfect.
So maybe he had a mental cue the moment I thought of it too in my head.
Yep.
It's like, oh yeah, I need to go back to that
psychic connection.
Yeah. So I liked that shot selection of Vince, just didn't work out.
Let's
see. He went, but Vince was ready for it because it was telegraphed. It's not the same as the one he did earlier.
Right.
So you can just look at those two and see what's different about them. Yeah, he's got that shot in so many times.
It's so fast, it just explodes out of there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, with Vince, that same exact arm position, the body motion, the cut and the under both come, they look exactly the same until the moment the puck is struck. He disguises it so well.
Jacob going for overs. He's almost dedicated to hitting it. And then he went under, but he didn't really hit it hard.
Yeah, he didn't have enough.
Or he may have been going over again and just mishit it.
Yeah.
Vince goes for that shot again, just barely misses the accuracy on it.
Oh, scores on himself. That's a rare mistake.
I think Jacob redirected it slightly.
Got a piece of
I
it.
think he got a piece of it. Got a piece of that one, too.
Yeah, he definitely got a piece of that one. Oh, that was a bad.
Yeah, it was a bad shot, but, it's going to happen.
Nice. There it is again.
Yeah, and he sold that right wall under like he was, I don't know, a great salesman. It was a good block. Vince, he didn't do it exactly as fast, but it was good.
Tried the over there.
Yeah.
Took a little off it, but the over doesn't. And he misses it deep, so he gets it back. So he does that well.
He's doing a great job of attacking both sides of the goal.
Yep.
It's too slow, right?
Yeah, it was too slow. It was flat.
Yeah.
There we go. That was better.
It's a better speed, but this is not necessarily the drift. Maybe he's changing it up just to kind of give himself a little bit of, rhythm.
Right.
If so, then it was helpful.
Yeah, his defense has been solid this game. It's carried him this far.
It has. I think Vince maybe mishit a few shots, but in general, yeah, Jacob's defense is.
He's doing what he needs to do. Yeah. And his offense has been good enough. He's had enough good executed shots.
He's really dedicated to hitting those overs, and God bless him. I have a hard time with him.
Nope. He's up 6-3. So
yeah.
Maybe it's like getting an off goal.
Yeah. Well, yeah, perhaps, and maybe it's nice. That's the one that makes Jacob freeze. Oh, that was good.
That was well executed.
He sold it.
Vince, yeah. Oh, no, Vince gets it back. Gets a piece of it.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
that was smoking. That had some smoke on it. That was fast.
And Jacob's like, "Do I have a timeout?" Yes, you do.
Good decision right there.
Time out.
Yeah, make this possession count here. Vince is famous for digging out of a hole.
Jacob needs to go a little faster.
Yes, there it was.
He's done that several times this tournament. Gone to the fast right roll under right at the very beginning of the drift.
Yep.
Yeah, it's clever. It's certainly very effective.
It's not characteristic for what you expect from him out of a timeout. You expect him to kind of drift up, hit the off goal cut, try to sit in there. He just pops a quick right wall under, hard, fast.
Right.
So that's what makes it effective. Vince wasn't ready for it. So that's that creativity we talked about. And if he doesn't score it and loses possession, he still has one more opportunity. So it's a risk worth taking there.
Absolutely.
Paid off.
Yeah.
So 1-1.
1-1. It feels super competitive. It looks very competitive.
I think there's going to be one or two key possessions that are going to make the difference in this particular set. And obviously,
if it goes to another, right? I hear you. Yeah.
If it works out in Jacob's favor, we'll play another one.
Yeah. Sure.
We'll be done.
Yeah. So I know that Jacob, he's played a lot of matches today, I believe, through the losers bracket.
Yeah, he's.
Who else he played?
Let's see. Who did he lose to in the winners bracket?
He lost to Vince.
He lost to
Vince in the seventh game. He had been up 3-1. Yep. And okay, so then he played. I know he played.
He played Austin, right?
I think played Austin, and he also played Jacob Munoz, and then he played Anthony Marino, right? And then I think that's it. But, some tough opponents, and he's had to really battle in a lot of those to get to this point. He's played, and Chris Gibson. He played a 7-set match with Chris Gibson.
That's right. He started the match. He started against Jacob today. He was the other match in the losers brackets. He and Jacob played, and then I played.
Yeah. All right, so We are back.
Yep.
We've got one game each.
We got one game each. Yeah, Jacob has played a lot of air hockey today, so he's,
yeah.
It seems like he's got plenty of gas in the tank.
Yeah.
Quick release cross there for Vince, 1-0.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, nice cut.
Good block there. Yeah, there wasn't any marinade on. There was marinade on that one, but it got blocked.
And Jacob made a mistake, scored on himself. All right, it's early in the game. Still
went for the over. That was good. It was good cadence. Just, got blocked.
I think Jacob drift is a little too slow. I think he needs to speed it back up just a hair.
And folks may not know, but Vince has been sort of dominating the major tournament scene where Colin Cummings isn't there. He's been winning most of those for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a feeling amongst some of the top players they'd like to see him maybe not win one. But that's always the way it is in sports, right? You got someone that's winning a lot, and you're like, I'd like to see an underdog take it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's very well released, very well executed.
Yeah. I think the when Jacob's pulling his wrist back super far, I don't think that's usually the most effective for some reason. When he does it like that, it usually, I think, is effective. It was a great block by Vince there.
Yeah.
Vince is always in a good mood when he's playing air hockey, almost no matter the situation. I remember at the Carter Cup when they lost, he was on their side clapping, right after it was over. It was wild when the rest of his team was sort of deflated and upset and dejected, and he was clapping.
Yeah,
I think he literally genuinely loves the arena and just loves seeing wild things happen in the arena.
Yeah, he's definitely someone that loves the game for the sake of the game, and
yeah,
of course he wants to win, but if he doesn't, he's okay with it.
It seems like Jacob, and he knows better than that.
Yeah, I was a little wild there.
Yeah. But it seems like he hasn't really found a rhythm yet.
Not in this game, for sure.
Or a position or something. He's kind of struggling figuring out how to get some shots in on Vince.
Yeah,
Maybe
Vince
thinking about it too much.
Yeah, Vince got a cross there. Vince run away with this game. Jacobs made a couple of key mistakes. This game's kind of gotten away from him, but
yeah.
Let's see if he can. Sometimes you can come back in these. It happens.
Yeah, well, one thing about Jacob is he does tend to do that.
Yeah.
I've seen it a lot of times. I think it's in some ways coming back is easier emotionally. It's like, it's like if you're expected that you're going to lose, then so what? Just try. And if you, pull it out, then great.
Yeah.
Another cross.
And see what happens. Take the fear out of it. Let's see. What's this going to do here? Close it out. Nope. It's over, misses there, but he gets it back. They
Nice
could read
block.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, great capture there. Nope, he hit that one flat.
Again, it's such a touchy shot because the accuracy for him is 40%, maybe 50%. And so it's a dangerous shot to try, until you have 90%, 80% accuracy in a shot,
Yep.
But That's why I say God bless them, because I mean it's important to continue doing it, or else you're not going to get better at it. You see, so you kind of have to force yourself to do it.
Sure.
But like if I have a shot that I'm just not super comfortable shooting, even though I know it's a great shot against a specific opponent, I still try not to do it, and I probably should do it more.
Risk versus reward.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's 6-3.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I love how Vince just slows it down.
Yeah.
Something he and I think Billy does that too, to kind of really pause at the beginning before you're about to start the drift, really think about it. Yep. So Vince takes a commanding 2-1 lead there, really dominated that game. He's up 6-1. Wiseman gets a couple of points there at the end, but so the match so far is swung in Vince's favor. See Tim giving a little coaching to Jacob right now, so we'll see if we can give him some advice to help him kind of swing this around.
All right. So Jacob wanted a few notes. He seemed like he was struggling finding the position on the table that the puck needed to be in for certain shots, and what you had said a number of times, which is that he's got to drift it, right? You got to get it moving before he shoots it, and that speed of that drift has to be upbeat, not like super fast, not slow, sort of medium upbeat. But I mean, I think no matter what happens in this match, I think Jacob is. I'm proud of him for this tournament, to be honest with you. He was pretty, I guess down would be the word for the loss to Chris Gibson in challenge match.
Yeah,
he was disappointed in himself, and
that bat coming right after the loss to Munoz a few months back.
Right,
he was
right,
up 3-0.
Right.
And then just,
so just basically, I think feeling, we discussed a little bit, just feeling a little bit like unmotivated, let's just say, and what I've seen him do in this tournament is sort of recapture the love of the sport, which he obviously has,
Yeah, he seems much more motivated and playing with intensity, playing with a desire to win.
Yeah.
Mixing that emotion and intellect. Quick point there. Good
Yeah,
start.
yeah, it was a good start. Good start. It was nice that he pushed that puck forward and he went like directly at Vince for long enough that Vince sort of needed to make a decision, and he held.
There's that cut again, well executed, 2-1.
Interesting. It was right all over that just.
Yeah. Jacob had a chance to get that one, but it came off his mallet too quickly. All right, he gets a possession back. All right, another cut. He goes into the middle of the game with a 3-1 lead. I'm not seeing that on the screen.
Yeah, 4-1 now.
Yeah.
4-2.
Should be 4-2. 4-2.
they went for it.
Almost.
Yeah, almost. He needed to sort of either. It's one of those things. He tried to grab it, tried to hit it. Too many options there. Good timeout. 4-3.
Vince with the over there to cut the lead to 1. We're right smack dab in the middle of the game, middle of the mat game. Playing these middle points.
4-3. I don't know if he was going for an under or over there. He was going for an over there.
Yeah, it's one.
That was good.
Over. Yeah.
Yeah. Good over call. Jacob knew he was over. Good block.
Good.
That was nice.
That was good. He got it back. You can find that cut again. He got 3 in a row there. That one just.
Ooh, unforced error.
Yeah. Jacob rolled off 3 consecutive cuts.
Nice.
In this game. So up 4-1, but Vince has dug back in.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's tied the game 4-4. Yeah. Finding that over again.
It's not.
He kind of lost some of it.
Yeah, he sort of lost the rhythm. It kind of comes back. Yeah, comes. Yeah, that's a little bit more.
A little bit better.
Yeah. I think he got a little infatuated with shot, and then, yeah, it was good. It was a great block.
It was a great
because
block.
He did. Jacob gave it a pretty good pause.
Yep.
I think he might need to try to hit that a few times from further back. That would make things different. Good block. It's trying to hit both sides of the goal, and he's really getting after it. Jacob just in his zone when it comes to defense. That's. Oh, so he did try one further back. He just didn't throw it in pause.
He just missed the shot.
Yeah, missed a cross.
The puck stayed on Vince's side. So.
Oh, it was almost a beautiful over by.
Jacob trying to get this into the end game here. Nope, didn't have enough on that. A little bit rushed. Vince ties it at 5 with a cross.
Yeah, just a lot of the shots Jacob was taking. Just there's not a laning. You've got it, or he's a little inaccurate.
Yeah. It was good, but not good enough.
Ooh.
Oh, just misses Jacob. Just misses the opportunity to get after. It's doing a really good job of getting the rebounds. Calls a timeout. We're at 5-5, so we're now in the end game moments. Each player trying to see if they can get to the game point. Wow.
Yeah.
And
So he hit it and he paused it right and he hit it in the right spot that time.
6-6, yeah.
Okay.
It's an opportunity here to tie them. It's a critical possession.
Oh, I liked how he did that though.
Yeah.
He sort of glanced over there.
Another opportunity. It's a big possession right here. Let's see what he does. He goes that right wall under.
Oh, he went for the cross.
Ooh, it was there.
That was. He needs to go for the.
Got it. Got the cut.
Wow, beautiful setup. Wow,
right.
What a clutch cut shot there. He was down 6-5. He didn't really look like he had like a real rhythm in the game. He was sort of like hanging on.
He was off and on throughout the game. He would have moments and then kind of lose it, but he just kind of eked his way through it.
Well,
but yeah,
it was. I like the last shot though because he has so often gone to that quick right wall under. That maybe Vince would be thinking that he's going to do that.
Well, he threw a pump in. He drifted it
several
up.
Pumps.
Threw a pump, at least one. Maybe there were a couple, and then Just ripped that cut right out of it, right off the backside of the mallet, and it was perfectly executed, right on the money. Had Vince frozen and ready for that under, so he sold it, and it's 2-2 now. So they have traded games. It's been Vince Jacob at the mid-match mark. Now we go into the pivot game, game 5.
Yeah, it's obviously the 2-2 game, the fifth game at 2-2 in the match is can be very pivotal.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, like to get that one and sort of get the momentum, but it when you got a match that's 2-2, so often they end up going 7 games. Well, we will see. We'll see. It's been powerful air hockey. We appreciate everybody joining us tonight. We hope that you are enjoying the high-level air hockey. We've been working on trying to learn more and more about live streaming, so hopefully it will continue to improve. But we are taking notes, and happy. If you see some things and hear some things we need to fix, we want to know so that we can. This blocks that cross really well. I think the cross, yeah, the cross needs to be delivered the way Vince did, and I think a lot of times Jacob doesn't do that. He delivers it like a cut, which is fine, but you got to be perfectly accurate with it. There's very little room.
Yeah.
From that way over there.
Vince jumps off to a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, it's a good timeout.
Yep. Stop the momentum before it gets out of hand. Nope, didn't. All right. Oh, gets it back. It's another opportunity here. Good, right wall over.
Yeah.
Good speed.
And again, I mean, just continuing to get better at it's only going to help him in the long run.
Wow, that was
great. I mean, we talked about it all weekend. It's just such a hard shot to block. It's executed so well. The cadence perfect.
Hey, there's a nice cut. Yeah, Vince's the explosion of the under, and then that cut. When Jacob hits that cut right, it's unstoppable. Ooh, hits it again.
Yeah, Jacob's got to key in on the moment that he starts to move forward. Is that's your tell.
Yeah.
Like right now. And with his cross, what he does is he pushes it forward a little faster. So there, it's you have to really be ready for it. Yeah, see that he'll tap it forward fast suddenly before he does this the cross. Now, of course, he just mishit.
Let's see. Jacob needs to cut into this lead here. Want to let your opponent get a 3-point separation. We'll cut this to 1 on. Vince gets it. He reads it. Gets a piece of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not. Yeah, I think maybe he did. Maybe it just fell off.
No, it looked like Vince got a piece
Okay,
of it. He
fair enough.
kind of adjusted mid-drift. Hit his mallet, went off. Another under. He's
Vince
really
is
killing Jacob with that.
yeah. I mean, he's a master of cadence. He gets it. You get the puck in a position where whatever your arm is capable of doing has whatever angle that has a lane to the goal. You get it in that position, and then you make them guess on when it's going to happen.
Vince, this has been a barrage of unders from Vince this game.
Yeah, that's it's hard, because you don't want to give up the other side You know what I mean? But you sort of have to, because you have to be moving that way ahead of time, or you're not going to block it. It's a perfect lane to the goal.
You have to anticipate it. The execution is so
Right.
flawless.
Yeah, he likes to do that. I feel like he's going to.
Wow.
Yeah, that many times.
Domination in that game.
Yeah, so Jacob needs to be thinking a little bit about being more ready on defense, more like ready to receive the puck. Those are, I think, when you're frozen that many times in a row, that it's just not being present,
Right.
you know, in the defensive posture, I guess. And I mean, Jacob has played a lot of long sets, so he might be gassing a little bit.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
He did ask me for some energy bars a little while ago, so.
Yeah, young doesn't mean indestructible.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He's it's do or die now time. Now Vince has
That's
tournament game coming up, so it's just Jacob's gotta win these last two. So Vince just that game, if my memory is correct, I think the first shot he got was across, and then I believe it was all left wall banks, unders and overs, and some of them were so fast I couldn't tell the difference. But just absolutely just popping it out of there, completely frozen Jacob's defense. So Jacob's got to find the will to fight here. Just one game at a time at this point. One game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has any lack of will for fighting. He definitely has a fire and wants to win. And you know, he basically, when I walked over to him and said, you know, you enjoying the battle, and he just nodded yes. So I mean, it's great to be in the arena and just be fighting, right?
That's exactly how I felt playing in this tournament. I mean, I'm one of the old guys, but I love just being here, love being on the table and fighting against these young guys. Win or lose, it's an enjoyable experience.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are playing some amazing air hockey. This up and coming group. It's
Oh,
been
yeah.
great for us. You know, we started developing back in the SRO tournaments. They were just kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then now these are full-grown men,
10
and they
years
are
later,
in
yeah.
their prime, and they're doing fantastically.
Mm-hmm. But you know, it also kind of goes to show how long it can take to get really, really great at air hockey, and partly because you know, air hockey's not a full-time job for a lot, you know, for anybody.
Right.
I guess for Mark Robbins, it was a full-time job.
Well, there's players like Lou and Jose and Colin that all got good really fast. And
Well,
then
we were kids, and we put a lot of time into it because we didn't have anything else taking our time away. But you know, once you become an adult, and if you're not making a living at it, it can be difficult to invest a lot of time in it.
Absolutely.
All right, so
Most of my
game
life I
6.
played once or twice a week.
Mm-hmm. So
And,
game 6.
That was a great cut to
Yeah,
start the game
yeah,
off.
yeah.
Really well executed.
Good position.
And wow, comes right back with a cross
Oh,
from
yeah,
Vince.
yeah.
Both these guys executing very sharp. Definitely the two guys that should be in the finals.
That was nice.
And he got it back. That's what
Yeah.
when you shoot it right. Wow.
That's see,
gorgeous.
he's
That
done
was
it twice. He's
That
done
was
it twice. He
That
needs
was
to
it.
patent it. And
And Vince with a again.
yeah, well,
behind it.
that's already Vince already patented that one.
With the Vince label on that one. That left ball under Jacob. If he could shoot that more often, another left ball.
Yeah, cadence. Notice that cadence. So
Yeah.
he went back to that shot, but he did it very differently than he had done before. He shot it much earlier.
Yep.
And just caught Jacob off
He
guard.
is a master of cadence for sure. He guides it so well.
And Jacob with a nice attempt at that left wall. Then goes cross, but he kind of pushed it. I think he needed to drift it slightly.
Right. Trying to get back, trying to get in control of this game. Fortunately, Vince's left wall has given him an edge, so Jacob's got to find something here and take that away.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, what a capture!
Yeah, for sure.
He's just out there.
Mhm.
It's like there's a magnet on his mountain in the puck. Yeah, it's a beautiful cut again. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, 3-3. Jacobs keeping himself in it. It's got to hang in there.
Yeah, can he block the left wall? Yeah, he did block the left wall.
You got to take that away. At this point, you got to sell out for it. It's if you don't.
Possibly, but Vince just shot a cut previously.
Wow. Three.
He might be He's missed. Unfortunately, the accuracy on the cross straight this match hasn't been what it was in these other matches. That was a good. I think Vince missed actually on
There
that
you go.
last.
Jacobs reading those.
Yeah, that was a good read.
Oh, not good enough there, but gets it back. Another opportunity. Rush that one.
Yeah,
he needed to slow the release down on that for it to work.
Well, he's got to let it marinate.
Another there, he got it over that time.
Yeah, but it was still under the mallet. Yeah. So I mean, no.
4-3 Vince. Yeah.
Nice block by Jacob.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah, just not. He hit it
Kinda
right
rushed
into
it.
the middle of the goal. Do you notice that his?
Mike is there shattering stuff.
No. Sorry, but I shouldn't react that way. Should be unbiased, but
5-3.
Maybe it is one. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Pretty sure
Jacob probably knows, right?
Yeah, it should be 5-3.
Okay, Jacob knows.
Go check with Mike real quick.
Okay. Is just missing his accuracy. Just isn't there this set. There it was finally.
Says it's 3. Mike said he's been counting too, and that's right. Somehow we got something wrong, I guess. I'm not sure what we got wrong there, but
Not sure about the score.
we'll have to go back and watch
Yeah,
this.
I assume they've got it.
Yeah, Mike. I asked Mike. He said he's been keeping up. And
yeah,
we got Anthony and him, so we must have
all
missed
three of us got it wrong for some reason. So who knows? Good thing we have video, but Jacob would know. You know what I mean? Jacob would know.
Yeah.
If he thought he had 3 points and he kept being sold he was 1, he'd probably say something.
Yeah, he would have. So we definitely got something.
It's a nice block.
Maybe one of the shots Jacob got, they called him over or something, because I could have sworn he scored. Okay. Now it's 4-5. I got the cut there. You got the cadence on that right. Got the swing.
Yeah.
There's an over again. Now it's
That's the story of this match.
I know.
You know, if Jacob does end up losing, that's the reason
gotta-
why. But you know, it's a great shot. Give it to Vince.
Yeah. He's got to go back and figure out something for that. But, and there it is.
There it was
Finish
again.
the tournament.
Yeah, well done.
Vince,
Great performance by Vince. Just
Cadence
using
and
that left wall under, the power under, over and over, and really just.
His ability to mix that under and over
Absolutely.
as accurately as he does, it's amazing. Because I don't know anyone else that can do that.
Yeah.
Except maybe Pedro.
Let's
From
get we'll get
Who do you
Vince
want?
over here.
All right.
We're gonna get Vince over here. Stick around a moment. We'll talk to Vince, and then we'll be signing off. Get a few words. Vincent. He's walking away. He's coming back with this away.
I'm coming. Good job, brother.
It's broke. Hey.
How was the show?
It was entertaining. Trying to get us back on. Okay. All right. Well, first, let me be the first to congratulate you on another major title.
Thank you. Thank you.
What are we at now? Well, how many? I mean, I don't think there's been any city championship titles yet, right?
No, this is the first.
Okay, first city. Okay, so how many states have you won?
Definitely one Texas. I don't know if I won two. I won in North Carolina. I know.
Okay.
One North Carolina, one Idaho.
Right. Okay. So let's assume it was one in Texas. Okay. All right. So and then one. So you're four major title winner at this point.
Right.
Great performance. We were, obviously the booth had a little bias towards Jacob just because he's our boy and all of that,
yeah.
right? But we were giving a lot of love your way because that left wall under is just silly.
Yeah.
I mean, come on,
so
man.
Effective, yeah. It is really good. I love it.
Yeah, I bet you do.
It has made me who I am.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Yeah.
But then I have to rely on the over too, which I had to hit him with 2 or 3 at the end.
Yeah.
So and that's an execution shot.
Absolutely.
That's definitely a finesse touch shot. You have to feel that one.
For sure. Yeah, well, I mean, watching the match, we're obviously very impressed by the accuracy, the cadence changes. In that last game, you hit them with an early one, which is, is great, right? Because it almost feels like it's free when you do it that way. You didn't have to do a lot of work to get it. And so, just a great performance all around. And Jacob was playing well. He went through the losers bracket, and he was taking care of business and having to go into 7 games with a number of guys, and so he had to raise his level. So
it could have been me on the
right. Well, you guys,
end.
right? You guys, played in the winners bracket, and he was up 3-1. You came back, got him 4-3. So, it always seems to be competitive and fun watching you guys. I sometimes wish
I love playing him.
Right. Well, I sometimes wish that I didn't have somebody to root for, because it sort of it mixes. You know what I mean? It's difficult because you have such a great game to appreciate as a fan of air hockey, right? That I want to be able to do that, right? But I kind of want them to win. It's kind of both. But so, anyways, great performance, great tournament, and what's next? Are you going to win Worlds?
I'm going to try to. I mean, that's always the plan, right? I showed up here to win. That was the plan.
Sure.
But things happen.
Okay, fair enough.
So the only thing you can do is prepare for it, and just be ready for it when it comes. So I'll prepare for it. And
all right. Well, good.
I don't know if Colin can be able to make it. Apparently, he's.
I'm sure he'll make it.
I hope he can.
It's just a weekend trip.
Well, yeah. I don't know. It may or may not happen.
I don't know anything about all that. Okay, so that would be news to me. Breaking news.
Right.
The 10-time world champion.
11th.
Oh, sorry, 11. Yeah. Well, it confused. I think about it, because I think 8 USAA championships and I guess 3 AHPA championships.
Right. Yeah.
And kind of like boxing, you have different titles and different different companies or whatever.
Yeah.
But in any case, no matter what the number is, obviously the dominant champion of the sport.
Right.
And you want him there because you want to beat him.
Absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't feel. It would feel like it's an asterisk next to that title.
I understand.
If he can't show up, I'd be like,
right.
I feel you have to get. Somebody has to get through Colin.
Right. Well, and I know Jacob probably feels a little of that since when the one he won, he didn't have to play Colin.
Right.
But Colin did get defeated, so it's part of the tournament.
Right.
It's kind of fair game. But anyhow, all right. Well, we'll look forward to you at the next event. Keep it up, man. You're fun to watch.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Really. As long as I enjoy playing and I feel healthy enough to play, I'm going to keep playing.
Good. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Excellent job with all of this.
Well, we're trying, and we're going to try to improve. It's a lot of new stuff to us.
Yeah.
Trying our best.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Yep.
All right. So I guess that's it, folks. Thank you so much for joining us. And if somebody that didn't watch, they can always watch later on our YouTube channel, The Centerline. Please leave us comments. I think comments is the biggest thing that people can do to help the engagement online. Likes are nice, but comments actually weight more. A lot of stuff I'm learning about. So thanks, guys.